Hello everybody and welcome back to another day of LPL English. Two more best of threes, all in Group Ascend as we count down our days to the end of the regular season and the beginning of that 2025 Split 2 play-in stage. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Cubby. We are starting things off here with BLG versus NiP. Not necessarily the closest in terms of standings, but the way that NiP has been playing, Cubby, we could really be expecting anything today.
Yeah, I got to say, two teams that have made roster swaps halfway through the group, and frankly, it's been good for each of them. So we'll see if both teams can continue to look like they are on that track, upwards trajectory, because especially on the BLG side, Beishwan and BLG have looked really tough to beat. So excited to see if that remains the case today.
Now, in case you are joining us for the first time here, a quick overview of the format. We are well throughout our regular season, our group stage at the top of your screen. Group Nirvana already has concluded their gameplay. That was a single round robin, with EDG and LGD now moving on to that play-in stage where they'll be joined by the bottom 6 teams in Group Ascend. Right now, NiP currently in the bottom of that Group Ascend group, while BLG, if the season ended today, would be automatically advancing into playoffs.
Yeah, of course, as you look at where we're at, already have top esports and anyone's legend with that playoff spot locked. I believe that means playoffs, so they're guaranteed actually to be top 4 at this point, because as you said, Grapes, that top 4 matters a little bit more. Producer Kelsey at the helm with us today does confirm that, and frankly, Grapes, with some of the teams that we have competing today, looking at BLG, JDG, IG, those are the top 3 teams outside of top esports and anyone's legends looking to lock down that playoff spot, and we still have that bit of a gap between the 4th place team and the 5th place team, which, excitingly enough, that's the matchup later on today between JDG and IG, so will be a fun one.
Yeah, BLG very close to clinching in a playoff spot. Their magic number sits around 3 at this point between them and Invictus Gaming, so a win here and a JDG win later on in the day could potentially get them one step closer to that spot of locking up the playoffs, but there's still some more work to be done with them. And speaking of, let's talk about the teams that will be taking to the Rift today, starting off with BLG. They have made a roster swap, as you mentioned, with Beishwan coming in to replace Wei, and they've looked better and better ever since. Starting that first round robin 4-5, they've won 5 straight here in the second round robin, and nobody has been able to stop them so far.
And look, Beishwan with this team, it's been nice, but it almost feels like it's just the honeymoon phase that this team needed to really have Bin wake up and for Knight to be even a bigger beast than he has been for the entire year. As I really feel like Beishwan has given some decent direction to the team, but I don't think he's really done anything extraordinary to make sure that this team is going 5-0 or 6-0 since he has entered. I think it has been Knight who has just been unstoppable in the mid lane and really the driving force for BLG.
Yeah, sometimes you just need a little swap in there, even if, the player skill level is similar. Wei's been somebody who's had high levels of success for a large portion of his career, but just bring that one person in. We saw it work for BLG during the World Championships, and it's working again here in 2025 Split 2. Speaking of, we have our Team of the Week for Week 6, and 2 of those players, Beishwan and Knight, did end up making it onto that list.
By the way, shout out to Jue for making this too for FPX.
Hell yeah.
He has legitimately been a big-time support player for that team. But yeah, when it comes to Knight of late, obviously it's BLG Knight, but I might have to start calling him BGL Knight because he feels like the big game leader. Whenever there's a big game or someone needs to step up, it has been Knight, of course, the golden left hand of the LPL at the helm of BLG. He's been a beast, and again, so many games against good opponents too. This team has needed Knight to step up, and Knight has done nothing but deliver.
And like you said, it's not necessarily just because Beishwan has joined the team that Knight has looked better. Obviously, playing combos like the Sejuani Yone, being able on champions like Talia and Silas that can roam around, does have an impact of who your jungler is, but a lot of it is just Knight kind of really stepping up in this second round robin.
Yeah, I mean, this fight was so ballistic from him. Dropped the Galio ult that hit Karis right as he came out of the Zanyas, then somehow got his own Zanyas out and hit a pixel-perfect abscond abduct onto the GA target here, which, these are the things that Knight has done that have just been utterly ridiculous throughout the year, and we have really seen him of late especially pop off, as him versus Karis was not exactly a fair matchup in the WE matchup, and BLG, again, with Beishwan, they are 5-0 since he has joined, and for me, Knight has been a huge part of that.
Yeah, and you know, if they can continue that level of success, get to 6-0, and all of a sudden they're really contesting with that top 2, not just the top 4, of course, that they were going to try to lock in to get that automatic spot into playoffs. Anyone's Legends kind of on a bit of a stumble, not necessarily a slide just yet, but we have to continue to watch what they look like towards the end of the second round robin, and maybe there's an opportunity for a team like BLG to catch them. But let's take a look at their opponents today. Ninjas in Pajamas, another team that made a mid-season roster swap after the first round robin, adding solo kill, and they have upped their gameplay just a little bit since then as well.
Look, solo kill has been a straight upgrade from Shanji, who really, I mean, you think back to that Shanji Cream OMG team a few years back, those two solo laners being allotted as some of the next big LPL players. Feels like Shanji might be out of a seat here in Ninjas in Pajamas, as of course the behind-the-scenes rumors is that the team wasn't exactly gelling in the last iteration, so we were likely to see some changes. And frankly, solo kill coming on in has made a really big positive impact on this team, as they were really sliding before they made the roster swap. And with solo kill, things have looked up, Grapes.
Yeah, and until a couple of days ago, a couple of weeks ago, if you saw FPX against NiP, I would have totally predicted FPX to win this one. But yesterday, it was Ninjas in Pajamas to come out on top in relatively dominant fashion. It was a 2-0. There were a couple of close games here or there, but solo kill actually having a really good time against Sheer specifically, who is another one of our young top laners in the LPL that we've been really excited about on the Rumble in game 1 and then the Scion in game number 2. And it just kind of goes throughout the rest of the play that NiP has had as well. Having this guy here, I mean, he's played a lot of Scion, but a lot of other champions as well. It's been really impactful in terms of helping Ninjas in Pajamas succeed.
Yeah, I mean, they took top esports to 3 games, and I know they didn't win that game 3, but he had an Akali that actually looked okay. It was into the Gwen, kind of an old counter pick. The solo kill was able to play decently well, and really it feels like he has been a breath of fresh air. I think that NiP have been able to play a few more champions in the top side with solo kill, as it really felt like Shanji outside of tank duty just wasn't good enough on this squad. Solo kill, he has been good enough for this team. I think opened up a few more picks, and solo kill overall has just been really solid. So cannot say enough good things about him, as he has really made a splash in the LPL.
It's not just solo kill though here on NiP. Of course, that big name in the mid lane, Doinb, being a big part of some of the success that Ninjas in Pajamas have also had in the second round robin, where they are 2-2, which is relatively pedestrian compared to what BLG have had to offer in this second stage of games. But compared to where NiP were at in the first round, definitely an upgrade. And yeah, Doinb has been very important, as he typically is, for either the team's wins or the team's losses.
Yeah, like, you found one of those Akali clips in the back half. I know it was a loss against top esports, but that draft was pretty tough to play, and solo kill actually almost really turned things around with Doinb, who, of course, in the mid lane, Doinb still playing a lot of his supportive champions. I think that his pool, it's unique to Doinb, but it has been good for NiP. I think that he has started to have, like, better Akali games. We haven't seen the Lee Sin in a little bit, which the Lee Sin mid hasn't exactly looked the best for Doinb, and again, continues to draw a lot of bans too, as Rise very commonly banned against NiP. Also, his Galio oftentimes denied, and rightfully so, as whatever Doinb is able to get out active on the map, he is a playmaker for better or for worse. So always makes him a joy to watch on the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to get into this series. I think that BLG in general, we should definitely give you guys the expectation that they are favored to win, just because, you know, they've won 5 in a row. The players on the roster definitely do stand out, but the fact that NiP was able to take that game against top esports, like, and they have also won series against both Weibo and FPX as of late, that, you know, you would consider them to be the favorites against them as recently as a couple of weeks ago. Like, part of me thinks that maybe Ninjas in Pajamas are here to maybe cause a little chaos here in our first matchup.
Again, like, with solo kill, they have looked like a much better team than where they were at in the standings, but so far BLG, again, with Beishuan, I think some of it was Beishuan. Like, Wei was not playing that great for the year. Really did put into question that offseason decision of, you know, why was it Wei over Shun? Obviously, at least on paper, made sense to have a jungler that might be able to play 4 lanes a little bit more, but Beishuan has really been stronger, and the fact that, of course, his original debut, as we have here, is some lore from Kelsey Moser behind the scenes. Beishuan actually debuted with FPX, and of course, with Doinb on the squad. And I know, Grapes, that wasn't exactly the best start for Beishuan, as now he is up against Doinb having a much better record, whereas originally, Beishuan debuting with FPX, it wasn't that hot.
Yeah, ended up kind of getting benched halfway through that
Yeah.
season. That's when Tian ended up coming back after Bo was a part of that roster. That was when FPX was kind of had a different jungler seemingly every week back in 2021. So Beishan was definitely a part of that, the original starter for that team. Where on the other side is take a bit of you're making sure you're hydrated before the start. That should be
Staying
a
healthy.
good sign as well. Yeah, the kombucha. I like to see that probiotics as
That plus coffee, man, might be an adventure up here, but you know we're ready to go for a long night.
Yeah, well, we got our commercial breaks between every game, so you'll have the time to go for that as well. The super subs for both of these teams making an immediate impact for them, and so that's kind of where we decided to put our featured matchup in terms of, you know, the players that we had our eyes on. But in terms of a specific lane, I feel like the mid lane is always going to be a fun one. You know, these are two players that we definitely highlighted coming in, Knight and Doinb, and they're also going to be our 1v1 matchup as the players walk out in just a couple of minutes.
Oh yeah, I mean I'm excited for that one. Of course, Knight versus Doinb. Doinb is that LPL midlaner who has actually hoisted that world championship trophy, right? Of course, Knight really feels like that's one of the few things, if not the only thing, that he has to add to his resume, which has been nothing but legendary here in the LPL. Of course, Split 1, the only split that Knight hadn't won in the last 2 years of play, as he won 4 splits before with 2 organizations, even made finals with top esports in that 22 summer before he had the run with both JDG and then BLG. So Knight definitely the guy to beat, but of course Doinb, LPL legend in his own right. And I believe also 2 players who are in that top 10 for most played LPL games of all time. I know that, of course, we had that graphic pop up. Congrats to Xiaohu, was the 2nd player in LPL history to hit that 1,000th game played marker. Really impressive in the career. But I think the cool part of the shocker of that one for me with LPL is that 9 out of the 10 players on the list were actually active. Yagao is the only one that's unactive in 10th, as he just recently retired, right? So it is crazy to think how many, you know, main standing and long-time LPL players are still competing at a high level.
Even somebody like Flandra on that list who took you know, some time off and now is back here with anyone's legend. Very cool situation to see for, you know, that we just get all these legends kind of in the space. I know in North America that's not necessarily the case anymore with that mass exodus that happened around COVID, but here in the LPL things definitely still are in that fashion with the legends, as you can see on your screen, still showing up and still playing here in this prestigious league. Doinb and NiP going up against Knight and BLG as we await for the walkouts and wait for that 1v1 between these 2 legendary mid laners.
Yeah, it will be a fun one. Of course, Doinb always has that 1v1 tech. Part of the reason why we see him play mid Lee Sin on stage is, of course, that's always a big champ that he plays on his stream. Of course, the iconic Doinb stream is... I will say, I think one of the better, or the more positive things for me, too, about the change for NiP, feels like it's been a happier Doinb that we've seen on stage. I know before it was some tough sledding for NiP. Doinb is always someone that kind of wears his heart on his sleeve, loves to be competitive with those big teams. It just felt like Doinb looked kind of depressed with Shanji in that last iteration of the roster. We've had a Doinb that's been a little bit more alive, a little bit more active, a little bit more emotive, what we're used to seeing here in the LPL. I'm excited to see if we get more of that today.
Yeah, and if you didn't think this series interesting enough, make sure you stay tuned for our second one, because it's about to be a crazy one as well, with JDG taking on Invictus Gaming. The last time that series happened in this first round robin of the group stage ended in maybe the craziest ending we've seen all season long. So if we get anything close to that, it's going to be an entertaining one. But this should also be fun. Again, NiP, the underdogs, but they have made a bit of that late season surge as the regular season is closing out. They still have some stuff to play for as well. You know, sitting at 4-9, they would love to potentially jump out of that top 9 or 10 if they can get to even the top 6, which is a little bit far away, but that could give them the opportunity to play against one of the teams in Group Ascend or Group Nirvana instead of Group Ascend once we get to that play-in stage, which is just a singular best of 5 that'll determine if you make it into the playoffs or not.
Yeah, seeding might matter for that a lot too, because if you're in the top half of that, or at least where NiP and I think a lot of teams should be pushing is to try and get to that 7 seed. As frankly, you'd face Thunder Talk at the 7th seed, and Thunder Talk right now don't look like the strongest team. Is we'll say shout out to Xiao Gren. He at least player that was really thrown into the fire. Yeah, he had a big Zyra game, right? It looked a little bit better in his last outing, so hopefully he continues to improve quickly. But until that really is the case, feels like Thunder Talk actually might be the team out of everyone that you want to face.
which is funny because there's 2 teams that are kind of like been put in the shame bin for so long, but now maybe you'll be a little bit more scared to play against them. I think overall it does mean that 5th, 6th, and 7th generally the preferable options in 8, 9, and 10, which obviously makes sense in terms of, you know, where you want to be in the standings. But here we are into the champ select here on the Howling Abyss. Knight against Doinb. Again, a lot of creative picks
They banned the
can
Pantheon.
potentially be available. The Pantheon
Yeah.
not going to be there for Doinb. I have some beef with Doinb Pantheon still from the placement stages because they played it in a game against FPX and he went like 0-10. It like didn't matter for his placements at all, but I had to watch through the whole game.
It's a Doinb special. Oh,
okay.
He's going back to Kled, man. Oh my goodness. God, I'm gonna go, but this is Rogue Warriors Doinb here, man. He used to play this mid for them, going way back. Of course, Doinb, a lot of champs he's been known for throughout the years. Thinking of Nautilus mid, thinking of course, the Rise. Kled was one of the first ones that he really made a name for on himself. As Knight does bust out the Yorick. We're gonna have to see how this one goes. Yorick, of course, did see some changes, but potential for Kled to actually get out of the W of Yorick if you have someone that you can E towards soon enough. Also, has heal cut, which is really good against Yorick too. So if he's able to connect those Bear Claws, Kled very lethal in the first few levels, and we'll see what Doinb is able to do.
This is a pick that we've seen, I believe, in the 1v1s by NiP. I think maybe even Shanji played it one time, and then I think Doinb played it.
They have the internal tech, man.
So yeah, this is a pick that they're familiar with for sure. So
yeah.
Well,
yeah.
And it's against the Yorick too, so it's a little bit. We get some variety here this time, which we haven't necessarily had.
It's a fun one. We'll see if he can take down the GOAT at the moment in Knight, who again Knight has been the mid laner and frankly the player to beat. If it wasn't for the crazy split that Kanavi was having, I might start making a case for Knight and MVP run, but at the moment I think Kanavi going to be the favorite for that one. But as we bust out onto the bridge here, Knight going to start with a Bramble Vest against Kled. So really trying to get some of that defense going and prevent some of the healing that Kled can do, which that's interesting. It is a lot of armor, but
here we go, onto the Abyss. Well, the heal cut could be there here for Knight and for Doinb, as you mentioned. As the Bear Trap on the rope already coming through. So the power of this Kled pick is you get a ton of base HP at the start of this, and of course the remount is going to help, especially in these situations where you really are playing specifically like for these kills. Now, I did a bit of cursory research, or just some brief research right as we were loading on, and Kled has been played 3 times in the 1v1 stages. It was all by NiP, and it was by 3 different players. Shanji, Doinb, and Leave all played this pick, and it's 2-1 in the 1v1s, with Shanji being the only one who lost on it. And you know what? Maybe that was part of the reason that Solikill's playing today.
What is Doinb doing to these guys behind the scenes with the Kled 1v1s, man? If everyone on that NP is playing it, we'll see if they can play to success. As Knight gonna go backwards.
Yeah.
Okay, good try there with the Q. Of course, was trying to flip backwards to catch up with Knight. He's looking for the ring.
Hold on. The minions! Oh, the ghouls are coming in! They're going to take him down. You don't get courage for killing those guys, as Knight gets the first kill in this one.
Oh, I think there's a world where if Doinb was able to dodge out on the E from Knight, he finds the remount and is actually okay. The fact that Knight picks that kill up, though, that is massive. As Doinb still in the death chambers, he's going to lose out on a cannon creep, and Knight crashing an enormous wave will pick up 2 plates.
Like, low-key, can we take the whole turret? I mean, like, maybe not. Doinb's pretty close, but...
High key and classic Kled flash, and we flipped the lane, and it didn't come up Kled's wave. So I think that we're in trouble now in the camp of Doinb.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like anything can still maybe happen, but that is a full Thornmail now picked up for Knight, so...
Jeez,
unkillable, maybe?
That's a no fun allowed item right there, man. A full Thornmail right off the bat. Just how about talk about anti-fun.
I thought we were trying to have fun. This is the 1v1s. We're playing Yorick in the 1v1s.
I mean, Doinb's picking Kled, of course, he's trying to have some fun. As let's see if Knight can thin the wave, but gotta believe with that first kill going over, that is step 1 towards BLG trying to select that red side, which has still been the Plio side here in the LPL.
In blue side. Been very OP.
Oh, yes, of course, blue. I was incepting myself into talking myself into more red side. I do think it's a little bit better on this new patch, but it's haven't seen it a lot yet as Doinb.
He's one auto from getting Scarl back, but that monster will never come. As Knight 2-0s Doinb in that matchup, and we'll give BLG most likely that blue side here for game 1.
Yeah, the player that has really felt like the Undertaker of the LPL, of course, taking the Gravedigger and putting Doinb down under there. So will be a likely blue side selection here for BLG. As we'll see. Yep, look at that. That was quick. I still wonder if they even make the other graphic, Grapes.
Yeah, well, choose blue. I don't know. If we ever see a choose red, that means we know that something has very, very much gone wrong, or somebody's maybe really trying some very unique strategies here, especially because we're in the true fearless format. Like, I think if there was no fearless and you could like kind of trade OPs back and forth throughout the whole draft and the whole series, I think that would give red side more value. But the fact that you only get to pick Rumble and Gwen once, or some of those OPs, like, that just makes blue side even more important.
Yeah, of course, blue side, every team has been picking blue side, and if you don't win the 1v1, then the side select does go to the losing team after that. So the fact that blue side sitting at a 57.7% win rate in LPL with everyone choosing it really does show that blue side has been OP in this league. I know it's not the case everywhere. LCK has a little bit more league parity, which is why I think that their red side win rate's higher. Whereas the LPL Grapes, well, it's been straight chaos. And blue side has been the resounding side, as of course you mentioned, Fearless Draft, get that first pick of Power Pick. As Doinb getting the jitters out before we get onto the stage. As he's bouncing a little bit over there.
Hey, I'd be bouncing too if you got my new team by my side, and doing better here in this second round robin than the first. As Ninjas in Pajamas, they were looking dire. I'm not gonna lie. Like halfway through the season, grim. I was like, oh gosh, like the team with like the reigning MVP, the team that like has all these like fun players on it and made it all the way to the playoffs, like they could be off to a bit of a sad situation. But luckily for them, things have rounded out a little bit. As let's get ready here for this game 1 draft.
All right, looks like a Wukong and a Xin ban early on here. Quite interesting. That I gotta say, like Wukong is definitely a tank buster. So curious if BLG maybe wants to start off with something a little bit tankier. Potential for an early Sejuani pick. Yeah, I was going to set that one up. So NiP going to use the last ban on that. And Grapes, with a lot of junglers being taken off the table here. A lot of OPs. You teased the Rumble. You teased the Gwen. And oh boy, looks like we're just going to yoink the Pantheon. So denying that from Doinb and Aki and the rest of NiP.
Interested to see the Nefiri prio kind of go down and down kind of as we've gone throughout the split too. I know that Beishuan maybe not the person on BLG that you want to necessarily give the ball in terms of carry potential, and so maybe the Pantheon makes some more sense for him, but still interesting to see it not kind of go unpicked, I should say, like throughout this first rotation.
Yeah, I gotta say, again, with that Panth first pick, I mean, Rumble plus Varus, that is a pretty good start here for NiP. Gotta imagine, though, that BLG, yeah, Talia's up, so that combo wasn't denied. They're going to have to deal with the double global, the point and click, and something that can really haunt Rumble and Varus in the side lane. I actually don't love the fact they didn't deny Talia there. I feel like there was a good opportunity to at least take that away from the Pan-Talia combo. Also, like the way that Pantheon can play into Talia too. And of course, Bin just going to pick up that Gwen. Really putting NiP on the clock early on, just given that they have a Rumble into Gwen matchup and also a poke Varus. So, frankly, NiP, if they pick up the Annie, I think Annie's in a really good state right now, Grapes, and would help NiP find that early game where they need to play fast, need to make plays with what's showing already.
Got some of those buffs here in this Spirit Blossom patch, meaning that this popped up a little bit in priority, specifically here in the LPL. I feel like we've seen it be played a lot here. Doinb, one of the pioneers behind it, at least early on in this second round robin of the LPL season. As heading into that second phase of bans, we're still looking for bot lanes here for BLG, and Beishuan, or Aki, I should say, likely needing to select a jungler here, so expecting some more pinching of that pool.
Yeah, he's really going to be running low here on champions, so curious to see what Aki ends up being able to even grab. This could be a game where you see like a sneaky Jarvan come in. I know that's something where you can at least kind of play out of the Pan-Talia combo. And of course, being able to Cataclysm Talia, some value in that too. Okay, Lucian removed. I like that. Trying to take away some of the pressure of the Varus. We'll still say I think Jhin gets a lot of value this game. So I'm expecting that to be the pick for Elk. Good range into Rumble Annie. And the Varus would be able to play off the double globals of BLG quite nicely too. Yeah, that Nefiri taken away. And we're really going down the list of what has to be an AD jungle pick here for Aki. Again, no chance they take magic damage in the jungle with the Rumble and the Annie showing. I guess you could Alistar now if you really want to, but would be the one power pick support that you can at least grab or take away. And yeah, it's going to be the case here for PP God.
Yeah, if you're prioritizing, making sure that that doesn't get taken away by On here in this next phase, like you already know that they're not going to be selecting another jungler more than likely. So picking that one up early is going to be beneficial. The Kalista has been, very strong kind of the whole season, but has since recently been a little bit more popular, as there's still a lot of options on the table for BLG to select. The AD carry pool did get pinched just a little bit, but it's going to be the Jhin here for Elk, which is, a pretty solid pick and able to crowd control chain alongside that Taliyah Pantheon combo.
Yeah, I like Rakan here too. Just keep that range advantage and try and use that for BLG. I think that's fine. Rakan has a couple people that you can piggyback off of. Also really good setup for the Taliyah combo as well. So for me, this makes sense for BLG. Grabbing Nautilus too. That's fine. Point and click later on. So I think either of those options were fine. The fact that Rakan can only piggyback off one was right. And again, talking about jungle picks, Jarvan, I might be the only pick left, Grapes. I really think that we're going to see more Jarvan when we get into best of fives as champions in an okay state. I just think it has to be picked later on. And you at least have that R to get on top of Taliyah, on top of Jhin. So chance for Aki and NiP to make plays. And look, you got a hot pot combo. Throw some Tibbers on top of there. Alistar can follow up. The wombo is real if you are NiP. Bin has a way to get out of that with going immune. But man, if they can connect with the backline of Taliyah Jhin, could be really positive. That said, in the downtime, the threat of the Pantheon Global, the Taliyah Global as well, something very real that NiP is going to have to be worried about, because if they are down TPs, there'll be a lot of plays in the map that will be unanswerable for them going up against BLG.
Yeah, I really like that point that you make there. The time between the neutral objective fights, right, where people are farming, people are in side lanes kind of isolated. That's where you can use that Taliyah Pantheon. You can follow up with the Deadly Flourish from Jhin, the Curtain Call from long range. And then Gwen's going to be a really good split pusher on her own right. So BLG, that's what they're looking for, finding picks and making sure that they are able to get themselves ahead and before these neutral objectives do spawn. Because if they don't, that Wombo from NiP is going to be big, especially against their immobile backline carries.
Yeah. I think that's a good call. I expect a lot of focus up towards Bin early on, because Gwen, if Gwen gets big, can break the game. And meanwhile, expect some attention mid with Doinb playing the Annie. Level 3 camp ganks mid with Annie, very real. As Annie, with all the changes, does a lot more damage. And with that Tibbers rework, it really feels like a power pick in the meta now, as she can truly make some people go boom, including that Taliyah mid. So expecting some focus there for sure.
Yeah, the mid jungle going to be fascinating here. What can Beishwan and Knight kind of do with this combo? It's been so powerful, very easy to execute as well. As BLG have the longest active win streak currently in the LPL. Have not lost since the second round robin began. Have not lost since Beishwan has joined the roster. But they're going up against NiP, which means things can be very unpredictable. Onto the Rift here for game number 1 of this best of 3 series, as I don't really know how PP God didn't get rooted there. I'm not going to lie.
The W was skilled after the damage came in. That's how.
Wow. The more you know.
Yeah. So, bit of an oopsie.
So the mark doesn't apply if you don't have it leveled up.
Yes. If it's on cooldown. If you don't have a level into it, technically on cooldown. Today you won.
Yeah, I feel like I think I played like 2 Jhin games in my life. So, you know what?
Okay.
That's what I get for it.
And my beef with the solo queue tracker, it might continue here. I really feel like the scaling is better here for BLG, as Jhin, if Jhin is to go for that IE or the crit build, will especially help. Also Bin, ability to break the late game. But I do think that it does really speak to the damage, the upfront damage that you can have with an Annie, and the combo that NiP is going to have, which will be very real and very dangerous. Thinking of the Jarvan, Annie, and Rumble. Again, that hot pot combo with the Tibbers on top, that's going to be pretty sweet if NiP is able to connect.
Yeah, and I just take a quick look at the runes as well, kind of adding to that point of early game domination, mid game domination for NiP. We see Leave with the Hail of Blades, which is signifying that we're going to get that lethality build. And that's going to be a pretty interesting or a pretty big. It's always a thing that we have to figure out as we start things off here. And it does mean that NiP could be a bit stronger in the laning phase. However, as I say, that level 2 is hit first by Elk and On. And On has been really on point, I should say, in finding these dredge lines, finding these picks, and both of the bot laners for NiP are at half HP.
Yeah, good use of that Nautilus early on. As the Naut and Alistar match, of course, Alistar level 1, bit of a stinker champ, and frankly, the first couple levels you are. Beishuan might be looking to capitalize as he's going to show his face up towards Aki. Likely going to have to smite this one away. Does so successfully, but even just forcing the Jarvan out like this, that's a free dive bot now if they want to take it or threaten it. That said, On has rotated up as well, and looks like a no play here for BLG. So no play on the dive and no play here on the Doinb, but hey, we save Knight from that level 3.
Look at this. Our Twitch predictions
Doinb,
are
man.
favoring ninjas in pajamas.
Everyone's an NiP fan at the end of the day. Is Aki actually going to sneak around Beishuan?
Wow.
And
going for a bit of a double invade here off the sides. I wonder if each jungler kind of knows what the other are up to. I feel like at this point they have to, right? But
well,
this is very sneaky. However, I think it's favorable for BLG
dangerous.
because On is here, and looks like PP God is still, of course, on that bot side. How far is Aki willing to take this? He's gonna go for a reset here. Looks like he will.
Yeah, doesn't want to take the wolves, as if he stuck around towards that or after, Beishuan might be able to get back in his face. Well played from Beishuan. Again, Pantheon is so damn strong, level 3. So just understands that, hey, if he's up in the face of Jarvan, likely no way that Jarvan can win that fight. So just given that On was up here as well, brute forced his way to getting 2 red buffs this game, which I think is really nice for BLG. Again, not taking more than what they can get, but just given the draft and given that On walked up as well, that's a freebie, and Aki had to respect it. So no red buff for Aki in the first clear.
Yeah, you get kind of similar trades in terms of the number of camps that you take, but without the red buff, less clear speed, which is already tough for Jarvan in the early game. Not that Pantheon is that much better with it, but just less combat power overall when you're trying to go for those early ganks, which you haven't necessarily seen from Aki so far.
He's going to get double crab too, because that ward just spotted him go take his Krug. So after the Raptors, you got to imagine that Beishuan's going to get in here with his bot lane pushing and be able to take the double crab. So just overall, well played from BLG as they turned that bot lane priority into something good for the jungler.
And again, early game is where we were hoping to see NiP have some success, and if they could jump out to that early lead, maybe that means that BLG could be in a little bit of danger. But the fact that we're at a point where things are relatively even in terms of the game state and no kills have gone over, I think if you're a fan of Billy Gaming, you're feeling pretty happy about that.
Yeah.
As we're waiting, of course, for these first objectives to start off. A reminder that on the Spirit Blossom patch, no grubs until 8 minutes, which means that we're not going to probably see these rotations until a little bit later on.
Yeah, we'll say I think 6s are really important for NiP in terms of trying to get that early game going for them. As On hits another really nice dredge line. They're going to take advantage of the trade into Alistar as they take Alistar down quite low.
And Elf takes a little chunk as well, so nicely done there to respond by both Leave and PP God. I think Leave overall has had some pretty solid stats and looking like one of the best AD carries statistically. And, we can see some of that here in game as well, but with the team's record not being as good, maybe going a little bit under the radar, but I feel like he's going to be somebody that pops up on some all-pro ballots when those eventually get finished up at the end of the regular season.
Maybe. We'll see. I do think there's sometimes more opportunity for Leave, just given how NiP plays. Again, Doinb oftentimes playing the more supportive champions if he can mid. Can open up more space or just higher damage numbers for Leave overall. Don't want to take away from Leave in the season that he's had, but I do think that it definitely is a sign of NiP's playstyle. Speaking of plays, Beishuan looking mid, but the shield from Annie going to get her out of the combo from Knight, and Beishuan being spotted means that NiP actually dodges out on that timer. Might just find the dragon timer for themselves. I don't think this is contestable. The threat of Annie at level 6 is going to be too great, and NiP going to brute force this dragon down successfully.
Yeah, and BLG seems like they already knew that wasn't going to happen. They're rotating Elk now to the top side alongside On to get themselves a early start to this play around the set of Void Grubs. Equalizer used by Solo Kill. He's going to reset and head back down to the bot lane to try to match Bin, most likely, as we see Leave already taking his reset and making sure that he is in that position as well. Again, these grubs, because there's only one spawn on them, become more of an issue to fight over. Teams are less willing to just give them all up.
Yeah.
In opposition to, you know, the splits past when we had 2 spawns.
I will say I like this rotation for BLG just because I think taking Rumble away from this grub fight is important. Rumble, of course, so strong at 6. That equalizer could really change the fight. So I think Bin coming down here is smart for a couple of reasons, as they would jail Solo Kill, who doesn't have a TP available if he wants to join the fight. And now BLG, the fight for them, I think dodging out on the Annie combo is going to be really imperative, as... Ooh, they were able to spot out that ward, so Doinb doesn't have to show. And, okay, yeah, he's just going to recall or walk away in the fog. They don't see him hovering bot, though, which I think is kind of nice for NiP again. If he was seen hovering bot, opportunity for BLG to get a lot more control over here.
Oh, Aki, oh, the EQ, it goes wide thanks to the seismic shove. The flash over the wall is going to prevent that curtain call from landing, but Knight will follow with the threaded volley and pick up first blood for BLG.
It's not good for Aki. Again, I really think that there's an opportunity here for NiP to fight like Jarvan 6, Annie 6 and change. It's really powerful for NiP, but Aki gets stuck. He gets caught out, and now there's no chance for NiP to get anything more than maybe a sneaky grub on the back half of PP God.
Or maybe a kill onto Knight. Nicely dodged away from as PP God goes forward. There's the Tibbers, and Doinb will make it an even trade. Now it is 2 grubs picked up for BLG, but NiP looking to finish this one off, and as you say, kind of yoink one away from Billy Gaming. So overall, a nice response here for Ninjas Pajamas of BLG. In general, are feeling happy about how that went.
Yeah, good find. Good engage from PP God and Leave as that flash ended up connecting into the chain kill. Tibbers being thrown down. Maybe a little bit of overkill, but that's okay. Got the job done as they were able to sneak away 1 grub, of course. Now, that doesn't deny the objective feat from being secured by BLG in the new season. 2-for-1 grubs that will count for an objective feat. Wasn't the case in the last season, so I think BLG okay with that. And again, even gold game, and BLG did dodge out on one of the windows where a level 6 fight is very scary for NiP. I think BLG, the next few minutes, going to be important that they can dodge out on those big Annie combos or that big fight. And then also, this is the point of the game where a Weaver's Wall or a Grand Starfall could be really impactful with finding a numbers advantage for themselves.
PP God gets caught trying to hold that wave for Leave, ends up taking a good portion of his HP, but ends up accomplishing his original goal, which is to allow for Leave to pick up as much CS as possible, try to deny a plate away from Elk. And so, you know, where we sit right now, approaching that 10-minute mark, it is BLG up about 300 gold, but not really too impactful at the moment, as we're, you know, eyes now turn to Beishuan and Knight. They are setting a bit of a look towards the top side.
Yeah,
this could be big danger.
Yeah. This is going to be a conversion.
It's just easy combo there. Yeah, they caught PP God going back, and so that's just an easy kill.
Again,
Knight?
Okay, Knight hit with the TP out. Wow, that was close. Again, PP God, because he held that wave, he was chunked out. That's all that BLG needed to connect to that play on the top side. Meanwhile, though, NiP going to try and answer bot. Blast cone over. Bin in trouble.
Yeah, but Ben has the exhaust, he has the ultimate. He's also 3 levels ahead of where Leave was. This could be a little bit more difficult. Already dashing away from the equalizer and that cataclysm. But the Tibbers on top is going to make sure that Ben stays right where he is and drops down, as NiP do find the response they were looking for.
They could look for more, too. PP God's here.
The wave has been taken down, though. It's going to be a little bit dangerous as PP God dashes in first. Depth charge will knock up 2, but the Unbreakable Will is going to keep PP God available for a long time. Feats of Warfare secured for Ninjas in Pajamas as they take down Beishuan and will be able to get on out. So NiP getting 2 kills on that exchange on the bot side.
Really big walkout. The fact that no one hit on and grabbed aggro enabled NiP to walk out actually very cleanly, as that was a well-played fight from them. Able to turn that original kill into a little bit more under the turret, utilizing that Alistar ultimate very well. And I think NiP very happy with how that goes. The real question is, of course, they did burn some ultimates for that fight. Will not be up for the Dragon. So can BLG maybe sneak that one away? As the ultimate economy very low for each of our teams. We'll say, I think that favors BLG a little bit. Their opportunities to set up a pick, really nice, and they don't exactly need ults for that. It can just be a flash from Beishuan and a combo with Knight. So I think NiP do have to be a little bit wary as they try and wait for these R keys to come back up. But if they can buy that time and get those ultimates back up, I think a Dragon fight is still very favorable for them at this point.
It's just not going to be enough time, though, as Beishwan
Yeah.
is going to start it up immediately, knowing that those
Good from
ultimates are
BLG.
down. Because, yeah, I mean, if NiP don't have those R buttons, like, that's basically the whole premise of the composition that we talked about in draft, right? So that means that they are much, much weaker. However, I think they're, in general, okay with the fact that they're able to pick up a couple of kills, most notably Doinb, currently sitting at 2-0-1, has the completed Malignant. So having him be able to get that ultimate damage continuing to ramp up is going to be very good. And remember, they already picked up that first dragon, so not much really to risk right now in terms of giving over that soul. As you can already see, the power of Tibbers and the power of Doinb going on to Beishwan as he just goes way too far into the enemy jungle.
I mean, folks, Doinb is fed, and there's a reason that the child's been climbing in priority in both LCK and LPL, as a Knight actually sidesteps the chain of corruption. Important that he did, as he was flashless, and that connects, he would have fallen. It's a good clicks from Knight, but again, Doinb 3-0-1 on this Annie, and all the changes that we've seen to Annie. We've seen how much damage she can do and in the early stages of the game. Doinb already hitting like a truck, and God, you gotta imagine by the second item too, that's not gonna be any different. Again, BLG, they need time, they need items to be able to get some luxury items in, just more levels to survive the burst, the upfront damage of the Annie.
That's when you can really see the power of, like, you know, what the buffs or what the patch notes really did kind of in person. Like, I feel like a lot of the time I see, like, you know, 10 damage added to somebody's Q, and I'm like, okay, sure, that makes them a little stronger, but it's really hard to notice.
It was 30 damage rank 5. It's 270 now with the 80% AP ratio, man.
You can tell that the anti-damage is a lot stronger than it used to be, or just it's just strong in general because Doinb is hitting already.
Anybot infiltrated the system of Riot Games. As solo kill, trying to set up for Bin.
Yeah, it's not going to be a solo kill here on to Bin, but should likely be one anyway, as Aki's here as well. Nice tech here from Aki. He throws out the flag just to make sure he gets the assist gold, and that means that NiP are 5-2 over BLG.
First brick race likely going to be lost here by NiP as Knight's cleaning up that bot turret. But still good rotations coming out from NiP. They've made some positive plays. Again, we haven't seen that big team fight Wombo, but overall, they do have the slightly stronger early game comp, and they have been the ones using it better as I wide. Wow, okay, 14 was passed. Didn't matter that it was no plates taken for NiP on the top side. They melt that turret with more numbers, secure that feat and feats overall for themselves as NiP continues to make some good plays in the Rift here in Game 1 against BLG.
And again, emphasizing that while NiP has looked better with solo kill as a part of their roster, BLG has looked much better with Beishwan as a part of their roster. So overall, you know, looking at the rosters, looking at the scores and the records, we were definitely favoring BLG coming into this series over NiP. They took a game off of Top Esports just a couple of days ago. They also beat Weibo 2-0, as well as some other wins kind of scattered throughout, including their win over FPX yesterday. So if they continue this and they continue to have a good performance against BLG, it's a very good sign here for the second round robin with this new set of 5.
Doinb sprinting down the river, has him blast cone.
He's forced to go forward. They land the seismic shove out of PP God, but the Unbreakable Will is going to keep him very much alive. Doinb just eliminates him with the Tibbers, and it's already a 1-0 in favor of Ninja's Pajamas. PP God flashing away from the third shot. The fourth shot will find its mark, and now Leave is getting singled out by Bin, who has come into the fight and immediately made an impact here, taking down the Varus. And now Aki is in some trouble as well, as the gaps will begin to close. He flag and drags out, but Doinb's still alive. That Tibbers is still doing some work, and solo kill's now overheated, and they'll get the kill in on to the Gwen. It's a 1-for-1 in that extended fight, and overall Ninjas in Pajamas still feeling good and still skirmishing.
Yeah, 3-for-3 overall. Doinb continues to be fed out of his mind. Did give over a shutdown there, but sitting at 6-1-6 on the Annie. Looks like it's a Seekers, so going Zanya's next, so a little bit of utility. Kept that flash up for the next fight. Again, expect these to be big Tibbers coming up. But frankly, again, this point of the game, I think BLG surviving that fight, going even in a 3-for-3. It's okay. They preserved the vast majority of their summoners. So, of course, Aki, Leave, PP God, they all burned Flash, whereas it was only Beishwan who was missing Flash, still has it up, and is going to look for more plays as Leave flashless.
What an aggressive play here on to Leave, but as you say, no Flash, and that means that he's going to be in a lot of trouble. The Equalizer coming down from solo kill to try to burst some damage down onto the BLG numbers, but it's already a double kill for Elk. It's going to be a triple kill for Elk as Aki falls, and just as we were singing NiP's praises, Billy Gaming find a tremendous fight in the mid lane.
The semi-globals were up, the flashes were down, NiP's bot lane falls in the mid lane as Doinb and Solo Kill couldn't rotate in time to help out with the play, and frankly, they were too far up and not respecting the globals.
Oh, and now Solo Kill, why are we standing there? He gets hooked up by On, has the flash on out of there. The Tibbers is going to do some work and chunk out BLG, but it will not find a kill. As NiP suddenly falling apart. Oh, solo kill. Gets hit by that flourish.
That was actually close, too. Keep in mind, that's a collector on the Jhin. So that was actually kind of close to going down there, being that dopamine kill. That said, BLG, they're going to take the Herald. They're going to take top outer. Gotta imagine that Dragon falls in the back half to NiP. As we get another look, this is the original fight. As On is going to get blown up here, I think that Doinb overkilled him. I don't know if dropping Tibbers was actually the best call there. You might have been able to find a bigger ult early on, or later on in the fight, as NiP forced the kite away from the curtain call. Lee was in a really tough spot given the angle of Bin, and solo kill just with no TP and no equalizer ends up being late to the fight. I think that's why it ended up being even for BLG overall. As again, NiP, the stronger team on paper going into that fight, but with no solo kill, it was BLG able to fight the majority of that one with more members, get out with a 3-for-3. Now, after that last pick, have full control over the map. As PP God's going to eat a chunk. They're going to reset the Dragon, but get a crash mid, and that's mid outer fallen.
Yeah, and so now BLG feeling very comfortable about their game state right now, and a lot of it is just the skill shots they've been able to connect with both Knight and On. Those dredge lines finding every target seemingly, as Aki goes over with the Hex Gate, and it looks like Ninja Pajamas do want to try to find a fight. Flag and Drag lands on Elk, but there's no follow-up as the rest of the team is very far away. Instead, their target will turn towards the Talia as the Cataclysm will force Knight to flash away. Here comes that curtain call. Aki with the Flag and Drag, the 4-shot not going to be able to find him. And I think overall, NiP feeling very happy about this so far. Knight goes over with the Weaver's Wall. Will find the combo and take Aki down. And with no jungler, Ninjas in Pajamas are going to feel very risky to start up that Dragon.
Doinb has flash.
So instead, mid lane is going to be controlled by BLG. Equalizer comes out as the fight looks like it still wants to be continued here by Ninjas in Pajamas. But that is all that they will find.
Ishwan's actually portaled his way back towards the Dragon. Crab is secured right now for NiP. This game started to get a little bit hectic. But this BLG winning out in the end is a Knight has done a really nice job playing janitor in these fights, Grapes. A couple of Weaver's Walls to clean up some kills, whether it's Leave being flashless and having that free 2-for-0 that got BLG the initial lead, or just hunting Aki in the back half of that one, removing the smite, and he hope a Dragon into the fight where NiP actually won out on the health bar ward. So if Aki was able to get some health back by using jungle privilege on a couple camps that were up, real threat for the Dragon for NiP. That play, though, from Knight secures the Dragon for his own team.
Yeah, I mean, the skill shots from everybody have just been hitting, whether it's the seismic shoves, there's dredge lines for On, even though he goes down here. I mean, that just pure execution, I think, that is helping BLG win these fights.
I really actually like the angle that Aki took and that initial fight from NiP. I think that was decent, but of course, Aki not able to retreat with the team given the curtain call, got split up and taken down by a good Weaver's Wall from Knight. Has now been
making a play down here. However, Doinb gets hooked up by the dredge line. Tower aggro still being put in by PP God, which means that NiP will be safe for now. However, here comes Beishuan, the Grand Starfall, as well as a Comet Spear is going to take PP God down. Aki forced to go forward, forced to try to slow down the assault of Billy Gaming, but it will not happen. Elk with a deadly flourish will collect another kill onto Aki, and Leave tried his best to find a response. That's going to be another one on to On, but there's the seismic shove. Leave is down, and only the Soul Laners are surviving here for NiP. The second shot will find solo kill, and the fourth will find Doinb. It's an ace picked up for Billy Gaming.
Oh, Elk just posterized them in the shooting gallery there in the back half, as I thought the equalizer in the back half of the fight almost split the fight in favor of BLG as Elk falls to the Otacon, but I gotta say, still did enough work in this one to make sure it was BLG who came out on top. Elk now sitting at 7-1-5, and the big benefactor of some of these hectic fights. As BLG couldn't secure the early Otacon. We'll have to make their way out of there, but hey, do so with a pretty nice fight win.
That Otacon got some hands. He's not here to mess around as Elk actually goes down and gives a shutdown over to Doinb, by the way. So not worth it to start that objective up immediately on spawn. It looks so tasty. It looks so doable, but not really here. As we see another look at this one.
Doinb gets hooked up by On, because Doinb is trying to get within the Hollowed Mist to actually throw a combo out and kill Bin. The fact that he was interrupted by On meant that no CC could come down on the Doinb. Does a nice job with the Zhonya's here to actually buy time and get himself out of that one. Oh, Beishuan actually got out of the chain of corruption with the W forward. I know he went down, but that's pretty nice. And then, again, this fight, like, Leave steps up, finds a kill. This is really good from Leave. I thought the equalizer was decent here. Like, Knight's taking a lot, but Elk was able to step up. Finds the fourth shot, connects a few autos onto Leave, and then, man, the shooting gallery here, 4 for 4.
4 for 4.
Yeah, sitting pretty there. Well played by Elk. and BLG as they found the fight, and Elk gives away a gift after that one. He
Like,
couldn't
I
free
got
his way
too,
back
I got
up,
too
you know?
fed.
Yeah.
I need to make it a little even.
We've all been there. He's like, oh, if I could just sneak out and hit the wave, and Doinb, of course, like, oh, I just got 800 gold. All right, let's go.
Checked his pockets. He got a small donation. He wasn't sure exactly from where, but then now he's 7-2-4 instead of 6-2-4.
Yeah, is working on some of that Magic Pen, of course. One of the big changes to Annie, percentage Magic Pen now in the R. So it goes from 10 to 20 with every point you put in. Of course, at level 6, that's a pretty nice spike. So Doinb going to look to have some pen on top of that with the Void Staff. And we'll see if the Annie can continue to do that big boom boom damage, because I think people at home have seen why Annie has really risen in priority in this game. Again, that initial burst damage, that combo is very lethal after some of the changes and the lots of love that Riot has showed Annie in the last few patches.
Yeah, you know, whenever you see Annie in the competitive meta, that means the champion's pretty strong. You know, one of the more recent times that we did see it was back, you know, when, speaking of the LPL, like Cryin on RNG was you know, whipping it out at SI, helping them find some success there. And you know, now we're seeing it again in 2025 with Doinb piloting it here. As we have the Dragon spawning in a minute, but it looks like the Otacon may be the priority here for BLG. They're really setting themselves up around it. And now NiP, who have this Wombo combo focused composition, feel scared to go in because they know they're very far behind in terms of gold at this point.
Also, don't have Doinb connected yet. He was cleaning up that bot wave, and they're going to try to retreat and connect with him. As yeah, Doinb's going to find his way in. Good job by NiP to really hold this. This is a comfort area for Varus. That line that Leaf has can usually poke very safely from that. We're going to go back into some old red side Varus logic. Hold LS point that I very much liked, as red side definitely benefits him and how he's able to hold some of the chokes and poke from behind. So Leaf going to do best to at least take advantage of that, as the Dragon standoff 20 seconds before, it looks like BLG used some of that extra time to actually find a last second reset. Did lead to a Black Cleaver completion for Beishwan, which is significant.
Yeah, and taking a look at the items overall, I mean,
Infinity
BLG in a great position right now.
Yeah.
10 stacks on the book for Knight. Elk has 3 complete items, including the Rapid Fire Cannon and the Infinity Edge. So, going to be hitting like a truck and from far distances. And that means that control around these major objectives is going to be very good. I mean, you can already see the control ward setup that BLG have around here. So NiP going to have to try to force their way in. They already land a Chain of Corruption on the Beishwan, but he doesn't take a whole chunk of damage as he dodges his way away from that piercing arrow. And now the re-engage can begin here for Billy. Billy, at least a little bit. PP God has already popped the Unbreakable Will, but he's taken half of his HP bar. And with that expiring, it means that NiP are just going to run for the hills and allow for the Drake to go over to BLG.
Yeah, I really didn't like that equalizer onto Beishwan. Again, has the E and has the flash. So Beishwan burning flash to eat, I mean, pretty much Varus R and Rumble R at the end of the day is well worth it for BLG. And as you called out, Grapes, no chance for NiP to contest the Dragon. Maybe a chance for them to contest the Otacon, as a couple minutes later, it does a lot less damage. BLG does a lot more damage to it. And NiP, yeah, they're going to TP in, wall cut off.
Oh, it cuts off half the members here of NiP. That means the Otacon will surely go over, as Aki was unable to get into the pit. But
Doinb.
now NiP looks like they want to fight a little bit. Doinb only lands the tippers onto On. He will go down, but what can the response look like for BLG with Elk and Bin so untouched in the backline? They completely are going to wipe out NiP. They stun up Beishwan, but the fourth shot will come through and lock PP God down. It's another double kill for Elk as Leave. Oh my god, Leave, he flashes forward and picked up a triple kill, taking down 2 members, and it's a 1-for-1 on the map right now. Knight chasing down Leave. Surely he's able to find it. Eventually an ace picked up here for Billy, but Leave just saved that fight for NiP.
Hero play from Leave, does burn the flash and gets some gold, but it's BLG walking away with both objectives. So Otacon secured, Soul Point for a Hextech Soul secured as well. They're the ones winning in the back half. And man, Bin, I know that he went down early in that fight, but he took up so much space and did so much damage. It made the rest of this fight really easy for Elk and Knight. And so let's take another look. Again, Doinb gets hooked early. I was concerned that he was going to go down. Was able to buy a lot of time with the Zanyas, but again, back half of this, Bin takes up so much space here, melts the Rumble. Doinb has to flash to kill the Gwen, who does fall to Beishwan at the end. And because Bin and Beishwan created so much chaos, Elk and Knight were able to operate through that fight untouched, as it took heroics from Leave to even make this one look close.
He was 3 levels down to Elk on that play, and in a 1v3 situation was able to stack up the Blight stacks and line up that empowered piercing arrow beautifully to take down both him and Beishuan at the same time. Really nice stuff from Leave, who again is on this lower ranked team, but the stats do not lie. This guy has been one of the better AD carries here in the LPL when he's able to really contribute here in these later game fights. And now 5-5-5 on the Varus. However, the rest of NiP still
Flashless.
not in a great spot as Doinb doesn't have his flash. Gonna have to try to fight his way out of this one. He pops his Zanyas to maybe buy some time as Aki and the rest of NiP are on the way, but they are very far out to try to support their mid laner, and Doinb will go down. PP God gonna try to continue the exchange, and it actually is enough to take down On. So a 1-for-1 so far. Flag and Drag lands on the Bin, but the Needlework is doing a lot of damage, and Bin is healing up a ton, all the way back to full HP as Aki's down to 20%, and that means that BLG can now turn maybe their sights over to the Baron Nashor.
Yeah, PP God couldn't connect with the combo onto Bin as Bin on the Gwen was able to slip on out of that one. Doinb doesn't have TP for when he spawns, and Aki's quite low as BLG with Vision is going to continue to poke. PP God with no ult, or late ult, goes down.
He thought he could survive through that initial poke.
Yeah.
With the support item durability, with everything, but the power, this combo, the pick potential here that BLG have really in full display.
I really like what they're doing in the Alistar too, because you have seen them use Jhin Talia to just force Alistar ultimates out, and it still feels like Alistar just popping the R is at half. That time didn't choose to pop the R and went down for his sins. So that kind of resets the map for BLG. And again, this game's been hectic. It's been a bit back and forth, but this is where the scaling of BLG is going to kick in. Again, ignore that solo queue graph from
yeah, well, I was going to say, what do you mean scaling? 52%
at the start.
NiP, right?
It was supposed to be a 52% NiP win, but I'm looking at these champions. We're looking at this game. We feel like it's BLG that are going to outscale. As, yep, there goes Doinb.
Yeah.
Flashless, Sanya's in the side lane, and he's going to fall to the double global combo of BLG.
And that's the power of this combination. When you saw it get locked in, it's both the semi-globals and the easy-to-execute crowd control burst chain that you can utilize with the W into the Unraveled Earth. And so now, BLG have that numbers advantage again. Baron is still up. Dragon spawning in less than a minute, and that'll be Soul for Billy if they can pick it up.
Screw the Baron. You just play for Hextech Soul if you're BLG. Again, you grab Hextech Soul with a Talia, with a Jhin on the team. And that just might be GG. And frankly, looking at Jin's items, shout out to Elk. He didn't go for the weak-ass Jhin build with the Omus and the RFC, man. We went for the manly build. It's a Coactor, it's an IE. Again, the scaling, their ability to outscale on IP with this build, it is very real when you decide to go for these items on the Jhin. So we have seen Elk really start to do some boom damage in the back half of these fights. Helps out with the fact that he feels like those curtain calls have been heat-seeking missiles early on, as they have only found the backs of NiP and kept BLG out ahead.
Yeah, as they say on NBA Live, he's on fire right now, finding those shots.
That's NBA Street, man.
Or NBA Street, NBA Jam.
Yeah.
Those kind of games. Either way, those shots have been hitting, and that means NiP in a bit of a dangerous situation. We keep finding these combos onto On, and that is good, but is it great? The fourth shot, it will land onto Aki, as again, I don't think Elk missed a single one of those, albeit not necessarily as impactful. But now the Dragon is up, and it's a 45 on the map for the next 25 seconds for NiP.
On didn't get Dredgeline off, or I guess he did get his R off there, but wasn't able to trade out for as much more. We have seen On go down early, catching some of these combos, and it has been enough for his team to actually overcome the rest of the fight, but of course BLG weren't quite in position, but they're trying to fix that now.
Oh, Weaver's Wallet cuts Aki off, the Dragon's at 4,000 HP, Beishuan can get into the pit, and he steals it away! The new pickup here for Billy is able to secure their team the Hextech Soul. And even in a 4v5 situation, even with Beishuan going down, that is a big win here for BLG. Elk goes down to Doinb, though. That's another chunk of gold into the Annie's pockets. But if you're BLG, you're feeling very happy that you're able to steal that one away.
I think you have to look Baron right now if you're NiP. Again, you just lost Hextech Soul. There's no AD, no jungler on the map. Rip the Baron, see what happens. I think this is a tough game for NiP to win later on. So yeah, I think burning anything and everything you have in your kit to try and make this one connect is the right play. Doinb though.
Oh, okay. Tibbers not going to find anything here. PP God, he goes over the Hex Gates. He still has his ultimate available. Going to go and flash forward for a 3-man pulverize and headbutt Bin straight to his doom. It's solo kill to pick up the kill. But now Beishuan is back up. Beishuan has that Grand Starfall, and he can come right back into the Baron pit. But NiP have no choice. They have to continue the aggression. They have to keep moving. They have to try to find something. but now the health bar's too low, and with that Grand Starfall available, it might be too little too late. Solo Kill flashes away from the seismic shove, and now it's BLG who have tempo on the map.
Good defense from Knight, just kiting back and utilizing the Talia rocks, the unraveled earth. It was enough to make sure that BLG prevented that Baron, and I really feel like this gets BLG back in control of the game. I know it's close on the scoreboard, but they have the Hextech Soul in their inventories, Grapes. And you gotta believe that it's just gonna be more and more difficult for NiP to actually make ground, cover ground on the Rift, and contest stuff like the Baron or like an Elder that's gonna spawn 4 minutes from now, as we're gonna get another look. Beishwan with this steal. I mean, Aki goes for the combo. I think it's just the smite didn't even connect from Aki. It was just Beishwan at 1700. Got the smite and utilized the passive to get the crit secure on that dragon.
He buffered the Comet Spear through the stun of the Incinerate that Doinb threw out. That is incredibly impressive from this player as it secures BLG, that Hextech Soul, and now NiP, they're still hovering around here, around this Baron. They know that they have the ultimate combo. They have the wombos that they can throw out, but they have to be very careful to avoid getting picked off one by one. And now, getting picked maybe is Beishwan. He gets chunked to 40% HP. And NiP, this is how they win these games, Cubby. Even if it looks like they're in bad situations, a couple of team fights that go their way can result in the enemy Nexus falling.
I mean, NiP, always a team. If it's a Doinb team, yeah, and you're going to show grit and play to the bitter end, NiP definitely embodies a lot of that spirit that we've seen with past teams of Doinb as well, as they try and fight their way out of this one. Again, I think the game's within their reach, but BLG, for me, with or without Hextech Soul, would be favored at this point of the game, so the fact they have it, this is one of the best souls that you can connect with in a game, so we'll see if they can make good use of it. I think it's going to be very difficult for NiP to break a Hextech Soul Talia team. It's so tough to get through Talia and find her in fights later on in the first place. And again, with some of the gold, those luxury items being available for Knight, Banshee's Veil, and a Seekers, going to make it even harder for Doinb to find those one-shots, which, of course, that's where a lot of the strength of Annie lies. So I think BLG is still in good shape, as Elk did sell the Control Ward and picked up a VF Sword, so he's getting closer to max items, too. And with the inventory that he has, might be a similar item level as Leave, at least in terms of what he has, but his items much more expensive and more valuable in the Kid of Jin. So Elk, again, very quietly has had himself a very big game.
I mean, yeah, really popping off here so far in this game number one. I feel like going into our pregame, we didn't really talk much about Elk, which feels a little bit disrespectful for one of the better 80 carries in the league, but there's so many other storylines that we wanted to hit on, but he's making sure he's making his presence known here in this first game of the series. It's not just Knight, it's not just Beishwan that, have been popping off. It's been a lot of other people here, as PP God does have to burn the ulti there. He remembers what happened the last time around that area. That's why I chuckled.
It's like, this time around, he's not going to make sure he gets 100-0. There was no follow-up there, but does still burn the ultimate. Lower cooldown now that he does have access to 11.
Ooh, and they're fishing. On still looking for dredge lines, but this time it doesn't connect. And here comes the Tibbers. It once again lands onto the Nautilus, and Doinb's able to pick up that kill. How impactful will that be, though? The Elder's not spawning for another minute and 30 seconds, and NiP, without Tibbers, feel like it's going to be very risky for them to start the Baron up.
Not sure, how, or if BLG can play the map. Inlet might be caught here.
Yeah, he goes for broke, potentially on a solo kill. He might know that he's already met his doom. He goes for the snip, but Leave just snipes him down. Another ultimate utilized, though, by solo kills. Equalizer is now on cooldown, but two very big picks found by NiP.
I feel like Bin's playing in his own little imagination box for that one, as he thought that no one else was on the Rift. Sadly for him, not the case. NiP able to collapse, and that's a second kill. That one very much not necessary for BLG to give over, as Aki... This crab looked really tasty, and I think he was at least able to use his sword, or the spear, or I guess his flag.
We're 0 for 2.
Third's
on
a
the 50 on the 50-50s for Aki. Beishwan's had his number.
0 for 3 on the right weapon select, too, for me. So at least Aki's still doing better than I am up here in the booth. But, of course, I think the focus for Baron going to go down to the wayside now, as our teams have postured around Baron to try and get the other team away from the Elder Dragon. There's no ignoring this Elder Dragon once it comes onto the map in 12 seconds.
I'm looking at the items now, Cubby. NiP, they got some juice in them, right? Doinb's got the Death Cap, 4 items on Leave. Solo kills looking very strong as well.
Mm-hmm.
And Frozen Heart was just picked up by Aki to try to deny some of the auto attack damage, and and things like that. So we'll see if that means anything as the fight has opened up around the Elder Dragon. PP God already popping the Unbreakable Will before the fight fully broke out. So that means that he will be a little bit less tanky once the full fight begins in earnest. Control around this bush is very important as Leave is going to get ulted by On, and a flash away is going to find the dredge line onto Aki instead. Grand Starfall comes forward. Has Beishwan gone too far forward? No, he is not, as it means that Leave will go down. However, Elk is now vulnerable as he gets flag and dragged here by the Jarvan. He doesn't even get a chance to pop the ulti though as he gets bursted down by the Jhin. Solo kill trying to do his best, and now it's Doinb stuck in a 1v4. Can Doinb do anything? Absolutely not. It's Elk that gets the kill. Elder not even necessary as BLG are going to push down mid with the way that they have.
Yeah, Knight got so much out of NiP before the fight actually started up. I think it really made that one tough for NiP as they were playing a front to back already on the back foot as the flicks from Knight. And he got Alistar's ult out. It got a flash out. It got a flash out later on from Aki too. And that was enough space for BLG to function, for Elk to survive and rip through the rest of NiP as BLG wraps up game 1.
Bit of an anticlimactic ending to that one, but you're going to take it if you're BLG. 52 kills in that 38-minute banger, and it results in our favorites taking game number 1.
And just the classic NiP, right? Just fight till the bitter end. The kill count, 52 in 38 minutes. I'd say it's about on par for some of the NiP games that we have seen. But hey, as the teams went back and forth, we were throwing a lot of big punches there. It was BLG that were able to secure the objectives and have better map control overall. That really helped them overcome NiP. Also, that gold being in the right place. I mean, Elk got really fed. Knight got really fed in that game, and they did a nice job of carrying that one through.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give big shout-outs to Elk here in that game for just the insane amount of damage that he was able to, put out on that Jhin. But, man, Knight played such a good one as well. The flicks seemingly were consistently hitting. And, on top of that, the Weaver's Walls that were put out split up Ninjas in Pajamas on multiple occasions. It created situations where BLG were able to fight with these pseudo numbers advantages and allow for them to win that game. I mean, everybody really contributing too as well, right? Like On finding that initial engage onto Leave that resulted in him dying in that final fight. Beishwan with that big steal to secure the soul. Overall, BLG should be very happy about how that game went for themselves.
Yeah, I still think that we can clean a couple things up as BLG. Like, Finn getting caught out there to at least open up a Baron threat. I think threat was still quite grim. That said, I did really like how On played the front line of those fights. Again, I think we saw On go down quite early a lot of the times, but I think that he was trading up even when he was going down early on, getting more tools burned on him that are off the rest of the team, and then still getting enough value to set up his team for the rest of the fight where even he was taken down early. So I do feel like that was something that fans at home may not appreciate quite as much, but something I actually thought On did pretty well in that game. Did a really nice job of a really good idea from BLG of just how to play into Alistar. Like consistently taking away that ultimate and making PP God's life tough. And really felt like the big fights that NiP did find, like they weren't ever off of big combos from PP God outside of that Baron fight where BLG were able to win hard enough to deter NiP from doing the Baron overall, right? So I think they played around Alistar really well.
Yeah, I'm very impressed by just the little things there, right? Making sure that, you tease the engage a little bit, right? Onto On first, or onto PP God first. You make him pop the ulti, because we saw what happened when he didn't pop the ultimate, right? He would just die, and then that would be like an even worse situation for NiP. But, we saw that very much so in that last team fight. On had to use, or PP God had to use that ulti early thanks to On, and that resulted in a full 5-0. That went in favor of Billy Gaming, who, again, some of the macro decisions, maybe not the best, but as you can see, it was slight situations where NiP looked like they were favored, but as soon as we got to some of those mid-game team fights and some of those abilities for Knight and Beishwan to really sync up and coordinate on their plays, it resulted in BLG kind of being in control the rest of the way.
Yeah, and again, for me, the NiP comp, I thought they did a nice job of trying to play their way out later on, but things just get a little bit harder for them to execute later, as I think that upfront engage and initial damage is so important for their comp to be successful. And when luxury items come in, like Zanya's, like Banshees, just gets harder to connect with overall. So I think that NiP just not able to win hard enough early. Still saw some decent trades from them, an idea of at least how to generate a slight gold lead given the tools they had, but wasn't enough to really find those big wombo fights, which I think BLG did a really nice job of avoiding in that game.
So take a look at some of these highlights here. Yeah, we never really got the hot pot that you were potentially insinuating, right? The Cataclysm with the Equalizer and the Tivers over the top, just trying to roast BLG all the way to a team fight win. It seemed relatively uncoordinated from them, which again is credit for BLG because they were the ones that were responsible for disrupting a lot of those plays.
Yeah, I mean, like, this play, really well played by On, actually, to interrupt Doinb again, just completely changed the way that this fight was going to go by protecting Bin in that scenario. Yeah, again, this was a game that was back and forth, like a lot of fights. They were close, Grapes, but it was just BLG that were squeaking out with wins. They're getting gold onto better spots, and it took some heroics from Leave to be able to even try to even things up, but just wasn't able to make it happen later on, as it was BLG and their carries being a little bit better. Interested to see who gets the Pog for this one. If it goes to Elk for some of that boom damage he was putting through, I think very quietly he ended up having a really big game. So kind of curious to see where the Pog goes in the camp of BLG.
Yeah, remember, Elk, not one of the players that won that Player of the Week award last week, but has also been an influential part of how BLG, have found wins historically and how they've even been able to look good here in the second round robin of Split 2. Of course, Beishuan and Knight combining for a very respectable game on their own. As the one highlight for NiP, was this play here. It was a clip. He popped a clip, and unfortunately, not many the rest of the way here for NiP, as this dragon was stolen away from Beishuan very nicely.
Yeah, I mean, again, that was actually a potential for a really big fight from NiP, as Doinb got so much damage down, burning that flash into Elk early on. And they almost were able to steal that one away from Beishuan. I think if they deny the soul, this game definitely goes a little bit differently. But, man, Knight did such a great job of just splitting up NiP in this last fight. So tough for NiP, this backline to function, as they had the flash away from Knight. Then they had to deal with Beishuan in the backline. Of course, he did go down, but it bought all the space in the world for Knight and Elk to play this one out. As, again, this Talia just untouched. And I love how Knight used some of his abilities in this. I think he forced NiP into some really tough scenarios. Positioned really well with Talia in those chokes, and just how he played this one out. As Knight continues to be fantastic for BLG, one of the best players that we have in the LPL, continues to show up, and we'll see if NiP can show up and overcome him in Game 2. Is that something that no one's been able to do since Beishuan joined BLG?
And now's our question. What are the viewers going to value? The high kill numbers here for Elk, or kind of the utility that Knight was able to set up in these fights, right? If we await our Player of the Game award, the last thing we got to do to conclude our coverage of this first game. NiP is going to have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. Again, they went for that full Wombo combo team fight composition, but it just really never fully came to fruition. Even though we saw Doinb get very fed on the end, and we saw Leave have a couple of nice plays, never really fully balancing out to result in that game going over to them. So backs against the wall. BLG, they have 2-0'd their last 3 series, and so it's looking like it could be a fourth, I should say, unless NiP do something about it.
Yeah. Again, BLG continue to look rejuvenated with Beishuan in the roster, as we're going to favor the utility a little bit more than boom damage. Of course, Knight had a big game on Talia, going to be rewarded with the Pog as he moves to 9 MVPs in Split 2.
Yeah, some of these stars really gonna rack these up as we get closer to the regular season coming to a close. Knight, of course, winning that Player of the Week last week, looking still really good here to kick this one off as well. As that's gonna do it for our first game coverage of BLG versus NiP. But before we head to this short break, I want to give a quick and huge shout out to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of our initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it helps pay on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our Coffee, which is linked in the chat, to unlock perks like early access to content, the ability to ask interview questions, and to see your name on screen once a week, as you see here. So thank you very much to everybody here who supports us on Coffee. Make sure you support by using that link in chat, and we'll be right back in a couple of minutes for Game 2 coverage of BLG versus Ninjas in Pajamas. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. We have Game 2 about to get underway between Billy Gaming and Ninjas in Pajamas. Grapes and Cubby are here for this series, and we have a quick question to ask you before we begin the draft of Game number 2. Have you ever heard of MOBA Trainer? It is a new app that helps teach you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. You just boot up the program and work through the puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You can select the puzzle from a map, answer questions, and unlock more features, and we're going to do one right now while waiting for Game number 2. So this is the map that we have opened up, Cubby. It looks like we're going to go into our current trading path. It makes us go through one at a time to make sure that we're fully focused on every single aspect of things. So I guess we're going to go to team fighting and learn how to play just like Certus on the Silas.
All right. I don't have the best Silas on the planet, but we're gonna see how this one goes, as we're playing Silas into Katarina for this game. Some good ults to grab here between Hecarim and conditionally Tarek.
Oh, it's going to ask us which ults to steal. Interesting.
I'm stealing Hecramar for sure. That
Hecarim's
OP.
Yeah.
Yeah, we want to back off. We might as well steal that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go.
We jump over the wall.
Yeah, then you back off.
Both.
See, we did both.
Two birds with one stone.
Yeah.
So again, these are from high-level games where you get to watch pro players in solo queue and see if you would make the same decisions that they do. As now we got the question of, do we wait to engage or do we hold off for now? I think
we got to engage. Like, Ezreal is kind of cut off compared to Nautilus, so we should have a numbers advantage here with Shen.
Ooh, Shen is coming and Nautilus is rotating.
If I go in now, it's a 4v2.
We have more teammates maybe on the way. Katarina's here.
We're still going to engage. It's just not right. Okay.
You know,
that's my beef with MOBA Trainer. I was right in the way.
We're right and wrong, I guess. Oh, we get the dragon too. Wow. Okay, do you recall? Well, we can't recall. We're sitting on Gangplank.
I can't show. It doesn't show the cooldowns. I don't know if I'm able to actually chase Cat or not.
We have flash. Like we can get over the wall that way at the very least.
I think we just moved the bot. Like, that wave should be crashing, no? If I can see correctly.
So right, we can flash over the wall and kill the cat. That's what's going to happen, I guess.
All right.
Yep.
Oh,
we had Shen. Did we have Shenar on us? I mean, maybe that was us for missing the.
All in as. Oh wait, no, you don't have any. You don't have any cooldowns.
That Ez is
Ezreal
low,
doesn't either.
Yeah, he just flashed over the wall. I feel like
we all on the Ezreal.
If we were gonna kill the Katarina, I feel like wow.
Watch the ending.
Is that not what we're doing? I mean, I guess not.
This puzzle hates us.
You know what? Do we do one more to just try to get some redemption, or?
I mean, tactically, my E and W were down, so I did just all in the Ezreal, because all I had was Q.
All right. Well, maybe maybe this means we got to go back. We got to go back next time and try to get some revenge here. If you did enjoy that, you can subscribe for 20% off and unlimited puzzles by using our code LPL20. Proceeds will benefit the MOBA Trainer designers and the LPL English unofficial broadcast. Start leveling up your game today with MOBA Trainer. We're going to have to start leveling up our game for that next set of puzzles here as well. Yeah, we're waiting for game number 2 draft right now, but I'm still thinking about that 1 for 4. Not great.
Yeah, maybe I'll need to use MOBA Trainer to climb back into like Diamond or Diamond Plus. I haven't been Diamond 1 now for 4 years. It's been a long time since I was up there.
It's been 23 years for me, so you're beating me.
Oh man, yeah, solo queue. Fun times, but maybe in a past life for me. The old man hands have caught up with me. Anyway, speaking of old man hands, Doinb, he might have said that he doesn't have it anymore. I still think he does, and we're gonna be diving into the city and take his old man hands into Knight. As game 1, Knight ended up with the Pog. I think Knight had some good games, or a good game, but NiP. They had a strat. They tried to run it, just couldn't really connect enough big plays soon enough to actually get a substantial enough lead against BLG to win.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about Doinb maybe not having hands. He played Annie last game, which is the default easy champion. So we'll see if he tries to stick to something like that, or maybe go back to the Akali that worked out very well for him in game number 1 against FPX yesterday. As again, NiP, as you said, on the blue side, because they dropped that first game, you can see a little bit differences in terms of the bans now that we are in game number 2 of that Fearless format. No Rumble and Gwen to worry about anymore. The Lilia taken away from Beishuan. That's been a very big pick for him. And then we see a Yorick away from Bin. He's been very good on this and actually has played it in basically all of their recent series.
Yeah, I see York banned, I see Lilia banned, and I see an early Scion. No surprise here. Bin will have his choice of counter pick, but it will not be that York that he has been enjoying of late, as you highlighted, Grapes. So curious to see if it might be a Bin Camille or something else. That said, will be a Beishwan. Xin Zhao feels like the stat check winning jungler at the moment, as he has been really big in the jungle. Beishwan gets a power pick yet again.
Curious to see what they pair this alongside Knight with. I feel like Xin Zhao, you get a fair amount of decent options in that mid lane to, try to match a little bit of what we saw with that Pantheon Talia in game number 1. It's going to be the Kai'Sa, though, early for Elk, a champion that is very popular in the LPL, very popular between these two bot laners in general, but Elk has a lot of good times on this. That's going to be the 1-2 punch that BLG opt for here.
One of the few ADs that can actually get through with Scion, too. Also can dive past the Scion. With that being taken so early, though, wondering if we just get a bot lane slammed here for NiP. They feel like they can play something into the Kai'Sa. Definitely an option for them. If you want to grab a AD counter to Kai'Sa, likely going to have to grab it here before it gets banned out. As we might see Leave actually just snag that champion before we head into the next round of picks and bans. But of course, before we do, Aki will get his hands on the Wukong too, as it is going to be a Leave Zeri.
Oh, interesting. It's been rising up a little bit more. Now we're on the Spirit Blossom patch. Those lanes are extended a little bit. You could play the Enchanters, the double ranged, and that's something that the Zeri very much enjoys. So with the big beefy front line we already have here for NiP, think of something like a Lulu or something along those lines, probably being banned away by BLG in the second phase, as we see an Ornn here for Bin does decently well into the Scion, and then again those big team fight ultis are always going to be important.
Yeah, Scion will have push in this matchup, so I do think that is important early on. Overall, I favor Scion a little bit in this, but of course, Ornn, the big team fight ultimate can give some ornaments, so value here in the tank v tank matchup, but it is Scion that early on should actually have the advantage if played correctly. So see if Solo Kill is able to do it again. Since he has joined NiP, that was our story coming into the day here, Grapes, right? NiP looks much better with Solo Kill. BLG is not yet to drop a series with Beishwan, so we're going to see if that could continue today, as they have at least gotten one game closer to that. As at the moment, a lot of millionaires being taken away, and again, always feel like that kind of favors Doinb at the end of the day, because it feels like there are champions that Doinb hasn't shown yet that he's still able to play, and frankly, curious if we see his Victor here, as that has been a champ that he's definitely leaned on, and going up against Xin, Kai'Sa, Ornn, those lasers, that ability to poke, create some space could be valuable for him and his team. Already has that big meatball on the Scion to play behind.
Very curious that BLG did not ban away the Lulu from PP God. Zeri Lulu has been a combo in all regions that has worked out very well. It's normally that champion that is typically associated with the Zeri, but seems like they believe that NiP could be going some other directions here, as the Ahri and the Rakan are taken away by Ninja's Pajamas. Still need a mid laner, still need a support. Imagine they try to lock up something that can fit alongside the Kai'Sa for Elk on this 4th pick. The Leona would do some good stuff and provide a little bit of extra long-range engage. Or we can get a little funky with it. I mean, it's on, so we know that Blitzcrank's always available.
And the Blitz would really dissuade a potential Lulu pick, but I think it just has to be Leona if you're going to blind it. That said, okay, going to blind mid. It will be Knights. Orianna has the Xin Zhao to play with, but curious now if we get Doinb, a potential Azir and a Lulu setup here. It could be quite big. Also the Akali, I gotta say, there's no real hard CC that Akali has to worry about at the moment. So this looks like a really good setup for Akali. I just think that usually you have Zeri, likes to play with an Enchantress. I think that might be a little bit tough to take now for PP God, but if possible, ability to play off the shields is quite nice. Also, Abram isn't bad here. I could easily be the pick for PP God. Pretty easy for Zeri to proc the passive. Plays nicely in the Xin Zhao. Can also stuff that Call of the Forge God by shielding backwards.
You think it was any mental damage that On was trying to do or that Elk was trying to do by hovering the Blitzcrank? Like, don't pick an Enchanter. I'm going to lock this in on 5. And so you get the effect of, like, banning away the Lulu maybe a little bit as well. Still waiting for On, as he is on that R5 pick. The Elise is not something we've seen in a long time, so I'd be very surprised if that gets locked in.
Yeah, I was thinking it could be Elise. I actually wouldn't mind that, but instead going to be Poppy to try and at least scare Akali a little bit with that steadfast presence. Again, the crowd control, in terms of Akali, a lot of it's conditional at the moment. So Akali very happy when that's the case and she cannot get shut down. So I think there's a real chance to attack the side lanes if you're NiP and Doinb. Again, this Akali-Orianna matchup, really big if you can attack the Orianna in the side lane. Wukong can help you combo to line up that shuriken flip and make sure that you're able to connect in the side lane if you are Doinb. But if you aren't able to get ahead in that aspect as Akali, will of course fall off later on into the tanks. So I think BLG's comp, they're going to scale nicely, but a chance for NiP early on for me to really start to get some big leads. And kind of curious if this one goes out on it. Of course, both teams do have some scaling aspects. I just wondering how valuable Doinb gets to be later on if he doesn't get to ahead in the game. I think that's really where my concern is at if I'm NiP.
It is a lot of comfort, though, for Ninja Pajamas. I think most notably, you know, first of all, Alen Wukong has been one of his most played champions. Solo Kill has played Sion in basically every single series that he has participated with here with this Ninjas Pajamas squad, and has been one of his better looking champions, even though his name is Solo Kill, and he's probably not getting a lot of solo kills on this big beefy tank. But in general, he's had a good time on it. Curious to see, you know, another game of Doinb on the Akali. He looked good with it on the matchup against NiP, or against FPX, but of course, very different team that he's now playing against, very different player he's laning against in Night. As Ninja Pajamas, they're continuing their road through this second round robin. They're currently sitting at an even record 2-2 in this second stage. However, they're still going up against Billy, who are the strongest team here in the LPL, at least in this second round robin phase, and they're up 1-0 in this best of 3. On to the Rift for game number 2.
Wow, actually, leave starting with the Cole going into this Poppy lane, understanding that, of course, with the Braum, Poppy has really no options to actually go in or engage. I mean, you go in as Poppy and enjoy catching a winner's bite, and then all the hands that come after that. But I think that's really telling. Also, do like the fact that Elk has decided to take Ghost this game. Again, don't think this lane is going to be extremely interactive. I think that Ghost sneaking back into the meta, there have been some games where Ghost is very appropriate. I actually really like it for this one. Can really help you buy some space against Sion. Like after the initial R, you pop the Ghost as an AD, you feel really good, able to play around him. And don't think that Cleanse is real value this game. So between that and the Quiet Lane, I think it's the right game for Ghost. I'd love to see some of our ADs snagging this Summoner spell again, because it's very abusable in the right game.
And you know, a guy like Elk, he loves to glide. He can really pop off in these team fights. So having that Ghost is going to potentially add for some extra highlight potential, as well as we prepare ourselves in that laning phase for that potential situation. Again, we don't imagine the bot lane to be super explosive early, because Braum is such a neutralizer into what the champions on BLG do have in store. Ooh. What we do see is Aki navigating himself towards an invade on the enemy blue buff, and it looks like he's going to be able to pick that up relatively easily with Beishuan still on his Krugs.
Yeah, of course, Doinb, he did snipe out that first ward and saw the second one drop by BLG, so given they saw where those wards were placed, Aki was able to take that W and actually hop around it. It's really nice to see early on.
And there's that interaction you were talking about. Yeah. With the ongoing in, it results in that stun immediately connecting. It was a Ghost pop for Elk and a heal pop for PP God.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that's going to keep this lane kind of close early on is that just the fact that it is a Cole versus a D-Blade, but BLG has to be careful because Elk and On, they haven't seen Wukong hit the Raptors yet. They have information, so maybe they think Wukong started topside, but they don't know where he's at, and he's looking bot as they're going to be in trouble.
Knight popped onto PP God. He's 200 HP, but leaving. PP God flash forward at the exact same time, and now that leaves On out to dry. No flash even used because he knows he's down. It's NiP with first blood.
Yeah, they give it over to Aki, too, so he's at least able to get involved in the fight. Beishuan gets the bad news. His blue buff is gone. So he's going to be able to snag the Raptors away in response, but it's a nice early path and early win for NiP.
And that means Beishuan's able to pick up a little bit here with a steal away of the Raptors, but in general, Aki's feeling very good about where he is right now in this game. An almost assured 3-quadrant here of Beishuan's jungle. And that means that, you know, it's an early lead for Ninjas Pajamas, and that's a very good start here for our underdogs in game number 2.
Just like how they manufacture that one again. Zeri Braum, like that is a strong lane. I can understand the early trading into the Cole, as D-Blade gives you more sustain than the Cole as an item, and obviously just stronger early on, but good turn from Aki. He definitely sets up Lee for success, who again was pretty big in that first game. And speaking of set up for success, rotated here up top to catch a big stacked wave like this one from NiP. Will be really good for solo kill as he's able to get back out on the map. And you can see BLG, they're doing the cross-country mile to try and get back here, as Elk had to reset and go find leave. And frankly, NiP could just do this again once to get that top wave in if they really want to actually play the dragon. So would love to see NiP rinse and repeat the swamp, get their bot lane back to bot, and try and take the early dragon here against BLG as they're trying to run their bot lane around the map here a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we don't normally see these lane swaps or this early on in the game, but the exception is when, you know, you do have a Scion kind of on your team and you can put him in that 1v2 or just put him in a situation that, you know, he generally feels comfortable in no matter what. And that allows for NiP to have a lot of agency in terms of how this early game does function. They're going to get the push here, and then I guess we will see if they decide to swap their bot lane back and get them positioning around the dragon. As Bin is able to do pretty well here in this lane against the Scion, and
he's
does
overcheating.
Have a 12 CS lead.
I'm a little bit pleasantly surprised by Bin here. I mean, obviously Bin, one of the best players and laners that we have in the LPL, but he is ahead of where this lane should be.
I was going to say, actually, because I play a decent amount of Scion, I don't love this matchup into the Ornn. The brittle procs, they really do hurt. You can also cancel the knockup of the decimating smash with the Bella's Breath, and so there are win conditions here for Bin, especially now.
Oh, he got 6?
That he, you know, has that Fahal the Forge God.
Aki was looking, but I think 6 is enough to actually deter him. And yeah, I mean, so far Bin's doing a good job. I think that the Scion, like early on, you should be able to find some of these decimating smashes. You can actually cancel the dash at Ornn too, so there definitely is some skill in this matchup. But yeah, Bin's been doing nice work, and we're gonna try it here.
Oh, flash a little bit too early for solo kill, and Beishuan's able to dash in under the tower, pick up the first kill for Billy Gaming, and Bin was tanking tower aggro the whole time, able to dash out with the searing charge and make sure he goes out without any blood being shed.
Very clean there, as Bin able to guess the flash to solo kill, gets Beishuan involved as well as he picks up the kill on the Xin Zhao, and Bin making this tank v tank matchup look easy.
Yeah, and now any possibility of a solo kill, going for solo kill, kind of out the window, as you lose that window pretty easily now that Bin is even further ahead, already picking up a cloth armor alongside that Bomby Cinder. He's actually headed right back down to the bot lane, so looks like BLG are content with leaving the lanes in the position that they are at this point. Not the fact that the grubs are coming up relatively soon.
Yeah, again, the swap back here, just helping enable Aki. The fact that he can take this dragon now, so will be numbers advantage on the bot side. And yeah, I think Bin sees solo kill top, getting the bad news, and just going to back off this one. This PP guy jumps over the wall to help out Aki, and BLG and Bin going to see that this dragon, not going to be there. It's going to go over into the hands of NiP.
Oh, now Bin might be caught out a bit. He's going to take a little bit of peppering here for leave, but he can walk out all so nicely, as the dragon, as you said, was secured by Aki. I think overall NiP playing a decent early game so far, but the gold lead right now in favor of Billy Gaming, as Beishuan has done a good job of being able to keep up and farm ever since his blue buff did get stolen away.
Do you like what we're seeing here out of NiP? I think that Scion in the 1v2, definitely a little bit happier than Ornn, just given the matchups. So, with all this going on, though, Doinb is starting to get peppered down in the mid lane again. Orianna, very strong laner, and Knight, of course, very strong control mage player in his own right. But this mid lane's been rather uninteractive here, and I feel like it has just helped Knight win over time. As Doinb going to eat the shockwave and going to have to make his way back into the mid lane, as I believe Knight has successfully forced him out with that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be lit. Leave us pick it up.
That's a big timer, because again, look at the clock, 8 minutes. First spawn of grubs, only spawn of grubs is now available, and Doinb has to go back to base without a teleport, so could be a situation where if you are Billy Gaming, you could try to start this up or at least force a fight, but Beishuan's actually the second one here to the play, as Aki is the one to begin the damage dealing onto the Krug. Looks like was able to secure that first smite. He's getting some nightmares back to when Beishuan was just winning every single 50-50, but this time
they won this
Aki's able to get one.
I think they're going to win this out. Aki, he doesn't have a smite coming back up, but this is a little bit funny. Of course, Doinb is showing bot. It looks like they dragged Bin on up, so I lied. They don't win this out. It's BLG that's going to win. But hey, Doinb gets a free lane to himself in the bot lane, so it's not like NiP get nothing for it. 2-for-1 grubs for BLG. Doinb gonna get a couple points.
Yeah, and at least Aki's able to pick up one on that one. Again, it looked like it was going to be difficult after Knight chunked Doinb out, forced him on a pretty bad back timer that resulted in BLG having, generally control around that top side of the map once Bin rotated over. However, Doinb's looking for something here now. Knowing that Knight does not have that shockwave, he flashes forward, does not go for that second proc in the public execution as On shows up at just the right time.
Yeah, if he took it, it would have been a poppy there, and that's trouble. Meanwhile, blue buff may be started on a ward here, so BLG knows, and Beishwan on. Oh, look.
Nice, another 50-50. Aki does have his
TP
smite. Actually, looks like Beishwan didn't have it, so
yeah,
he does pick it up. Hey, another steal away from Aki. Beishwan not having a blue buff this entire game so far.
I think PP God 6 definitely added to the fact that BLG didn't want that fight, and nice part for NiP, just the fact that Doinb, he got that wave in. This wave bounced back, so actually killed a couple waves of creeps across the map for BLG. Does have a small lead now in the favor of NiP.
Whew, hold on. Do you see Leave's gold lead right now? How did this happen? I mean, I guess it's just like the swaps kind of coming in.
Yeah,
so
got the kill.
He's 3 or...
He completed the Cole. Again, he started with that first item Cole, so at 102, that's got to be it.
Dang. Power that early income really coming to fruition for Ninja Pajamas is now an engage. It's happened in the mid lane. On already at half HP. Cannot use that charge forward because its steadfast presence was in hand. And that does buy enough time for the Poppy to escape. Teleport comes in here for Knight. And that forces Aki to flash on out.
Couple Sunder spells burned there as Aki and On lose their flashes. But at least Knight having the TP. Again, side lanes can be fixed here for NiP. I really think now that attacking Knight, like the value of that is just going to go up as we get into this mid game and a couple of these outers fall. If you want to play Akali into Orianna, again, if you leave that lane in isolation in that laning phase, the way that we saw it, Orianna will start to accrue a lead. But this is the point of the game. Once Knight gets into the side lane as the Orianna, this is where you want to send Vi up there, or in this game, a Wukong. Like the common places where we do see Akali is when you can really punish Orianna in that side lane, because of course, is a pretty immobile mage. With her only access to mobility really being that W on herself. So definitely something that I want to see NiP, Doinb, and Aki just focus up on and attack, because I think that is their way to play out this mid-game.
We saw it almost work in the side lane.
Yep.
When Doinb initially went for that all-in onto Knight between the two turrets, but was not able to find that full kill, and that does mean that overall, Knight's still feeling pretty good about himself, at least at this point in the game. We're about 20 seconds away from this Infernal Dragon from spawning, and so that looks like it could be a focus for NiP. They're sending Solo Kill back to base right now. We'll see if he redeploys somebody somewhere other than the top side of the map, as Aki and the rest of Ninja's Pajamas look like they are at least first to this play if they want to, with PP God setting up some nice vision in the enemy jungle of BLG.
And again, Knight, he is shown down here, so I think On covering Knight and hovering him a lot during this game actually has been really good for BLG. But Doinb, he's going to look. Knight's isolated.
Shuriken flips forward. Oh yeah, On just does not run the same way as Knight. He waits for the flash beautifully, and Doinb will pick up the solo kill. Now on the bottom side again, it is going to be the Cyclone Pop. It is a teleport coming in for Bin, but here comes Elk, and here comes BLG. It's a double kill for the Kai'Sa, the Killer Instinct, but now Leave has arrived. He pops the Lightning Craftsman, the 2-man searing charge from Bin is massive. Elk picks up a triple. He's looking for another one, but solo kill is still massive on the front line, and Leave is going to get another kill for himself. It's a battle of the bottom laners here in game number 2, as Leave and Elk both become huge after that team fight.
I think we might get a second bloody game on our hands here at Grapes, as NiP, they do win out on the skirmish, just given that Knight was eliminated immediately by Doinb. And it was a good turn coming in from Bin and Elk, because again, we get the replay, but you call the Grapes, Knight and On, they had to retreat in different places. I don't think On could have joined Knight there, but just that small split, Doinb plays that out really nicely. But it's Beishwan that really has the turn here with the help of Bin as well. The TP placement from the Ornn was really solid. Doinb burned as much time as he could trying to get out of that one. Elk with the reposition is able to get the front to back again and takes 2, but solo kill a little bit too big at this point on the Scion to hold the line. The double knockup from Bin was really nice. Able to pick up the kill onto PP God, but Leave was the one that was ahead in the items on the Zeri, and Sion being the stronger tank at the moment was enough for NiP to at least have the man advantage in the back half of that bloody fight. But of course, no objective fell, and we're right back to the scene of the crime here, Graves, as BLG going to take this one down. They're outnumbered, though.
Oh, no, he doesn't! It's Aki this time that wins out on the Smite fight! And now another fight can erupt here as Beijing gets knocked up by the Sion Q, and Leave picks up his 4th kill of this game number 2. So this time the steals going towards Ninjas in Pajamas, going towards Aki, as Leave picks up a kill onto Beishuan on the back end of things. And now Doinb's looking for the solo kill onto Bin. The Shuriken flip does not connect, and that means that the Ornn will survive.
Yeah, if he landed the E, I do think that Doinb actually takes the kill, so Bin able to live. But hey, Doinb's team, they won without him on the bot side of the map, as Leave looks to be the one stepping up this game on the Zeri Grapes. Both ADs very fed in this one, going for the same build too, as it is going to be that crit Kaisa for Elk. And this might just be a marksman off here.
Yeah, Elk saw what Leave was able to do and says, hey, I'm going to try that too. He picked up a call for himself. He just completed it, and so both marksmen looking like they are in great places right now in this game. Runon's now unlocked for Leave. That is a beautiful second item for him, as these team fights are going to become very scary for BLG.
I will say that, like, with Zeri, kind of the modern day Zeri after all the changes and they tried to balance her out a little bit. When you dash in, when you pop that R, your shotgun, it needs to be big with the fights, with the Runan's Hurricane as well. We'll see if Leave's able to do that. I think the one really good thing for NiP is that really the only thing that outranges or out-interacts Leave is going to be that Shockwave, along with the Ornhorn. But hey, as the Zeri, you should be able to get out of that one, right? Whereas Shockwave just has to be careful. You have to hold on to that dash, hold on to that E if you want to have a way to play out of that one. Where BLG kind of returned to live, the game that we have now. Of course, Herald on the map, and BLG, they've burned Knight's TP and are on it as solo kill.
Yeah, oh, wow, look at Elk, or look at Knight, I should say. He gets one shot by the all-in combo, and Aki gets another one. He's stealing them left and right here in this game number 2. Doinb teleports into the fight and picks himself up a double kill. Ninjas in Pajamas just get 4 for free.
I mean, Sion, hot soup coming through, man. Connects on tonight. The soup spills all over him. It's a disaster here for BLG. Is it made for a very clean fight for NiP? And again, that shotgun, that initial ult from Leave, it was big. No one was deterring or detracting him from autoing throughout the fight. Now, all of a sudden, NiP, complete control over this game, Grapes. They're going to get mid-outer to fall, maybe top outer as well, and that's a 5K gold lead.
I was wondering even if Doinb was going to teleport to that fight at all, because he was going to take the bot lane tier 1 turret, but now you get 2 for the price of 1, plus 4 kills. Very worth it for Doinb to utilize that summoner spell. As we take a look at this replay, Knight just gets completely 100-0.
Yeah, it hits the Sion, the Keeper's Verdict, as Knight melts, and again, Bin does his damnedest to create some space in this fight, hit that 4-man call of the Forge God, but it just didn't matter. Beautiful fight from Doinb in the back half as he TPs and gets 2 for himself. That fight was all Ninjas in Pajamas, Grapes.
And remember what we were saying, Covey. We think that BLG are the favorites. Remember, they've won 5 series in a row. But NiP, they've been the ones to challenge some of the teams at the top recently. They took a game off of Top Esports. It looked like they were in a position to maybe win that series. They 2-0'd Weibo. They just are coming off of another win against FPX. So their record, their resume, looking pretty solid as well. And they are in a great position to make this a 3-game series.
They have been a lot feistier with solo kill in the lineup. And I agree, in position to make this, at least at the moment, go to 3. Still think it's really important that Doinb on the Sakali able to continue to find these sideline plays. Going into the Ornn, not the matchup that Doinb wants, but with the help of his friends, maybe looking to make quick work of this turret. Doinb TP is going to have to find a way out of here pretty soon, as Bin at least takes a pretty solid chunk, and that's going to at least help ensure that the turret hopefully falls on the next wave, but BLG reinforcements have come to try and deter that.
I think a little bit of a break. I want to go back to that last fighter on the bot side around that dragon, where there was a really fun interaction in that 1v1 that Doinb had against Knight originally. When he was initially under the tower, he had that second proc of the perfect execution. He used the rocket belt to dash forward, and that baited Knight into flashing away.
Yep.
Because he saw the dash coming in. That's like a really fun micro play that Doinb was able to execute on there. He's got the hand still, it looks like.
Yeah, of course, that own quote from Doinb was admitting that early on in the season his hands may not be as good as they once were, but continues to show, at least in this game, that He's still got it. I don't think I ever questioned Doinb. Of course, Doinb is our humble king in the LPL.
Yeah,
and our
reigning
fun
MVP.
king. Yeah, do love to see Doinb, of course, having fun on the Rift, and it has been a little bit more fun for NiP with Solo Kill in the lineup, as they have looked a lot better as a unit, and frankly, Solo Kill a lot better as an individual compared to Shanji, who might have trouble getting his seat back, as the Herald has been dropped mid. The inner is crashed upon, and that buys a lot of space for NiP to try and take down this dragon.
Ocean Soul Point on the line if they can collect this one. And it's Beishwan who's going to try his best to enter the pit. Oh, Keeper's Verdict takes away PP God, so it's a 45 at least for a little bit. And that means that NiP are going to peel away from this one at least temporarily before they go for the re-engage. There comes the Sion ulti. Beishwan goes forward, but the Shockwave is flashed away from by Leave. And that's a big cooldown that BLG no longer have in their hands. A Solo Kill picks the kill up and on. Beishwan in a terrible position as Leave gets himself yet another kill in this team fight. And that means that NiP can pick themselves up that soul point for free.
Yeah, BLG really kind of stuck and split on that approach. I think that's a good call, Grapes, as you saw Knight and Elk on one side of the fight, and Beishwan and On being focused down on the other. Also been not even able to fire off that call. The Forge God can't blame him because, of course, the pressure from the Unbreakable just canceling that outright. Definitely something he has to be worried about. As Knight still has Flash, it looks like NiP might be fishing for that, and potentially Elk, as they at least kind of threaten in posture, but just forcing them off is, oh man. Another Otacon started on spawn. I gotta say, this could be a little bit dangerous. Otacon does a lot of damage early on, but BLG's still low. They've delayed Knight's base, so he can't base and TP back. That might just be enough to buy space and actually secure this one for NiP.
But Bin is here. He teleported forward. He has to call the Forge God. They're going to try to find some sort of miracle steal, but it's smited away by the side of Aki. And now NiP going to be on the reset as they want to try to get away with the objective being secured. Really nice cancel from Solo Kill, and a decimating smash prevents that steering charge from coming through with the call. The Forge God coming out, gonna at least take down the Scion most likely, but the Scion is still gonna live. PP God saves the day and allows for NiP to get out without losing a man.
Oh, does his best Hordor impression there as he holds the door for the tank in Solo Kill. Will lead to the bot outer turret falling, but man, your NiP, you cannot complain about that. 6.5k gold lead still remains intact. You just picked up Ocean Soul Point and Otacon off the back of that too. As NiP this game, Grapes. Again, BLG, we really have seen with Beishwan them have a lot better early games and a lot better direction. It feels like NiP, I think game one, they took the early game comp. They made some good plays to get a lead, but BLG had better answers later on. This game, NiP, the way they played out the map, it's been really sound, and it really was just a bot lane lead and some decent moves from Aki that has opened up a great lead for them against a BLG that has been a little bit disconnected approaching these fights.
Yeah, it started with that level 1 right at this area of the map. The blue buff here for Beishwan. He's going to get targeted again, and it looks like that's going to cause him to go down once more. Beishwan dies. It's Leave picking up kill number 7, and Knight's going to go down all the same. A double kill for the Zeri, and Ninjas and Pajamas are running away with this game too.
Oh, that ult from Beishwan. It kind of pushed Aki into Knight and helped spell his mid laner's doom as NiP, Grapes. Again, this BLG with Beishwan, it really feels like the team that was almost promised at the start of the split, or a rebound to reclaim a form for Bin and Knight, especially of late. And man, this game, I mean, BLG just had never really gotten into this game, man. Knight has been kept out of this game completely by Doinb and NiP.
Yeah, and a huge shout out to Aki again, who has been so monumental for this game on the Wukong. Invades left and right, team fight engages, and, you know, big step up for him. I feel like overall in Ninjas Pajamas team, like, Aki's been pretty terrible at times, especially during their rough stretch, but seemingly with Solo Kill coming in, a little bit of a change to the roster, and, you know, everybody on NiP kind of stepping up, vibes maybe being a little bit better. Aki, I think overall playing very, very well in this game, and kind of has been overall in the second round robin.
Definitely been better for Aki. For me, he's really a player that's needed to step up. Because, of course, if your mid laner is Doinb, that's kind of a jungler's dream. It's going to make your mark in a league. Aki has not been the best at cashing in on that opportunity. Doinb, very much a mid laner that is willing to play for you as a jungler. Can be nice. And Aki done a nice job of playing for Doinb and the team on the Wukong in this game. Again, a lot of jungle picks were taken away, banned out early, trying to get a worse matchup into Beishwan's Xin Zhao. But Aki has ran with it, and I think that early move, that early gank bot was really significant. Helped NiP get that lead in the bot lane, and props to Leave and PP God. They've ran with it. Done a really nice job this game.
And now we take a look at the game state overall. We mentioned during the draft, Covey, that BLG, they generally can scale pretty well into this one. We have Elk who can maybe burst a Scion down on this Kai'Sa once he picks up a couple more items. We have Bin with the ornaments. But it feels like we're a very long ways away from that at this point, as the gold lead is nearing 8,000 at 24 minutes. So, I mean, there's still avenues for BLG to stay alive here, but the threats of kills right now just really non-existent from the current item states and the champions that are currently on this NiP team, or this BLG team, I should say.
Yeah, just we have synced spawns here. Pretty rare we see our timers 100% synced up here on the top of your screen, Grapes. Baron and Dragon spawning here at the 25-minute mark. Of course, Ocean Soul on the table. Gotta imagine for... Oh boy, solo kill.
Yeah, there goes the Roar of the Slayer into that ultimate for solo kill. It doesn't find the knockup on the knife and the decimating smash whale. And in comes Doinb. He Zanya's the shockwave and makes sure he does not go down, as Knight is the first casualty in this fight. And Doinb will kick another one on to Beishwan. Down the mid lane, NiP go. They will at least be able to secure themselves the Ocean Soul and maybe even look for more.
Good game, NiP, man. Start to finish, this has been a clean win for NiP, Grapes. Again, really impressed and pleasantly surprised by our squad here. BLG, the team that has been undefeated, or series score-wise, since Beishwan joined. And I know that NiP, it was a frisky series they had against Top Esports. Game 1 against BLG didn't look too promising. This game 2, again, they got a lead early on. They've done a great job of running with it and playing out the map. NiP had looked damn good in this game. And game 3 likely to be bound here, Grapes. I think this just spells it. A solo kill. The shout was enough. Got the slow on the Knight. Knight has flash up, but the pinch from Doinb just had him in a really tough spot. Knight didn't burn flash there. I think that was the mistake. He's going to die with flash still available. I think he had the flash out of the decimating smash there, or rejoin his team. Was never able to get it off, and the pinch from Doinb and NiP was sound.
And again, the predictive Zanyas, knowing that the shockwave would be immediately issued by Knight as soon as he came out of crowd control of that knockup, making sure there is no possibility of a turnaround here for Billy Gaming. However, this Baron could be a little bit risky. Even though NiP are 8,000 gold up, they're going to look for the fight instead of the flip, and that is exactly what they should do. Bin goes down as Leave picks up yet another kill, and Doinb flashes forward, force the killer instinct out of Elk. Solo kill flashing over the wall. NiP looking for the throat, but a shockwave is going to buy some time for Knight. The Cyclone's second proc will be issued onto the Ariana, and as you say, no opportunity for any sort of kills for BLG.
PB got with a flash zoning Q. They're trying to keep Beishwan out of there.
They're feeling themselves.
Yeah, but again, just not enough damage for BLG to get through this Ocean Soul. Doinb going to be hunting down the Poppy here as this Baron take is slow, but NiP making sure it's secure as they try and zone out the enemy smite.
On lane's stun, but it's only on to Leave. Beishwan dashing forward, trying to find a knockup onto Doinb. He gets canceled up here by the W of Poppy. It is forced to go golden. Elk could be able to find himself a kill, but the Baron is picked up right now by NiP. And Elk is down. A double kill for Leave. And now it is just Bin and on alive as NiP can push down the mid lane with Baron in their hands.
I mean, good luck getting through this Ocean Soul Scion. And again, NiP doing a nice job of controlling the lines, realizing they have Ocean Soul that can be on the map forever. Just kind of play that one slow. Guarantee that the Smite cannot get in the pit as they get the Baron. Only lose El Capitano and their mid laner, Doinb. And they're going to be happy with that. Pushing down mid. And again, NiP, like, just how much better they look with solo kill in the lineup. It's wild. Because as you highlighted, it almost feels like some of the issues that Aki's had have started to go to the wayside. I still think that it's been a weaker split for Aki, but we have seen a couple of better games in split 2. And it just feels like overall, I don't know if this roster's in a honeymoon phase or if their top laner is just that much better. It feels like a combination of both. The solo kill for sure has been an individual upgrade. But man, NiP looking like a much more competitive team, a little bit closer to the form they had in Split 1, where again, they were our best team before we hit playoffs.
I mean, so far, that battle of the super subs that we highlighted at the start of this series really coming to fruition. Game number 1, Beishwan combining with Knight on that Pantheon Talia combo, doing a ton. Now, it is going to be solo kill in the Scion that's setting things up, but Doinb is going to be able to do some work as well. Oh, maybe a little bit too far forward. We are feeling ourselves too much as Doinb dies and dashes straight into a 1v4.
At least I saw Leave smile in the player cam. That's a good sign. But yes, that's why the Poppy was taken. It was to interrupt the Akali. Not able to connect there for Doinb.
You know what? We can have some fun now in this game if you're NiP. You're up 12,000 gold. I was going to say, in general, this is cleaner than any of the games that Top Esports played against NiP, even the win that NiP had against them. One of the cleaner games we've seen from this team overall, even though they have been able to pick up wins here or there, a lot of the time it comes down to some big flips around team fights and the like, but it's been top to bottom, start to finish domination for Ninjas in Pajamas as, oh, Doinb, he thought Elk was alone, and he definitely was not.
Surprise! As, you know, when you're up this big, sometimes you just gotta limit test, Grapes. I don't think there's a way that NiP can lose this game. I think it would take a miracle or 5, as there is no heal cut on BLG to get through this Ocean Soul. And again, I just don't think enough upfront damage in a game where it's tank v tank. Ocean Soul gets a lot stronger. You can play around it if you're able to burst, but I don't think anyone's going to be able to burst.
There's solo kill. Coming in through the flank. A 3-man searing charge come out of the shockwave is big, though, from Knight, but that's a lot of the damage that is already in the kits of BLG. And Leave it now has the opportunity to pop off. Penta. It could be. It could be. No, it's not a Penta, as Doinb will steal it with the last 2, but a full house, as we like to call it here on the LPL, as NiP pick up a full ace for themselves. They're going to even up this series at 1-1.
Yeah, that was one big Zeri, no Enchantress needed. Just a level 3 gank from Aki to set up bot lane for success. Leave and PP God ran with it, as you gotta imagine that's gonna be a pog for Leave. Rewarding some of the boom boom damage there on the Zeri as he put up a damn good game, and NiP pushes to a game 3.
And they take down the roster that has been undefeated in match score in the second round robin, that being Billy Gaming. They were undefeated in their last 3 matches in terms of games as well, but that's not going to be the case here against a team that is currently situated in 9th place in the LPL Ascend group standing. So very big win for them if they could pick it up here, as they are trying to claw themselves out of that basement in group Ascend.
Yeah, and I gotta say, NiP, you want more games like that. Aki was solid, had a nice creative path and helped get himself and his team a lead. Doinb able to snowball in the side lane too, like actually utilize that counter pick of the Akali into Orianna. There was some good focus from the team in order to be able to attack that. And I think hindsight 2020, taking the Ornn in the Sion matchup and then giving away the Braum too, you have to be really cautious firing away those Call of the Forge Gods. You saw some R's not come out or just be immediately canceled by PP God on the Braum, and that tank matchup, it was a solo kill, just straight up win, right? They went down a little bit in that early lane, but the usefulness of that Sion versus the Ornn, the Sion was much more useful and helped his winning bot lane snowball much harder than what Bin and BLG were able to do.
Yeah, and again, solo kill on this Sion has been such a big pick for them since he has come back into the roster. I'm gonna take a quick look at the stats just to see what what the history looks like. I think he's like 3-1.
He's now 3-2 on the Sion with that 5th win, so big time.
He's played it in almost all their series so far, and it's looked very good, even in some of the losses, right? Just setting up for his team, and solo kill, again, such a big piece of this NiP roster coming in, replacing Shanji, who definitely was struggling alongside Aki, but it looks like maybe NiP solved some of their issues with this last-minute change for the second half.
It feels big again. Solo kill, a straight-up individual upgrade. The team looks upgraded as well. As regardless of the top laner, they're playing better as a group of 5. I know some of the rumors behind the scenes were that this team wasn't really gelling, and there were going to be changes being made. Solo kill being the first one, and frankly, might be the last with how NiP is playing. Again, that series against Top Esports was good. I thought their Game 3 draft was actually really tough to play in the Top Esports. They managed to make it close thanks to some big plays from solo kill. As, oh boy, 40k damage being dropped by Leave. That is a boom reward if I've ever seen one.
You know, I love what Aki was able to do this game, but if you don't give the player of the game to Leave this time, I think the fans might be trolling a bit, unfortunately.
It's boom damage time, yeah. Sadly, yeah.
What is that, 12? Doing some math. 1300 DPM here in this game. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's not bad. I think we'll take that if we Leave. Again, damage percentage too. We're gonna see that next graphic, probably above 40. Zeri, you can get those big damage numbers going, but hey, started with that Cole in lane, found the early Yuntals, found the early Hurricane, and again, really cashed in on that lead as the Zeri Braum ended up being a pretty good pickup and a nice win for NiP.
And if you are Billy Gaming, I mean, that was probably one of the worst losses they have taken in the second round robin. I don't remember exactly, like, going match for match, but
they were not in that
hard
game.
to beat that, as they never really looked like they were in contention at all, as you mentioned. There's a little interaction we saw between the mid laners in the fight that really broke this game open.
And probably the only game that I've seen Knight just get straight up gapped too. I cannot remember a game where he's been gapped like that. Knight, again, really not able to get into that game or play it out that well. It was NiP that were much more valuable, and Leave the one that really took over that game. So props to Leave, props to NiP. Again, Leave continues to be an AD where it feels like at times we aren't thrilled about Leave's play, or like it's just okay, and then other times he has games where he does show that he can be that pop-off marksman, at times looking for more consistency when it comes to positioning. But his positioning on this area that was Thanos doubles up ahead, he drove that lead home successfully. This was a great flash here, getting out of the combo from Knight and really taking away any chance of a BLG win in that fight up front with his flash and his DPSing the front line down. Was really well played.
I mean, you said it. The performance from Knight this game was not one that was reminiscent of a player of the week from just the previous weekend of games. Knight not really finding any really big shockwaves until it was far too late, and getting caught out like we saw here multiple times.
Yeah, I think not burning the flash again. Like, you got a flash over there. You got Doinb collapsing. It was an easy pinch coming in from him on the Knight and BLG, as Knight did die with flash available in his inventory for that fight. Just a couple uncharacteristic mistakes from one of the GOATs that plays in the league at the moment. So we'll have to see if we can bounce back for Game 3.
Yeah, and, you know, Aki kind of having the better end of things against Beishuan as well, starting from that level 2 invade, and Beishuan never really looked like he was able to contribute much after that. Again, the new jungler for BLG, not having the best performance here in this game number 2. But we have seen BLG, you know, with Beishuan on this team, drop some games here and there. They end up coming back. You know, you think of the first series that they played against Weibo to start off the second round robin, and then kind of going on and on from there. So the bounce backs have existed. We just need to see it really come to play here in this game number 3. Thankfully for BLG, they should be back on blue side, and I think overall they'll be happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, again, blue side has been the side, right, for LPL, as that, I think, very fair to say that blue side is an advantage going into these drafts and series. So we'll have to see how they're able to use it in the next game. Again, I think that draft overall, that Sion first pick, the Ornn answer, you can play that tank in the tank matchup, but man, once bot lane gets flipped around like that, it can really lead to some grim results, and NiP felt like they just snowballed the game from that moment, as boom boom damage is rewarded grapes. Nice pog here for Leave as he gets the MVP and put up a hell of a score line to get there.
5,000 gold ahead of his opponent at the end of that one, as even though Elk on the Kaisa got kind of similarly strong in that big team fight around the bot side, it was Leave who was able to do so much more with that and allow for Ninjas in Pajamas to even up our series at 1 and force a decider in our first series of the day here on LPL English. Who's going to take this one? Will BLG continue their perfect run through the second round robin of Split 2, or is it NiP going to pull the upset card off, as they are again looking strong with solo kill back on their roster? We'll find out in a couple of minutes. We'll be back with the draft for game number 3 after this short break. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. We have game number 3 about to begin between Billy and Ninjas in Pajamas here in Group Ascend. Not maybe the result we were expecting, as BLG have been on an absolute heater as of late, winning 5 of their last series to start off the second round robin. But Ninjas in Pajamas have been known to cause some chaos. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Cubby, who will be joining us via video shortly again. I don't know 100% if his audio is fully back or not, but Ninjas in Pajamas doing pretty good overall. And Cubby, can we hear you? Are you back? Maybe not. We're gonna hope that he's here at some point. I believe we can see him. He's gonna try to connect here, but regardless, as BLG did drop their last game in one of the more one-sided losses that we saw. I can hear your mouth. I can see your mouth moving. I don't hear the waves coming through though. As Cubby's trying to figure this out, again, just a quick reminder to everybody that we are here waiting for game number 3's draft. BLG going to be likely back on the blue side, headed into this game number 3.
All right,
we're back. Format. I do hear Cubby this time. Welcome back.
My Discord decided to crash on me real quick, and we had to refresh everything. Okay, we're back. Grapes, I have no idea what you just said, but I'm sure it was magnificent.
Nothing too super impactful.
Don't count yourself out, buddy. You know, you never know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, basically BLG blue side after they played better. That was nice.
Well, at least I didn't get blue screen over here on my side, so I'm happy about that. You know, the joys of remote production, but frankly, the joys of remote covering LPL through game 3 when it's been a fun series. A couple surprises so far, Grapes.
Definitely, as you know, LPL has been full of surprises as of late, one of which I think being yesterday when Ninja Pajamas took down FPX, as we do have some tech issues getting into game number 3, which is why we are still here talking and on both sides of the production. So maybe it was fate that you had your camera die out.
Yes, we were synced up with the LPL production teams. Of course, that is, I think, maybe my favorite part about doing LPL English is when there are issues that go wrong. You have no idea what's going on, so we just have to wait to see.
We are here in Shenzhen, I believe, which is the home of NiP. You can always tell by the really cool cinematic that pops up during the loading onto the rift of, I think generally it's game number 2. My favorite one is WE's. But all that to say, maybe the home crowd like enjoying what we are seeing here for Ninjas in Pajamas, as they, again, could, with a win here on BLG, go up to 3-2 overall in that second round robin with 4 matches left to go. However, their next 4 matches, their next 3 are rather tough. The gauntlet goes AL, then IG, then JDGs, but definitely tests that they could potentially come out on ahead. If they can go and take a couple of those series, I think they'd be very good going into their last matchup against Thundertop.
Yeah, again, really just posturing for seeding at this point is pretty unlikely that NiP is going to be able to make playoffs overall. They're going to have to play that play-in series, so we'll see if they can get a better seed as we roll throughout the last couple of weeks of Group Ascend and LPL Split 2 proper, as a couple of fan signs. And Leave sitting very patiently as he's, of course, is sitting on top of his MVP from Game 2. Hopefully to maybe make his mark felt here in Game 3, of course, in front of their home crowd fans. And diving into this Game 3, of course, it's going to be BLG on the blue side and taking away 2 of those signature Doinb champs to start on off in the Rise and the Gallia.
Not too surprising here, as I feel like Rise has been banned away from Doinb in almost every single game he's played here in at least Split 2. The Lucian to round things out, targeting Leave. He's been very good on that champion. I think he had a couple of good games on it over the last couple of matches that they played. Lilia continuing to get targeted here. The jungle pool really affected overall here in this series. However, it does mean that Yorick finally goes through and Bin is able to lock it in, undefeated on this champion in the last 3 games that he's played on.
Yeah, happy Ben. His Yorick has been quite good. BLG plays around this champ well as he can reach critical mass on the side lane and kind of go from there. So curious to see what the answer is for solo kill. We have seen a couple of different options into the Yorick. Can go for Renekton, try and get that early strength and push him around, or outside of that, could go for something that impacts the map a little bit more, because frankly, you don't win that 1v1 for very long against Yorick.
The matchup that Solo Kill opted into in the past was the Scion, but he played it in that last game, which means it'll be unavailable for this decider. MF here for Leave. Not something that can provide a ton of you know, flashy plays or things like that, but team fighting is certainly going to be the name of the game for NiP, given that there is a Yorick on the other side, and that it's further accentuated by that Maokai likely going towards Aki.
I do like Maokai. I think that later in drafts in the jungle, this can be big. However, this does open up potential for Sejuani Yone. If BLG wants to slam something, I think that Yone ability to attack could be real. Also, Maokai showing that's enough for a Sylas for Knight, and Knight Sylas, it has been brilliant as always and of late. And yeah, likely to pair that up with the Sejuani too.
Typically see the Yone with the Sejuani, but Sylas a very similarly good case. You can stack up those auto attacks, stack up that number cross very nicely with the empowered ones that you get on your passive. Spin to wins here for the Sylas. Going to be paired up alongside Beishuan very well as we have rounded out our first rotation here in this draft for BLG. Full top sides locked in for them as there's the Renekton that you were talking about, can dash in and out of that W, can do some early game damage, and can overall have a good time in this one.
All right, well, how many champs is Doinb going to lose out on access to? As, of course, that Sylas is showing. No mid laner showing yet for Doinb. Doinb has played a lot of champions so far this split, as always. I think that we're going to probably see a Corki ban come out of BLG here, as I got to believe that Doinb might be looking for an AD champ. And, of course, Lucian already taken off the board. Corki would be the only other AD champ he's played outside of Yone and Lucian, who is banned as well. I'm not even going to count the Lee Sin, Grapes. We're just going to...
Nope. I mean, if it happens, like, that just all of a sudden turns into all we talk about in the first 5 minutes of the game, so we might as well save it for now. Leave it
If it happens, I'm disappointed. Because you get absolutely fisted by Yorick later on if you're Lee Sin, so, you know, it's fine.
But think about the content, though. Doinb locking in Lee Sin in Game 3 against BLG, I mean, amazing. We got some good notes here for Alk Battery, who tweeted this fact out right before we got into game number 3. The last time Doinb beat Knight in a singular game of League of Legends was back in 22 Spring Split. And to go back to the last time that Doinb beat Knight in a series, not just a game, was in 2021 Spring when he was still on FPX. The 22 game was when he was playing on LNG Esports alongside Tarzan and Light. So that was a wild roster from a long time ago. So it has been a bit of time since this result has happened.
It has, as the two artillery mages kind of being taken away here for BLG, of course. Play a champ that I think Doinb's actually looked quite good on the few games that we have seen his way. I know he's only played one so far this split, but definitely was a good look for him. And, oh boy, you can play this in the Sylas.
Oh, there we go. We got the preview in the 1v1. And now we got Doinb Kled in game 3 against Ninjas in Pajamas.
For better or
say,
worse.
It means that Aki's going to have to index into some more magic damage. Otherwise, the Sejuani will be very unkillable. However, I think overall, you're very happy about this here. As Doinb gets one of his signature champions, I'm just very excited to see it come through.
For better or worse, Doinb is Doinb. I like the BLG draft much better in this game. I think it's a lot more balanced. Zyra Khan later on is going to be quite nice. But there is a chance for MFRL to push them around in the early stages of this game. And now we're just going to have to see what Doinb can do on the Kled into the Sylas. Of course, you called it out to lose that 1v1 into the Yorick, as that was our 1v1 match, Kled and the Yorick. But chance for Doinb to do it here, as I gotta believe, like, okay, I don't see how they play the game out later on in the side lane. This is all about the first couple of levels, and I get a little bit concerned because I just don't think that Maokai is kind of able to follow up or play around this one very well. So it kind of is Renekton Kled having to bridge into the rest, and again, the late game is really poor here for NiP. So for me, all their cards are stacked in that early game deck, and we'll see if they can hit what they need in order to cash out.
Yeah, the more that I look at it, the less I like the Kled pick.
I'm not a fan of it at all. It's not good.
Yeah. But it's Doinb, and so we have to always leave it at that. The way that you probably play these team fights out is you send the Nature's Grasp in, and then you just charge forward at the same time, and you hope something good happens with the initial engage. It is very telegraphed, though, and so BLG, if they can play around it and, you know, utilize their maybe better scaling composition, I think Elk's going to have a great time on the Xayah specifically in this one, being able to weave out of a lot of crowd control that NiP can throw at him. That is going to be a little bit dangerous here for Ninjas in Pajamas, but they got the hype factor. They got the Doinb magic potentially on their side, as he's going to try to win his first game against Knight in 4 years.
The Doinb physical, you know, it's Kled, not no magic damage
Yes,
here.
yes,
He's
that's
going to
true.
try and brute force it down. We'll see what Doinb can do.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有
They're very equally matched here on the Gyos here. I believe we are in Shenzhen, which is the home of NiP. So a little bit of added support here as they're looking to pull off a huge upset against Billy Gaming to hand them their first loss in the second round robin. And again, it would not be something that we were expecting coming in, but given how they looked in that last game, Covey, I mean, you never really can say never. That was a dominant performance that we just watched.
I'm
I think you have beef with the robot too right here because it says NiP are 52% favored.
Did it say NiP is favored late game? That robot needs to be canceled. I don't know
Powered
what else
off.
to say. Yeah, we gotta power it off.
Uh-oh. Doinb gets knocked up early. Not a great sign here. He does not get dismounted. Will be able to walk back to lane, but he's not going to have time to base. As we see NiP picking up, I think that's 700 total games here in the LPL. Again,
Congrats.
all the top 9 still actively playing, as we were alluding to a little bit earlier on in the stream. And so another milestone hit for one of our best players that we currently have in the league.
Does kind of hurt for Doinb. Of course, did burn the Q and now won't have access to those bear traps for a little bit. And it's going to need some autos onto the Silas in order to clean things up. And again, Leave and PP God, the MF has a lot of early strength. Of course, Zaya can go up in the air to escape the bullet times, but to make it rain can be really nice to buy some space against Zaya later on. Definitely have to be worrisome of the double ups and the strength. Because, oh boy, good flash from
going for
Leave.
flash on Elk. They know that this Zaya can be vulnerable early with PP God having 2 procs of that W. Forces Elk to use both summoner spells as the Ignite was cleansed away from. So nicely done for NiP to get that bot lane prio. As we see this bot lane stat here, collected by Kelsey. Doinb, 76% win rate on this Kled, but the last time he played it was 3 years ago.
Well, to be fair to Doinb, he's got to turn the clocks back to find a series win here against Nine, as he hasn't toppled him in a series since 2021. So maybe digging deep and playing a signature Kled again. I see Doinb Kled, I think of Rogue Warriors. And if you can remember that, that's a real throwback. As
Back like
Aki...
when Rift Rivals was where he really made his name, right? So
Yep.
gonna turn back that clock, as you say. However, Bin could be in some trouble on the top side as Aki's made his first move after completing just his 3 first camps. On to Bin they go. The slice and dice comes out. Oh, what happened down mid lane? Oh my gosh, we're gonna need to get a replay on that as NiP pick up their first 2 kills in both solo lanes.
They did spot Beishwan on the invade too, so Aki should be able to get a camp or 2 away. We'll have to survive the dive bot potentially here for NiP as Beishwan's looking.
This is a must-need dive here on this
TP.
bottom side. On lands to knock up onto 2, but a teleport comes in from solo kill. This dive must be completed quickly, but it will not happen. Leave gets the kill, and now solo kill has arrived and maybe try to finish off another one. It's disaster for Billy Gaming in this 3rd game.
Should be the MF and the Rel going to the top lane. We need replays. How did this happen mid? Doinb the counter pick.
It's a tower.
Knight. He caught a tower shot. Doinb.
It's another tower shot.
Knight. No, Knight. What are we doing? Oh, Knight. We've been playing so damn good this split. Catching 2 tower shots. Not what you want. As Knight throws the Kingslayer into Doinb and Kingslays himself. As he ends up falling at the hands of the Kled. That's really big for NiP again. All the chips for me in the early game pile. NiP needs to be able to make this early game work, and that gank top was a good one, but man, Doinb finding the solo kill, that really is potentially a dagger into BLG because they can really get things going here now, NiP, and you can see the collapse coming in on the mid lane as Doinb going to look for some help and look to make use of this Kled.
Oh god, he got bailed out so hard, Covey. He was not gonna win that laning phase otherwise. He'd take this 2 tower shots from Knight. Oh my goodness. This is just a Doinb magic that we were saying. As now BLG gonna try to finally get back on the board. They find that kill on to Leave after the lane swap was initiated by Ninjas in Pajamas. So they get something back and they get a kill on to Bin.
That's really big. Bin gets double buffs, gets a kill. PP God wasn't connected with Leave, and Flash was Bin. Throws a wall that traps him against the permanent wall. And Summoner's Rift. Really, really well played by Bin. Again, showing some of his mastery on the Yorick. And showing why they were willing to first pick this one in this draft.
So it's a start, and again, the side laning here for BLG is going to be probably much better, given that the Yorick is on this team once we get later on to the game. But right now, NiP, they do have the early game comp. They're trying their best to utilize that, and you know, they were given a bit of a gift here across a couple of these side lanes off the failed dive and then off the solo kill, but BLG able to get some stuff back here.
Yeah, they were originally given a gift, but honestly, the real gift was Leave falling. Look at the experience between Elk and Leave.
Yeah.
Almost a full level difference. That's really significant early on. And again, Bin with these double buffs was able to get the Phage and come back to the lane. He's going to be able to actually absorb this. So I think that the 1v2 scenario, because Bin has the double buffs, was actually kind of able to cheat his way out of a tough spot of the game when it comes to the York for an X in matchup after especially he got first blooded up top. And because the bot lane is still bottom for BLG, they have numbers around this dragon. That Stolen Nature's Grass, that should be enough. Aki, be careful here, buddy. Yeah, this is a dangerous one.
Throws that out there and forces NiP to back away. So
all right.
Early Ocean Drake picked up for Billy, and that's going to be very nice for them. Again, NiP with this early game composition would have liked to be able to stack a soul early, but not going to happen this time around.
Again, just really don't see a way that NiP wins this game going later on. As Kled is...
The computer thinks so, though, again.
Kled's a one-directional champion. That's fine. You know what? Honestly, keep the bot going here, because this is the best argument that I have against AI so far, or whatever's going into this algorithm. Elk, oh
God.
boy.
We hit a yellow star there. That was tough.
Yeah, that Q was you know, thrown perpendicular to where it wanted to be, which is not exactly the best strategy. And again, if these plays don't connect early on for NiP, it is BLG favored. Knight should get tanky enough where he's really tough to take down once you get past this 2-item mark, what we expect to be the Roa Riftmaker Silas build. And then, of course, Zaya being able to go airborne later on going to be very valuable. NiP and Aki trying to take this one away is spotted out.
We flash it away. Going to be able to escape, but won't be able to finish off that red buff. See if they
That's
try
a lot of wasted time. He's
they're
going to keep that one leashed for
Beige One. Yeah, that's a good guy. If I was playing AD carry, totally would have taken that one. Oh man, guys, sorry, I had to take it. Just Lucky would have been able to steal it.
I'm preventing the enemy team from getting it, guys. That's always the go-to line.
Exactly. I mean, I would have said that.
Oh,
look at that little.
Well played. Yeah, bottom right of our screen. Grapes and I both locked in. We caught that one. Doinb able to buffer the ultimate of the Sejuani with an ult of his own. Not bad. As currently, things also not bad for Bin up top. Yorick almost getting the work on that second plate. Is up against solo kill. Almost a full level 2 off the swaps that BLG were able to find, which is really hurting for NiP now, because these grubs, you got to imagine this is going to go over the hands of BLG. Aki doesn't have access to 6 yet. Does need to take the red buff before he gets it.
Just the one grub. As Aki and NiP finally do arrive here to this one. Doinb does not have that charge, as you said, but has teleport alongside Knight on the bot side if any fight were to go super chaotically. But
I gotta
like
say,
instead it's BLG rotating back mid.
I don't even know what happened to really get the lead to the top side for BLG. I don't know if I missed it or there's just a replay. Beige One up a full level, Bin up a half level, and a good chunk of CS in their favor too.
I think
this is a dangerous one.
Right? They ended up going their way. As here comes another engage. PP God landing that knockup onto On, and Leave does a ton of damage with those love taps. Able to chunk On out to less than 200 HP, but the re-engage is big from BLG. They get the kill on a PP God, but here comes the bullet time. He's going to try to knock down the Zaya, but the Zaya will go down to Aki on the backside of things instead, as the Bramble Smash will pick him up too. And now Leave is able to survive as Aki will rejoin the fight. Solo kill with the dominance, flashing in, going to take Beige One down. Ninjas in pajamas, finding another kill in the mid lane skirmish. And they go 6 for 2 overall in this game to start things off.
Yeah, flash for flash trade bot. Doinb almost found another solo kill, and Aki actually played that one out really well. I was pleasantly surprised. Some of these Bramble Smashes got some serious value in the fight, Grapes. I think it was a difference in making sure that Aki was able to survive, helped NiP win out on that elongated skirmish, and those grubs, again, only one was taken by BLG, so opportunity to look again. We'll say Elk being down his ult. That one lasts a while. As we get another look, I was a little bit concerned on the start here for Aki, but they got a good chunk onto On, who wasn't 6 yet. So he's kind of forced out of the fight. After this, PP God's the focus, but keep your eyes on Aki. Again, able to step up, finds a Bramble Smash. Good bullet time here as Aki actually decides to go onto Elk. The auto from Leave was enough to get a twofer onto Bramble Smash, as he then helps Leave kite his way out of this one. Well played skirmish, actually, from Aki here.
Yeah, and then able to finish this one off on a Beishwan too. Solo
Okay.
kill coming in, picking that one up. I think overall 3 for 1 on that fight around the top side. However, it does mean that BLG are able to rotate back up here, take all 3 of those grubs. The first time we've seen all 3 of them go over to one team. And it does go to the team with the Yorick, so that's always a little bit frightening if you are Ninjas in Pajamas. And gonna be even more frightening here as Elk, On, and Beishwan contribute to that kill on a solo kill and could allow for Bin and the rest of BLG to pick up a ton of damage onto this tower.
Yeah, that's 3 grubs and a lot of focus. Likely to be first brick as it's only Doinb on the bot side. Likely going to just be the dragon taken and traded out by NiP, but it is a trade up in favor of BLG as they secure that first tower for themselves.
So we're very close to that feat of strength picked up for BLG instead of NiP. Just one more major objective across the map, and that will be there despite the kills going over. But now another skirmish here in the mid lane. Leave flashes away, but is able to get that bullet timeout. Chunks Knight down to half, and make sure that BLG are unable to find a kill on that exchange.
Yeah, but I mean, they can still maybe find the dragon afterwards. I think that's why we have the TP out from Bin. You can see BLG just sprinting towards this objective. Might look for the contest. They get the bad news. It's taken. Can they get out now as the ult comes down?
Here comes that charge, and Doinb is going to lock in on a Beishwan. He flashes away underneath his tower, make sure that Doinb takes a lot of damage in response. Permafrost comes out. This could be the turnaround that BLG do need. What a great crash down comes through from PP God. Still all the way back in the storm, though. Is able to help PP God go down. And now Knight finds the Abscondum Duck, and Doinb will fall. It's a double kill for Bin, but solo kill is eviscerating the backline. Another kill goes the way of Leave, and it's again Ninjas in Pajamas to come out on top.
Solo kill ends up being huge in the back half on this Renekton. As it's going to continue.
Going for more. They find the stun. It's in onto Bin, but leave a guy on the backside, and it's going to be another double kill picked up for the Yorick. So Ninjas in Pajamas going a little bit too far forward, and that forces NiP and Aki specifically to run away.
Aki's dead too. He's out of ward, so BLG knows Aki can't even get the trade kill as Bin hits him with the shovel. Ends up being 10,000 total kills for BLG as a team. That's a random one, not even a team stat. Or a team stat. That's interesting. Congrats to BLG as an org and reaching 10,000 kills in the LPL. But Bin, oh my god, dropping the shovels on NiP here, now moving to 6-1-1. That was an unwarranted redive from NiP, and as we look at the fight again, this one was chaotic. I thought with no bullet time, NiP and Leave might be in trouble. I really like how Leave positioned on the back half of this fight, using the wall to stay safe. Aki with that ultimate too bought a lot of time, but it was all solo kill, really buying the time and the space. Again, the Renekton this point of the game gets involved, pretty much one-shots Elk with the combo. That for me was the difference maker and helping NiP be ahead at the moment. But this redive, take a second look at this, is the chain CC just doesn't connect onto Bin. Aki has to drop that aggro too fast. That flash from Bin to take down MF was very sound, as they get 2 freebies and just not enough health in the tank for NiP to even attempt that dive. Gets traded out by BLG and Bin.
Yeah, I mean, very aggressive. They must have thought that On already headed back to base if they wanted to even think about going for a play like that. And even then, Bin was able to heal up very nicely with, you know, the shovel smashes and the like. Now he's 6-1-1 on this Yorick, which has become a bit of a signature champion for him, at least so far in the second round robin.
God.
And speaking of, with Beishwan back here, this is certainly solo kill going down, and BLG have found their footing here in this game 3.
Didn't even pop the ultimate, can't blame him. Now Aki caught.
So the kill, it should certainly be the charge coming forward though. Aki buys a lot of time, and now it's up to Doinb to try to take down Knight and On in a support mid 2v2. He's waiting for Leave to arrive. The bullet time has come out. On it has to flash away. Doinb does not remount as Skarl is just too late to the play. Beishwan comes in with that Glacial Prison, and now it is Billy Gaming who are back with multiple kills of their own. They're going to try to set this one up onto Elk, donate it over to the Xayah, but he's not able to get there quick enough, and it will mean that Beishwan collects the gold.
I think that just might be the doom of NiP too, because again, they really get outscaled in this game as the plays, the kills, it didn't connect on the bot side. Doinb was trying to reset. I know Knight went down to the fight, but he played that skirmish out beautifully. Grapes, as again, that stolen away Nature's Grasp was really what made sure that the fight started with a one-shot for Knight, and then was able to find Doinb before he got the remount in the back half, solidified the fight being in BLG's favor.
Yeah, and it looked really good for NiP at multiple points in that first 10 minutes or so, but ever since then, BLG really controlling the map. They picked up, I think they extended 4 kills off of that play or plays in both the mid and the bot lane.
Ooh.
And now the Rift Herald they go.
Knight actually went for the Rocket Belt, so not the Roa in this game. We'll say that it does diminish the scaling a little bit for BLG, but I do not think it matters, especially given that Leave did go for the Yomus, so a little bit more stock put into that bullet time. And the abilities of MF rather than the auto attacks, where the Xayah is going to be winning out. And we're going to get a replay as, again, the pinch onto Aki. This Maokai could not move. Doinb came in to try and save it.
He dismounts due to the turret before he even gets there.
Yeah. The Maokai ult, too, he caught it even though he was going unstoppable, so didn't get over the wall. That was a little bit unfortunate. And then Knight just plays this one out beautifully, as that Q forces the flash from Doinb. And then Knight going back in, deciding, you know what, I might go down, but I'm going to make sure that the Pled doesn't remount, goes down. And again, that Q was placed perfectly as the Q2 almost popped Leave. Kill credit did go over to Beishuan, but a very well-played skirmish out of Knight, who... Again, his Silas, it's a terror. He put up a highlight reel the last time he got his hands on it against WE, as those later fights really saved what was almost a throw from BLG as a team, and played that fight wonderfully for Knight there.
Now you look, it was NiP that was ahead a lot here in this game 3, but now BLG have come all the way back. 3,000 gold in their advantage. They have that first dragon, of course, in their hands, even though NiP were able to pick up the second. And we'll see if they want to contest the third. Knight has teleport. He's around the top side of the map right now, as it is Aki to start this one up.
Beishuan going to see if he can get in there. Looks like he dashed up. Okay, so it's going to be a give. They're going to give this one away. They're going to play for the turret. A TP coming out from Doinb to go top. As Herald's drop will be the mid outer secured. We'll see if BLG actually wants to rotate the try and support this push on the top side, or if they just want to keep on pushing here in mid.
I mean, why not? Just keep going for this when you have the Herald. Get another charge off. It was 12 HP as it crashed. Very lucky situation there for Billy Gaming. That's going to be a little bit easier now to allow for that tier 2 mid lane to fall.
Look at the top line difference here. As Solo Kill is going to go for a play, but the item difference between him and Bin is so big. Stridebreaker can't find the slow onto Elk, so that attempted play doesn't connect, and the push just continues for BLG as Bin going to start making work of this bot side. And keep in mind, it's 3 grubs on the BLG too. So, yeah, Bin's going to make quick work of this turret.
Yeah, NiP are being ran around the map.
He is so big.
Yeah, look at that. 3.2 thousand gold in their advantage at 18 minutes. Remember, in that last game that we saw Leave pop off on the Zeri, he ended the game 5,000 gold up. And we're not even close to being, like, at a situation where the gold is really ridiculous at this point for Bin, and he's already at such a tremendous game state. Look at this. 2 full items at 18 minutes. He's almost a full item ahead of Solo Kill.
And what's he get on this base? He's still sitting in base. Okay, we're not going to find out here. We're going to find something else. But yeah, again, Bin, reason that they're first picking this Yorick, and it really does feel like it's just a pick where Bin, kind of like his Jax of old, just gets to hit critical mass on the side lane and can't be dealt with.
And he's going to just head right back down to the bottom side with the Maiden in hand. It's so hard for anybody on NiP to stop him, so instead they're looking for other areas that they can exploit wherever this Yorick is not. But remember, now that this Yorick has fully been unlocked in terms of split pushing, every time NiP go for a play, they will be on a timer, because as soon as things go slightly awry, or as soon as they are a little bit overextended, it's going to be Bin pushing on the other side of the map with these ghouls, with this Maiden, and that inhibitor could be very, very gone very, very soon.
The walls are kind of closing in here for NiP again in a game where they do get pretty monumentally outscaled. Have secured quite a bit of heal cut on their side to try and deal with the Yorick and deal with the healing that can come in from both him and Knight. It's Knight going for the Riftmaker second, so just no Rod of Ages to start. Rocket Belt's going to make sure that he's a little bit more aggressive. As still full control for BLG, and frankly, I don't see a way that NiP gets back into this one. I just really feel like with the Renekton, with the Kled solo lane, you got to be able to hit your spike early, and NiP, I mean, once you kind of get behind, it just doesn't get better with this draft or with this comp. So we'll see if they can really break the trend, but I feel like this game was kind of really grim after that second dragon fight, or a couple of the plays we had early on, Grapes, and you can really see that it feels like the momentum, the playmaking from NiP They really can't get things going in their favor. Just kind of have to catch and try and survive and hold on against BLG in a game where they get outscaled by what BLG is doing too. So it's looking pretty grim here for NiP.
I know, I mean, we saw them play the map really well in that game too, but not the same here this time around as Leave pops the cleanse early and still gets knocked up, and Base trying to pick up the kill underneath the tier 2, which has already gone down. PP God going in for the engage, but there's just no more juice left on this NiP composition. It is a 2-0 as the tier 2 falls, and Billy Gaming looking poised to close this series out.
You know, I gotta say, when I saw the JD Gaming sponsored bot that appeared before this game started that said that NiP have a 52% chance to win that game, all my hopes were riding on that, Grapes. I can't believe that it's not the case.
Hey, we're going to find a pick here. Knight thought there was a wolf camp. There was not. And so a shutdown goes the way of solo kill. First of many steps for a comeback, as the trade will be the Otacon up in the top side.
There's not going to be a comeback in this one. This one's all over. As, again, BLG going to wrap up the Otacon. I think they've outscaled by this point. And, respectable series here for NiP, Grapes, in a way. I think that game 2 was a really good look from start to finish, but the series did really feel like whoever got that lead first, they were stronger. And the latter 2 games for NiP, I mean, they've kept it bloody. Thinking of games 1 and 3, the games that are likely to drop in this series, but even throughout the blood, the messiness, it really feels like they haven't been able to find an advantage. Like, even game 1, it was a 2K gold difference at one point, but it really felt like BLG were the team ahead. Doing a better job of playing neutrals and what their comp has, and frankly drafting a lot safer team compositions than what NiP has.
And now they're going to go for the throat. Here goes Knight teleporting in, looking for another re-engage, gets away from the Nature's Grasp, but no ultimate popped here for On, or I should say he used the quickness, but it did not find a charm. So just some zoning to force some cooldowns off of Ninja's Pajamas before this next dragon comes available. Remember, NiP have gotten 2 out of the first 3, which means that they have no position for a soul to be selected here for Billy. So if you are NiP, you should be comfortable just giving this one up. PP God, though, was looking for the engage. He gets ulted here by Beishwan. He flashes on out and will survive, but here comes a teleport from Doinb, and it is not a good location. He's going to flash in on a Knight, try to find some sort of play. This could be the game here, as the bullet time stolen away from Knight, not going to find too much. The health bars are very low on Ninja's Pajamas side, so they have to back on out. And if you're BLG, you're happy about that, because that means you can head right back and pick up this dragon.
Again, just no chance for NiP, who, if they're missing their ultimates, it's already hard to play out fights at this point in the first place. No ults, no chance here as BLG just trade around some health, take away the big tools from NiP, and are able to secure this dragon on their own for free. So denying soul point, evening up the score, and again, a game that it feels like is out of reach already for NiP.
We're going full Season 8 mode. Full Rogue Warriors mode for Doinb. This is like a build I have not seen in years, maybe. The Titanic into Black Cleaver combo was something we saw from like Jarvan Tops and the Kleds and the Renekton's back in Season 8. I had some good memories of playing back then, and so does Doinb on this Kled mid. However, doesn't look like history is going to repeat itself too well, as NiP in a very dire spot. PP God getting ulted here and getting taken down by Knight. Here goes a big engage here from On as well, and it's a double kill picked up for the Silas, and now Ninja Pajamas are maybe trying to bounce back a little bit. Knight does go down, solo kill, able to finally pick up something, but he falls on the back end of things. But Doinb has remounted, and the health bars are very low here for BLG. They could try to maybe find something on a someone, but there will be no blood shed, as BLG will get out with most of their lives.
I mean, that was a full casted bullet time in the choke, and that's what it took for a fight to even look close for NiP. So BLG is still able to clean up. Elk is the one putting out more DPS in these fights outside of the bullet time, and the lead for BLG just going to be too big, I think, for NiP to overcome in this game. Still Grapes. So, again, keep your eyes on Leave. Like, he finds a full bullet time. This thing is in the choke, comboed with Aki. This does a lot of damage across the board. On finds the cancel to make sure he doesn't one-shot anyone, but still, like, despite that, yes, Knight goes down, but he trades out for Leave. Elk did burn his flash, so that is something they can look to target in the next fight. Is a nice cleanse from Elk, ensures that he doesn't go down to the hands of Solo Kill, who might have been able to get an empowered Q off if the stun does connect, and no autos come through from Elk, so I feel like that was warranted. As I thought, actually not a cleanse. The good Mikhails from On.
Mikhails, yeah. Yeah,
to get him out of that. So, again, well played, but still, like, these fights, it's full dive into Xayah, and it just doesn't feel like we're even close as NiP. Like, again, that fight is as close as it got, but look at how many things had to go NiP's way to even make it look close.
Yeah, it would have been a great fight if they weren't 7,000 gold behind. I'll say that much here. As Solo Kill getting chunked out, but the bullet time from Leave is doing a lot of damage on the Bin.
Yep,
Re-engage
Bin.
comes through from PP God, and with BLG separated, it's Leave picking up a massive shutdown onto the Yorick. It's a 1-for-1 as Aki falls, but Doinb coming through the Hex Gates was looking maybe for another re-engage. It's these slow, methodical fights, these slow picks for NiP that could maybe get them back into this one, but there's still so much more to gain.
I actually really would have liked to Doinb just kind of ripped it there. Knight, he has TP now, but wouldn't have had it if Doinb ripped it immediately once he connected with that portal. But I guess they don't want to go into Elk, who I feel like he does have ult, but he's sunless at the moment, so it might have been one of the better opportunities to find him. And it will just be BLG regrouping around this Baron. Bin has TP, but this Baron's getting ripped down. Doinb trying to get his team in there.
No shot, this gets stolen away. It's secured by Beishwan, but can Ninja Pajamas do anything in this fight? Knight going forward. He is massive right now on that Silas, and it's Lee picking up one, but that's all he shall receive. Skanda Duck lands on a solo kill, and there's no more hope for NiP. A Baron and a delayed ace picked up here. Only solo kill is alive as he finally drops Aki, their lone survivor here in the base of Ninja Pajamas, as they send a TP up in the top side.
I mean, that play bot, yes, Bin fell, but Aki was low enough where by the time the Baron was down, I mean, Aki was in base. The tracking there from BLG, good enough to get themselves that free Baron, and that just might spell the game.
There's 8 seconds on PP God. Doinb spawns in 15, but the Baron up wave and a dead Aki's not going to help. Billy Gaming drop game 2, but they're looking to finish the job here in game number 3 off of Knight Silas. A brilliant performance from Bin as Billy Gaming, if they can finish off this Nexus, they will jump up to 6-0 in the second round robin. Lee finds another kill, but it's not going to matter at all. The Nexus falls, and it's a 2-1 victory for Billy.
I mean, Beishwan Gaming feels pretty good for this crew, as since Beishwan's come in 6-0 in terms of series score. And I know that NiP put together a really nice game, too. I think they did a good job of winning that one from start to finish, but this comp, it ran out of gas, and NiP ran out of gas in this series as BLG continues to really emerge as a clear top 4 team. And I know a fan hopeful and maybe representing the LPL internationally, given the past success that 4 out of the 5 members on this roster have had on that international stage. And we'll see if Beishwan can continue to play well domestically and earn that first international appearance for himself.
And with that win, BLG, they jump up to 10-5 overall in the standings. That is a very good spot for where they are at right now. Their magic number now at 2 to clinch a spot in that top 4. They need either 2 more wins or JDG losses, I believe, as we continue on, or IG losses at this point to clinch their spot in that top 4 to get themselves an automatic trip to the postseason. And overall, they're feeling very good about how their season has turned around with the addition of Beishwan, their new jungler.
The team just feels reinvigorated. Knight has been fantastic all year, frankly. He continues to be really big, but I gotta say, it feels like Yorick definitely a takeaway from Bin for a reason. If he's willing to first pick it and play it like that, that Yorick felt pretty tough to deal with. And again, we did see Bin have a few moments or at least get caught out in a couple moments in games 1 and 2. So I think Yorick uniquely a champ where you definitely need to send at times 3 or more to deal with him. What's Bin kind of play like that and get away with a little bit more. And again, he's a player talented enough where if he gets away with a little bit, he can turn it into a lot. Definitely seen him do that on the Yorick, which has become a favorite pick of his and has started to be quite successful once him and BLG have figured out how to play it.
Yeah, he's played in each of their last 4 series now. Obviously just once per series as we're in that fearless format, but he's won every single one of those games.
Yeah.
And so being on this new pick, it's been working out very, very nicely here for BLG as they continue to ride what is either a honeymoon or, you know, just maybe some good play overall. It's starting to look a little bit more than a honeymoon. It's looking like this marriage is starting to really show.
You know what? Early on in the relationship, you know, you can sometimes overlook some of those problems that have not festered quite yet. It looks good with Beishwan as things are all sweet and dreamy here for BLG. So again, 6-0 since they made the swap. Grapes, and things look good.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of map score as well, that's now 9 straight victories for them. You know, actually, no, I'm not even going to say that because NiP just took a game, so I take it completely back. But they looked good in the win, specifically here in game number 3. As for Ninja Pajamas, dropping down to 4-10, their windows to crawling out of that bottom 2 spot becomes much harder.
I think they're
with every loss that they
team
take.
for sure.
But
after
but
that,
they're still, yeah, they're definitely
Yeah.
like in that range where top 4 is not possible most likely, but now even the chances of them like jumping up to 6th, where they would be able to play against a team like LGD or EDG first, you know, maybe starting to come out of play. They have looked better, and I think at this point, now that their record is kind of in the position that it is, it's a lot more about, you know, finding quality wins, finding opportunities to grow as a squad before, of course, they get to that inevitable one best of 5 to determine if they go to the postseason or not.
Yeah, shout out to Leave, who did his best to deal some boom damage. I think it was a decent series for Leave today, but just not enough gas in the tank for NiP. Is once this comp fell behind a little bit early, it's so tough to come back and bounce back into the likes of York and Silas. I frankly really don't hope we see the Kled again. I just don't think Kled's playable in this meta. I'm sorry, Doinb. I know you got solo kill because Knight took 2 tower shots in lane. Yeah. It's fine. Besides that, it wasn't a very effective pick, as the few times that we did see that ult used was BLG able to turn things around and NiP unable to make the fast plays connect.
Remember how good this game looked 4 minutes in for NiP when they picked up 3 random kills?
It was 3-1, yeah.
It was nice for a bit, and then these fights ended up happening where Bin coming and joining the team on the split pushing York. I mean, he was able to side lane enough to generate income, and then was able to really put himself in good positions here. On this reattempt of a dive, got so much, and this is what really, like, honestly, like, at this point, the game was pretty
it was grim after this. Bin played this one out really well. Props to On, who did find the knockup on the Leave and enabled the flash shovel to the face of the MF as solo kill falls to the turret. And I will say, I think the one positive, if I'm a BLG fan, that I can really take away from this is I do feel like On and Beishwan played better as a duo in this series compared to what we saw or have seen from BLG in the first few series. I know that game 2 was very one-sided. I think that was mostly off of just not tracking Aki. Got a really good gank off bot, and that game was snowballed really nicely from Leave and PP God. But I do think we saw some moments where On and Beishwan were more connected, actually played off each other decently well. I do think that that's been one aspect of the new roster that I was looking for more improvement in. Saw some of that in this series today. So if you're a BLG fan, I think that's a bonus positive you can take home, as of course they take home a good 2-1 victory.
Yeah, and now for them, it's a couple more series to wrap up their regular season. They are in a very solid position to clinch an automatic berth to playoffs, although if they like lose out and IG wins out, like there's still definitely the possibility for things to go awry. JDG, Top Esports, and IG are the next 3 series here, Cubby, and those are tough opponents, but I think with the way that BLG is playing right now, no better test to see what the squad really looks like going into the playoffs.
I think still some questions. Like overall, it's been more of a positive with the swamp, of course, coming in. I still think you can take some positives away from solo kill. I know it was a bin diff in game 3, but this team for sure feels better with solo kill and Grapes. And again, 4 and 10 may not be indicative of the strength that we have at NiP going in, especially just looking at, I mean, right now in the standings, right, Weibo's gone ice cold. So I'd take NiP over Weibo in a series if we do have that matchup coming up here, Grapes. So again, play-ins could prove to be interesting as we move throughout our format.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully for Weibo, they've already had to get past NiP, but it didn't go well for them. It was a win for them in the kickoff of the second round robin, I believe, for Ninjas in Pajamas, 2-0 in their favor. Their remaining matches, in 2 days, they face off against Anyone's Legends, then it is IG, JDG, and then they wrap it up with Thunder Talk, which could be a potential first-round playoff matchup if things continue to go well here for NiP. That was going to be their hope, try to lock up that 7th or 6th seed to get a chance to play against a potentially weaker opponent in the play-in stage. Here's our MVP. It's going to be on the Rakan.
Okay.
I'd say, honestly,
I thought, yeah,
very well done, very well deserved.
Yeah, I thought On had a really nice Rakan game. Again, always been a pretty solid Rakan player, is On. So good to see him pick that one up. Again, I think that On has actually quietly, again, been better as a support in this split. Been a little bit more consistency out of him, and I think that as he adapts to playing with Beishwan. For me, look, I thought the two of them worked better and played better together today than what I've seen in a couple series prior. So I think that's the big positive, the big takeaway I can take home for BLG. Because again, the form that Knight's in right now, with Ben playing a little bit better, BLG always a scary team when those two are on form, and if the pieces around them can perform better. I think we definitely saw that today, as Elk had that big game 1, On had that big game 3, and Beishwan showing a little bit more connection with his team throughout. So I think it's a lot of positives you can take away if you're BLG. And even NiP in the 1-2 loss, who continue to look competitive when they can be. as that game 2 was rather one-sided in their favor. So not a bad series from each of our teams here today.
Yeah, I think NiP proving that they can contest some of the best teams in the LPL, even if they haven't been able to convert on a full series against either Top Esports or BLG, taking games off of both of them. Definitely respectable and things to keep an eye out for. And for BLG, you know, you got the job done. You got another win under your belt. That's 6-0 with Beishwan on the team as they continue their rise through Group Ascend. But that's going to do it for our coverage of this first matchup. But we got a really exciting one for you coming up next. When we return from this break, it's going to be JD Gaming up against IG. You're not going to want to miss it, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to coverage of the LPL here on LPL English. We have our second series of the day about to take place between JD Gaming and Invictus Gaming. And make sure you buckle your seatbelts in, folks, because it's about to be a thrilling one between two teams that are fighting for that top 4 spot, which guarantees you that lock into the postseason. My name is Grapes. I'm joined alongside Cubby for this one. And Cubby, last time this series happened, it was a pretty good one. I'm expecting a little bit more of the same.
Yeah, if anyone missed the first time these two teams went toe-to-toe, well, please enjoy the clip above or below, as things got a little bit freaky, a little bit interesting, and it ended up being a base-to-base comeback here in the favor of IG, which was kind of crazy to bear witness to. But hey, hopefully we have another fun series today, as I really feel like looking at these two teams, it is like, you know, we feel like this one's going to 3. We're going to be entertained in ways we may have never seen or expected before. Because when it comes to IG, don't really know what form of IG we're going to get. And JDG, to be fair, I mean, they started out 3-0 on the year. Since then, being 4-5 in terms of series score isn't exactly the most appealing path that you can find actually reaching, you know, where they're at in the standings. And JDG, of course, we are in the middle of their, like, super giga run, which is 7 best-of-3s in 10 days. So we'll really see what they can show in the back half of the split as they got to put it together.
Yeah, I mean, as we take another look at this one, this is what we're expecting. Chaos, chaos, chaos. As I remember talking to Yanni, who you see in the top left corner of this series. He was so sleep deprived at the end of this one, and you just couldn't believe what was going on. You see the player reactions, or sorry, you see the caster reactions up there, and you know, if that is anything similar to what we get in this series, we are going to be in for a treat. As, like you say, Invictus Gaming, very chaotic, all things considered. You see their record is 3-3 here. The record is currently 7-7 at this point, and I think that's fitting for this team because sometimes they look great, sometimes they look not so great, and so it just depends on which IG we are going to get here today.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, that's kind of been the case with JDG too. I really feel like Scout has had some series where he has been good and bad with this team, as it feels like Pays is the one real consistent performer on JD Gaming. But outside of that, have seen the form of some of these players kind of have some variance. I think of late, Shun's been really big, as it feels like they're giving him more of his champions and his carries. We've seen a couple Kindred games from Shun, of course, always a specialty pick from him. That has been a good look for JD Gaming, but a team that, again, a lot of people had the highest of expectations for, hoping that they could compete for LPL championships. And we really have seen JD Gaming, it feels like they are a top 4 team, but frankly, going up against IG and the trend that we've had of late, it has been them not really being able to prove themselves against the top of the table. I know that their last couple of series, they have dropped the top esports twice, and it feels like IG is the strongest team they've faced in a little bit, and we'll see if with IG showing some decent form of late, if it can be enough to actually close the gap, and that a big gap between JD Gaming and IG of, I believe, 8 games and a couple of series scores. So if IG wants to push into the top 4, got to believe that this far late into the season, this is kind of a must-win for them.
Yeah, and, you know, there's even the risk of falling below that and getting worse and worse matchups in that play-in stage if things continue to go south. Remember that magic number between IG and BLG is currently 2, so there's really little margin for error to passing them, and against JDG, you definitely need the win here. But speaking of JD Gaming, again, they're in the middle of a very long stretch of games. You can see they have played less matches than kind of any other team in the LPL. That's because they back-ended a lot of things to allow for their arena to be used for Valorant. But that means that they are in for a big share of a gauntlet in the remainder of this season to wrap it all up. Starting here against IG, of course, they played top esports the other day, and it's going to be followed by Weibo, FPX, and BLG.
Again, guys, 7 series, 7 best-of-3s in 10 days. Please just wrap your heads around that. That is a ballistic schedule to have behind the scenes for JDG, as they're really going to put whatever they have out on the tape. Now, nice of them to get to play from their home arena for a few of them, but to be fair, the last outing against Top Esports really felt like any hope of a victory was broken early on, as Top Esports did a nice job of really ganking bot lane early on, getting a favorable scenario condition for Jackulov and Crisp, and Top Esports managed to put together 2 pretty clean games after they found bot lane leads.
Yeah, and, you know, that's not something that many teams have been able to do against JDG, because Pays has been one of the most consistent players on this JDG team overall. doing a lot of stuff down in the bot lane again, replacing Ruler as they swapped places going into the 2025 season with Genji and JDG. But overall, you know, if FaZe is able to perform well, JDG generally has a chance. Although that was not necessarily the case this time around, as Top Esports did a great job targeting the bot lane and making sure FaZe never got anything going.
And I really feel like that is kind of the new meta that we have seen more junglers do. Again, the grubs being at 8 minutes. If you go for early plays like this, you have more time to try and recover and be strong on the map for a fight like that. And we did just see, again, 2 games in a row of, I think, Top Esports took more aggressive comps and early game comps, and were able to get leads and played it really cleanly against JD Gaming, who didn't really get into that series. So we'll have to see if they can play better against IG today.
Well, let's take a look at IG right now. They will be the opponents of JD Gaming, as we have continuously said. You know the players, you love the players, but you know, honestly, Cubby, some of the players have not been looking as good as some of their peaks in years past.
I think one of my favorite memes about IG so far has been like the old HR meme of, you know, IG, they are the sexy team, so they can hit on you in the office and it's okay. Whereas other teams do it and we don't like that. Except instead of hitting on you in the office, it's kind of feeding on stage. When IG does it, sometimes it's hot and beloved. Other teams do it. We aren't that big of a fan, but hey, yeah. IG, they have a couple fan favorites on the roster. And again, their form has been, it's been varied, which you'd expect with any team that has the Shy on it. But frankly, I really felt like Gala came off of one of his better, if not his best competitive years last year. And he has not been the same strength this year with IG as he was with LNG in the past. And same with Mako, who I thought made up a really good bot lane with Jackie Love. And we just haven't seen him play as well either. So there's been some variance in the members of IG. And sadly feels like another year of does Rookie have enough help? Because Rookie, for me, has been the most consistent performer and has still been very good in the mid lane for IG.
I think JJ's had some moments as well. The Shy, very hit or miss, though. I will say, I'm going to say it right now because I know it's going to come up in conversation later. I hate this Nidalee. I'm not a fan at all.
Oh, I think it's good. I know.
It's so bad. Oh, I don't know.
The bruiser items, I fear, are just a little bit too OP right now. The Shy... Yeah.
You can sell me on it once we get into the game. I hope we don't see it because it just looks so useless once we get later on. But here for IG, again, while JDG is currently in a bit of a gauntlet, IG does not care about that. They want to wear you down. They want to tear you down because every time they play against any team, they get down in the mud. Chaos going anywhere that this team goes.
Yeah, again, this is a team where we don't really know what to expect, but we always get surprises, and it is for better or worse. It for sure is for entertainment value because IG has been a very entertaining team, and to be fair, I mean, they've pulled off a couple of big upsets, right? So it's not like IG, like, they can't punch above their weight class. It's a middling team because their form varies, not because they can't beat the best teams that we have in the league. So, again, a chance to do that today. They are 5th in the standings. JDG would be 4th. A game score difference of 8. And a win here for IG would push them to 8 and 7 and give them a better shot at trying to qualify for that top 4 and dodge out on the play-ins.
Yeah, remember, it's not really a punch. They can punch up, but other teams, they're a very punch-upable team for, you know, other squads as well.
They can also devolve themselves.
Yeah.
Like, they devolve other teams into their own gameplay, but then sometimes they devolve into just poor gameplay overall, right? Against other teams. So, beauty of IG, I guess. You never know what you're going to get, Grapes.
Definitely not. As we got our walkouts here, we do know that our 1v1 is going to be between Ala and Rookie here for side selection, as we are awaiting the completion and the beginning of that one. Again, the stakes of this are rather high. JDG is in 4th position. IG is in 5th position as the standings currently hold. And if IG want any chance of kind of jumping up into them, they're 2 back in the loss column right now, so they need to make sure that JDG take one here with a win for themselves in this best of 3.
Yeah, and again, just excited to see. Like, it feels like we want to see a little bit better form out of both these teams. I feel like, you know, on paper, you ask a lot of fans, these were the 2 kind of super teams that were created in this past offseason, right? With this JDG roster, we have Scout and Pays on the same team with Missing and Shun, right? Of players that have played at a really high level in the past in the LPL. And then, of course, IG, the Shy and Rookie, that reunion with Gala Mako. I mean, a lot of really big ticket names on this roster. And some world championships on the roster, too, from different teams throughout the history of LPL. Again, it was a team where we didn't expect them to be the strongest in the league this year, but it was really of know, can they reclaim some of the magic we've seen in the past with Coach Danny, a team that I really felt like had Weibo pointed in the right direction last year, which was nice to see. So I don't think we've seen them really be able to put it all together for IG, but again, just hoping to see a little bit more consistency or some signs of consistency before we get into the best of fives, because as much as we'd love to, you know, have our jokes about IG and their variance in terms of performance, if we actually want to see this team be able to win, we have to show a few signs of it before we get into the playoffs, because it really just feels like, hey, what version of IG do we get on the day, right? That doesn't inspire confidence when we get into do or die best of fives.
Yeah, I mean, going to the playing stage, I feel like it's a nightmare for a team like IG, because it's one series that could just end your split right then and there. Even if it's against a weaker opponent, which, you know, they likely would get by being a higher seed, I could totally see a team like LGD just like going in and making quick work if they do not show up on the moment. So all that to look forward to, and for IG, even more incentive to try to get that top 4 spot as we have begun the selection for our 1v1. Once again, Rookie against Ala here in this one.
I'm going to favor Rookie. He is the mid laner, and he is my GOAT. As still remember Season 5 Rookie going to Worlds and just being completely inted by his team in what was maybe the worst team I've ever seen hit the international stage from LPL.
Is that the IG roster too?
Yes, he was just incredibly evil held on that roster. Kelsey would remember that's probably the worst bot lane that we've ever seen go international, as it was pretty brutal back then. Anyway,
my biggest memory from that year was the against IG was the Huni. That was the Huni quadra kill game, right?
It was Kakao getting the Skarner and doing less than 1k damage when Skarner was like universally just considered OP going into that one. But
nice.
Enough of complaining about, you know, what was 10 years ago on IG, as Rookie again on the squad has been pretty good. I think that Rookie has actually been quietly playing really, really well in the mid lane. And we'll see what he can do in this 1v1 and try and gets his team side select, gets his team, frankly, blue side, as it's going to be Renekton into Rumble, a pretty common matchup we see here in our 1v1s.
Yeah, you know, he's going to be Rookie out of position a little bit, going into enemy territory to face off against Ala on a matchup he probably has a lot of experience on. Yeah. So that is a good sign here for the JDG side of things. However, you know, it is Rookie. You know, Rookie, a legend here in the LPL, has been a part of this space for so long. Again, another one of those players that's on that top 10 list in terms of games played, that's still active in the league. And somebody who's really established a legacy. And it was on IG where, you know, he first found a lot of that success, and now he's made his return.
And of course, syncing up with the Shy too is always a fun one, as this was the team in Season 8 that, well, when it was, you know, the Shy and Jaculov and all those guys, they were the hands gap team, right? That was really the identity of this crew, and fun to see them at least trying to attempt that here all these years later. As diving into this 1v1, Ava actually passing up on the Dorn's items for Rumble, just going for that mass straight away. We'll see if Rookie, of course, did grab the Null Magic Mantle and the D-Shield to try and sustain what Rumble can do. You can survive this and get to that Hex Drinker and Maw, where you find the breakpoints where you might be able to beat the Rumble later on.
Here we go again. Side select at the risk for either of these players as we start things off here in this one. Again, if Ala can survive the early part of this one, you know, by just picking up the Haunting guys, it is more beneficial because you get to that first core item a little bit earlier. However, Rookie could have the power to start this one off. If you get a little bit of trading here. Rumble, though, just very powerful in this 1v1 setting. You get the overheat. You're able to do so much here.
Renekton needs a few levels before he can start to really push around the Rumble. As was a nice job of Rookie to dodge out on the overheat at least. Again, you kind of teased outside of maybe Rookie's comfort zone in terms of having this primarily 2 top laners being played, but Rookie's played for a long time, Grapes, and of course that flex pick meta was one that was really big for him, and of course the Shy.
Again, it's first to 2 kills before the Ring of Fire closes in. 1 kill after we do get that. I will say, I don't want to jinx it right now, but we've been seeing the players, I feel like, getting more aggressive. They're more willing to go for fights maybe than they were at the start of the split, which I like to see. You know, the more combat, the better here in these 1v1s. I'm not a fan of seeing, when I see the Ring of Fire, the 1v1 has been a failure to me. I can't lie.
Well, hopefully we get, you know, your treat for blood. The true failure, the first time I actually covered Rookie in the 1v1s this split, I thought that 100 CS was still a win. I watched him just hit the creep wave as he died to Voldebear.
Yeah.
That was pretty funny. Yeah, that was pretty funny. But we have seen our players kind of scale back into that. Well played there by Awa. Was able to get the overheat off and maintain the position of the Flame Spitter. I said overheat. Got the Flame Spitter off, maintained the position of it. Got a decent chunk there into Rookie, who getting a little bit behind. And try and catch back up into this Rumble. I think a base kind of needed before Renekton can actually start to get into this matchup. Again, I think Hexdrinker just that important for Renekton early on, as it will be Awa forcing this wave in. Gonna find the priority base and see what he's able to pick up.
He's gonna keep harassing. He's really not wanting to make Rookie head back. It looks like plays a couple of Electro Harpoons and then heads back. Rumble, no problem with generating that heat here, especially at the start of the game.
Interesting.
As he's actually not going back. So we are sticking around.
I mean, you can still push the Renekton around, but there is a window now where Rookie has ult. Awa doesn't. He's going to try and keep his heat up and maybe catch Rookie off guard.
There's a Dominus. It's going to be popped by Rookie without going for that first initial back, but you can see really not doing any DPS right now onto this Rumble. And so just trying to force his lane and force that wave underneath the turret. And it looks like he will get that much deserved base.
Yeah, nice job there from Awa, who was able to kite this one out. And again, has done a good job of controlling the wave in his favor. Harpoon cannot connect as Rookie is able to base on this Renekton. And again, sprinting towards that Maw. Has the Hexdrinker, double longsword, gotta believe this gonna build into the Caulfields into the Maw. As it will be Awa with the better base. And also just the fact that he started with that guys, as you called out earlier on, Grapes. Yeah, able to rush that Leandries and get some socks too. Really like where Awa's at in terms of his build.
As we are probably waiting for that Ring of Fire to close in, just resets, ping-ponging the waves back and forth a little bit here. As I'm surprised that Ala actually took the flash here in this matchup. I don't feel like there's many interactions with the Renekton specifically that would make that summoner spell particularly useful. So
I like it actually. I think that the big thing, A, if you take barrier, the empowered Cold Meek can get through the barrier, right? But B, Renekton has the 2 dashes. So if you're able to flash the first one, he actually can be stuck if he doesn't catch any minions. So he doesn't get the second with the E.
Okay.
Also just being able to, if he does use it, to like further kite him out or flash onto your red carpet, I think is really big.
So now I have a question, or maybe a theory here. Was there some sort of handshake agreement to just not go exhaust here in these 1v1s? I feel like we haven't seen those that much here, but it would have so much value in this setting. But I feel like in general it's always exhaust barrier or ignite barrier.
Yeah, those are just the stronger early tools, right? I think that, you know, exhausting an overheated Rumble, there's always some logic for that, but if Renekton can escape, then that's okay too. So I like where your thoughts at. You know, there is the unwritten rule of we're playing Ren, don't take exhaust. So
I was wondering, maybe there's something like that in there.
Yeah, maybe that's you know, we're gonna make sure that we're all Sigma Chads here and play as aggro as we can as early as we can.
This little wave clear here from Rookie, as these are the 1v1s that make you maybe wish they just took one side per game or per time around the round robin. But you know what? We'll get to some fighting sooner rather than later. Again, high stakes best of 3 about to begin between these two teams. As the winner of this one has a good chance of potentially sliding into that top 4, with JDG currently in 4th position, IG currently just on the outside looking in. They're equal in the win column, 2 back in the loss column, so want to be able to pick this victory up here as the season is starting to close on out. We get that Hexdrinker pop from Ala. That is going to be very big, as Rookie will not have that cooldown available where once this Ring of Fire, it does eventually close.
Speaking of Ring of Fire, check the top right of your screens. 30 seconds about until that Ring of Fire is enabled on the map. Rookie going to do his best to get this wave in. Gotta say, yeah, that's going to be no ult for Rookie for the 1v1, and frankly, that could spell the doom of the Renekton just now.
Why did we ignite? Did we ignite for Nimbus Cloak passive? Just
yes.
Like get. Is that really what we did?
Yes, that and a potential call to make heal. Again, Rookie. Oh, we're gonna give this? That's a cannon creep that we weren't able to pick up, but of course is able to get back before the Ring of Fire comes out. Ava also gonna base before the Ring of Fire comes out. There's a little bit of extra time on red side to buy some space.
Crazy buy.
I like that buy. That's a good one.
I mean, Ala seems pretty infallible here. I don't know. I don't know if there's gonna be an angle here for the Crocodile, especially without that Maw up.
Gonna say a really mean Yankees joke and I'm gonna refrain from Grapes. It's gonna be like
Thank you. I appreciate it. been a bad day for me. As a
Yeah,
fan.
it has. I was gonna feel like this is like Game 5 if Aaron Judge didn't make the error in the outfield. Like that's the kind of loss it would take. For
Okay, hey, 14 homers,
yeah.
leads the AL right now.
I know he's
keep my mouth
yeah, I
shut
know.
here.
It's a new year and hopefully a new fate for the Yankees here. If you're great.
Ring of Fire closing in between Alen and Rookie. Again, 4 side selection here. Actually, importantly to note, Rookie does have his ball back up, but the equalizer going to be used just to clear out the wave, and here we go. Waiting for Ala to overheat. He's not going to have the equalizer available for the fight, as here comes that ring. It's closing in, but Ala is trying to burn Rookie down.
Dominus.
But the dominance is here. Ala throwing this one away as Rookie's able to control it and give IG side select.
Brother Awa.
Did we think that there was 100 CS and he ulted the wave? Did you see that?
I think he did. You might have thought it was 100 CS, man. I don't know where the equalizer went. That's a bummer. I mean, he could have talked to the Shy beforehand. He would have told you that it's not 100 CS to win.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, oh man, that's a
We
rough
were ready
one
for. We've
Ala.
watched enough of these 1v1s where we have seen what it takes to lose. We knew that one. Maybe Ala's gonna watch some of the other 1v1s too.
It's
Look
either
at
that or he forgot to normal cast his ult key and he just like put it in
Maybe.
the wrong direction.
Look at that. Oh, we have someone on JDG is so tilted they've just left the stage. That must be Scout, you know? He's like, sayonara, guys. So we gave up blue side like that. I missed my champ. We're going to need the bathroom break to delay things a little bit more, but no. And you see IG having a couple chuckles and laughs as they got themselves that all-important blue side. Of course, blue side won all 3 of or won every game of our last series here, Grapes, and again continues to be at about a 58% win rate here in the LPL with every team opting for blue side. So I think that is pretty significant. Definitely has been the side of advantage here throughout the season, and see if it continues in the series today.
I'm so tilted. I just went back and looked at the replay. It was 90. He had 97 CS when he pressed the ult key, and it was on a new wave. So he definitely thought that was a win condition.
Brother definitely heard of All Stars. You know, he was watching those 1v1s growing up.
It's May
He was
13th.
a Froggy fan. Yeah.
May 13th. We have been playing these 1v1s for 5 months. And
Well,
we have not-
they
we have not
changed the
learned
conditions.
rules.
It was 100 CS technically would win in split 1, not in split 2. But you know,
I'm
always
still
read
mad.
the
I'm
rule
still
books.
disappointed. I'm still disappointed.
Also, if you're a good manager, you should be reading the rule books for your players. Who players reading? Come on, let's be honest. That barely happens for like even patch notes. You know, it's kind of on you as a team to make sure that your guys know the conditions to go in there and win. As
He's played 6 of these 1v. I'm doing some Leaguepedia searching to.
Grapes
get
is
myself
really
on that.
tilted from this 1v1.
He's played like 6 of these, man. Why
You know, I can just imagine like a diehard JDG fan like watching him lose the 1v1 and then doing the homework that you're doing right now, but being like 10 times saltier about it. Like, "What? He played 6 of these. He doesn't know that 100 CS. Like, 100 CS is a win. He's played this many. Come on." You know?
I would love to see the Weibo chats right now from the different fans of JDG to see how they're feeling about that one, because it was tough and it means IG do get side selection, which again we've noted. It's a legitimate advantage here in these matchups, and it's one that JDG, again, they lost the series last time around on the thinnest of margins, like 200 HP on that Game 3 Nexus, that you don't want to be giving away these little leads here or there, because they can all stack up and that can result in a series going one way or the other.
Hey, all matters. I like your theory on that. Again, hopefully we can get out of this delay, as we did see Scout off the stage. I think he's back now. Yeah, look at him. He's walking back in. We'll see if Scout's big. I think that Scout has been very disrespectful with how he's played some side lanes in some of the matchups that we have had in a couple series where I do think that Scout has really hurt the chances of JDG to win. But other series where Scout has been huge, and the Scout that we're used to saying here in the LPL. So we'll see if we can have a big one today. As Scout versus Rookie, always a treat when it's these two mid laners going toe-to-toe and you're an LPL fan.
Well, let's do it. Oh, man, I'm excited for this one. 4 versus 5 in terms of the seeding. Could be a potential playoff matchup as well if things continue to hold. It's Ron to champ select of game number 1 of the best of 3 between Invictus Gaming and JDG. Again, IG on that blue side. Very powerful. Lots of power picks available here. You know, Rookie, the Shy. Even a player like JJ loves to get their hands on some of these really strong picks and see what they can do with them.
Yeah, I gotta say, Vi taken away on blue side. Kind of curious to see what IG is going to prioritize here. As Varus, definitely something that Gawa, it's his most play. They're very willing to pick it. Wondering if they're setting up for something like that for a first pick. Also, Xin Zhao, really big pick for JJ and IG. As we just see the Varus taken away. And a Scion band as well. They don't want to deal with that. So maybe trying to save a Scion Lilia or some of these big combos that we have seen. I think Scion Lilia has really emerged as a dominant topside combo as we've gone throughout the season here of LPL.
Does maybe get a Jace B1 or something along those lines?
Yeah, that's fallen off a little bit. I know the Shy actually hasn't played Jace all split, which is kind of wild to think about. Just given how iconic that pick is for him of the past. But of course, Gwen off the table. They take away the Rumble, and that does lead to a first pick Talia for rookie.
Now remember, we were talking about this when it got locked in, or when the Pantheon got locked in first in our last series. Will they try to split up that Pantheon Talia combo? It looks like JDG have that on the top of their minds. As we'll see if they do lock this in for Shun, and it requires a different set of picks to be locked in here. As JJ is going to have a different opportunity for a new jungler to pair alongside the Talia.
I gotta say, I kind of like Annie now in the new patch going up against the Talia, but that Scout, his Azir is really good. I will also say I don't like the Talia Pantheon being split up. I understand why teams are splitting it up. We saw Talia Pantheon win game 1 today, Grapes. You're giving that point-and-click setup for the flick and then double global for mid-jungle to go make plays everywhere. But I think Pantheon actually struggles in the Talia. You have to play through the rock wall, and if you don't win out on the front line as Pantheon, Pantheon needs more pieces to be able to win out on the front line. You really need to get paired up with something like a Leona, like an Alistar, like something that can enable Pantheon to do things in the front line. Usually we see a Xin Zhao to answer. It's actually to be the Nefiri for JJ. This is a decent matchup for Pantheon because that point and click can be really valuable against Nefiri to try and lock him down and burst him before he gets that untargetable off.
Yeah, it's kind of fallen in priority a little bit, but getting a little bit extra carry potential here for the jungler of Invictus Gaming. We see the Yorick as a blind pick here on 3 for the Shy. And that means that we're probably going to see Ala lock something in here as we head towards the end of our first phase of pick ban.
Yeah, the Shy only 1 and 2 on the Yorick, but against a Pantheon can be a really nice pick. You don't get to the Yorick early, then you kind of have to take friends to get him later on. So the ability for maybe him to play out the 1v2s, or he's forced 3 to be sent to his lane, as we will have the Jax be the answer into the Yorick as our top sides are locked in, and we'll see what our teams look for as they look at these bot lanes. Gotta say, Misfortune has been a really big pick for both Gala and Pays, so expect to see that one, frankly, hit the ban list.
Yeah, I mean, the bot lane is going to be heavily focused. There's that Alistar that we were talking about as the only support that's really been taken away other than the Nico, which has been pretty much a permaban at this point in the LPL, which is
strong.
Very surprising given that, it didn't really get touched too much, but just with the new patch and how good of an engager it is, as well as the ability for it to poke, it just is really OP right now.
No, we have seen Nico pretty much get globally banned as the engage is too good, and then you get to be lane dominant, and with them splitting up the Grubs and the Dragon Timer, ability to take first Drake into second Grubs into third Drake is definitely very real if you have something like bot lane priority. Ashe taken away here. Actually think that Ashe has been missing a little bit when it comes to Ashe in the meta. Has seen a couple buffs in the last couple of patches that has been nice, and I think Ashe would actually really add a lot of power to the Pantheon Azir and the Jax, just not only the engage, but also the slows to try and help those champions get involved. Again, I think it's really important that Pantheon's able to win out and be functional and comfortable in the front lines if he really wants to push and snowball the many early leads that he can get his hands on as a champion.
But no Ashe available for Pays this time around. Still a lot of good AD carries available for the taking. Things like the Lucian could be on people's minds
Lucian
if they want to try to play out this kind of skirmishy composition that JDG already have with the Pantheon. Haven't seen too much of Pays on it, at least this split, but always an option. That and like the Callista if you want to go more towards that early game style. Poppy taken away, as that would be, a bit of an annoying one to face off against. Let's see what JDG's bot lane wants to do here and how they want to really finish off their composition.
Tells me Mako's definitely looking at Rel, but yeah, that MF that's been really big for each of our teams. Again, this is Pays' most played champion. I think the JDG have been really good at rotating this MF around, which is what we're looking for out of our MF players. Definitely one where Pays gets the MF pass. So MF grabbed here. An option for Mako, does he want to deny the Rel? I think that the Poppy ban for me really spells that Mako might want that, as AD pick looking to be Ezreal. I think there is real value with Jhin. Again, Jhin, that deadly flourish, able to proc off pets for both Naafiri and Yorick can be really big, but going to be the Ezreal for Gala.
Now we wait for Mako. Gala has a lot of space to work with here, wanting a champion that can play with a little bit more, you know, and have a little bit more escape potential against a lot of the hard engage that JDG does have. You know, can get away from a Grand Starfall, a Shrima Shuffle maybe if Scout dashes forward on you. And so with that added protection, it could be Mako going for something a little bit more aggressive like this Leona to add a little bit of extra long range engage in IG's composition.
Braum would be nice here for missing, but I think they have to rel for the main engage. Frankly, the Leona too in a Pantheon, that 5 seconds done on the Q can be really valuable. I think that Pantheon, like, why I don't like it in the Taliyah this early in the draft is I think at R1, R2, Pantheon needs more conditions in a draft to go his way before he can be grabbed. So for me, winning out on the front line as a Pantheon is really important because, again, is a short-range champion that packs a boatload of damage, especially early on in the game. The Rel and the Jax, I think, helping Pantheon win that front line actually be kind of tough. He's playing in the Taliyah and Ezreal. There's a lot of space they can create to kind of kite back. And if you overcommit as the Pantheon, you're going into Leona that can sit on you, have a 5-second Q stun that's really big, and then also the Yorick, which melts you as a melee, and you get pretty drastically outscaled as Pantheon in this game. So I think scaling-wise, very much favor what IG has with that Ezreal, with that Yorick. You're going to have to rely on the Taliyah to make sure that they can have the space to function as a team comp and survive what I expect to be a pretty early Onslaught and Wombo combo from JDG that really has the potential to play quickly with the Pantheon and a Misfortune, with Scout kind of being that late game insurance on the Azir. So want to see if they can utilize some of the early tools on the side of JDG to get a lead, because I think if this game does go like late, it should be IG favored.
Yep, yeah, the Yorick always providing that late game win condition in multiple ways, but most notably in the ability to side lane, take down those structures and just be a bit of a nuisance, even against somebody like Allah's Jax. So that's what we're keeping our eyes on here as JDG. They're going to want to skirmish. The IG maybe wanted to scale a little bit longer in this battle that went so close, went the full distance in the first round robin, and we're hoping it delivers again in the second. A battle potentially for that 4th seed, which would give either of these squads an automatic berth into the postseason of Split 2. On to the Rift for JD Gaming against Invictus Gaming starts right now.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
Pretty strong. I gotta say, I think we might be in the JDG arena for this one.
Yep.
As
we saw the little logos
custom
on the
art, pretty nice. JDG, you could hear the home crowd fans going hard for them. As look at this, the Shy trading level 1, like a real man trading out some grass box.
Here's our favorite JD robot.
Nope, I'm gonna ignore it.
Again, it
Don't
disagrees
trust
with you.
I
I
have so much beef with this thing. But
now our theory is maybe is the robot biased towards JDG.
I just think
that was one
LPL
that
solo
Kelsey
queues
threw out there a little bit.
Solo queue's got to be a special place over there, you know? These percentages are something else. But I will say that the raw DPS of Azir MF, that's going to be really tough to overcome. Definitely going to have to be IG relying on their space creation tools. I think they have a lot of them. But Unraveled Earth, playing around that with Taliyah, going to be really big, and then trying to play off those Taliyah combos. And again, for JDG, should have some priority early on, especially in this bot side. So if they can use that to rotate this MF around, make some plays. We have seen it, MF being a really good champ for PaYS and JDG. Definitely one of the teams that gets the MF pass, as this is a champion that I think not everyone has loved seeing people pick. Definitely has its own limitations, but does bring a lot of early strength. And if you're able to utilize that Bloodthirster spike and the power of MF around 6 in those parts of the game, can be a strong champion. PaYS and JDG definitely a team that has proven they're good at doing that.
Yeah, the MF pass is something, means a little bit of a different thing when we're talking about League of Legends. Just as a quick update for you. It's our Twitch prediction. Is it 50-50? It looked like it was very IG favored for a second, but I think we are deadlocked. Which is
the IG fans, you know, they spoke up early on, and then the fans were like, wait a minute, JDG should win this game, right? But again, hey, this is a game between our 4th and 5th place teams in the standings, and a must win for IG if they want to try and secure that top 4, as JJ is going to get involved against this blue buff. Should be a Pantheon winning out of the Smite War here. Yeah.
Yep, that Q Smite
That's tough to
combo
beat.
just a little bit too OP as Mako went forward with the Zenith Blade, but was canceled by missing, crashing down on top of him. So JJ now going for another potential camp steal. He has the Smite this time around for the Gromp, but it will reset as he goes on the retreat.
This has bought some time and space for the Shy, who again is getting bopped around a little bit here by Alva, but can win out on this one.
Oh, he had another proc of the
Able to
QW.
kite. Yeah.
The Shy was able to get back. He able to heal up a lot with those potions in addition, so probably would have not been able to finish off that kill. Not a lethal range there yet for the JDG top laner. As we still see some shenanigans here for JJ. He's running very far forward. I think he was able to clear out most of that wolf camp, which is a big W for him. As Jun was able to catch him out and now be a little bit shorter off on terms of those camps. As here goes another engage on the bot side. Pays having to pop the cleanse and the flash to get away from Mako's engage. And that's a big win for IG as they're going to be able to shove this bot lane in.
I noticed there too, Mako had level 3 to the level 2 of missing, so just that invade from JJ was able to get a level difference, which was punished really nicely, and delaying Pays' base here. Going to start him out of water resources. They're going to actually be forced to swap and dive on the missing.
He gets stunned up. He flashes on out, though, and uses both of his summoner
Pays
spells. It
too.
will result in a trade. No, it doesn't. 2 for nothing in favor of Invictus Gaming. Mako got so low, but was able to survive. And just like that, IG are on the board.
Shun gets a third quadrant of the jungle, but I'd take this trade if I'm NiP. And again, this was the concern I had for JDG. What happened for them against top esports? Their bot lane got taken out of the game early, given the focus from the enemy team. Feels like IG kind of took that strat book from top esports. A lot invested to attack this bot lane early on as JJ, sacked a safer clear for himself to just find the Pantheon skirmish. Ended up in an experience advantage for Mako and Gawa, and they cashed in, finding a 2v2, at least win, right, into a 2-kill win with the help of their jungler.
So a great start for Invictus Gaming. Looks like for the moment we're getting more of that IG completely on the top of their game, at least for the first 5 minutes of this one. As again, you mentioned it, Covey, but Shun was able to get some of those camps back, but overall you're very happy about the situation. If you are the Nefiri, being able to get on the board with a kill, you also were able to steal away a couple of camps anyway, so only losing out on maybe like a net -1 in terms of those camps to make sure your team gets those 2 kills.
Yeah, and you can see at least the swaps did come in for JDG. This was really forced by just the TP coming down, right? But also that bot lane deficit. Figure that with Pays' base being delayed and of course Pays going down, they had to swap like this in order to kind of keep Pays in the game. The 1v2 you can see being handled pretty well by the Yorick. As the Shy has been able to pick up mostly everything in the top side. Alva, to be fair, has done the same. We do have JJ and Rookie maybe posturing to go for a dive. Could be a little bit scary here if you are Alva. Rookie going to have to clean up this next mid wave to find it. But definitely an area of concern here for JDG.
Yeah, IG kind of taking control of the map a little bit, as Ala's going to have, I think, a bit of a tougher time than the Shy against the Yorick, at least for now. Has been able to farm up a little bit nice. However, the dive is coming as JJ is on the hunt. He jumps forward to get that on target ball. Ala popping the Counter-Strike early. Still has that ultimate at his disposal, so it'll be a reset here of the turret aggro. And another clearing of the minion wave, and maybe IG will go for another one next. However, the trade on the other side of the map is JDG getting back on the board. However, the Shy is able to take it down, missing in a trade that will hand the Feats of Warfare over to Invictus.
Yeah, the Maiden's down. That hurts a little bit. The Shy will be able to TP back and catch up most of that. But, hey, dive connected on one side. Good roam from Scout is able to impact that lane. And that Scoop able to make sure the Shy goes down. Whereas it will be the Dragon going down and Ala surviving on the other side of the map for JDG.
And so overall, top side of the map going okay here for JD Gaming. However, the bot side very much favoring IG at this point. As Gall is up about 10 CS, he has that kill. And it's another instance, Cubby, of, a team targeting the bot lane early on for JDG. It was the dive onto JJ.
Yeah.
We saw Top Esports do that really well to allow for Jackie Love, a player who has struggled a little bit in laning phase this year, to actually get off to a good spot in that game and in that series and have a good performance overall. And that seems to be the new game plan when you're playing against this star Korean ADC.
I mean, Pays has been really, really good this year for JDG. Really feels like this is a squad where, again, really high expectations for this roster. We have seen The consistency not exactly be there for the team is 5, but it has been nothing but consistency for FaZe at the AD role. So I guess a couple teams, trying to put him behind. Again, seemed to be a winning formula for top esports. We'll see if it can be so here for Invictus Gaming, as it is the 8-minute mark. Grubs have spawned, and JJ going to find his way here first. Definitely going to be at least one grub going over to IG. We'll see what kind of answer Shun and JDG are able to have. But at the moment, it is Gala pushing FaZe around, as it is no Vamp Scepter available for FaZe quite yet. So that damage is going to stick, and looks like JDG just going to give over the 3 grubs for free. That's really big for Yorick later on in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what Bin was able to do when he had those grubs in his hand just in that last game. And so even better of a situation now this time for Invictus Gaming. They get all 3 of those grubs. They're stacking up the feats of strength as well. That's now 2 of the 3 as Gala has to flash on out for that bullet time. FaZe using the last of his mana to cast that one out and making sure a summoner spell goes down.
Yeah, Arcane Shift off cooldown when we got onto Gala's character there, so going to have to drop the flash out. A little bit of an unwarranted aggressive look. The posture into FaZe ends up getting punished, as FaZe does find that Vamp Scepter in his inventory off that base, so will be a stronger MF that will be a little bit stickier, harder to remove from the map. Go to the heal off all those waves hit, but formations being how they are again for IG, that this Yorick's going to become a real pest in the side lane later on. As him versus Jax, of course, both these champions definitely have some scaling. I very much favor Yorick in the side lane, whereas Jax can make a little bit of a bigger splash in the team fight. Speaking of splashes, missing.
Getting splashed upon here by I think that's the pool party Talia. He's going to allow for Gala to pick up another kill. As he's now 2-0-1 in this game. IG up 4 kills to 1.
And for me, missing has actually been a big part of the success of JDG early on in this split. I thought that JDG did find those first 3 series win and looked better early on, because Missing was playing much better than where he was in split 1. I feel like Missing was a little bit disjointed with his team, but unfortunately gets caught there, and Missing having a bit of a tough game here. Again, the bot lane was focused by IG. This Leona pick, the Leona Ezreal, feels like a bit of a double counter in the lane. Just able to use range, then Leona, that brute strength that she brings early on can be really big if you're able to get those passives proc too. So it has been IG Mako making good use of that. Again, their lead, their strength has been built off this bot lane so far to start off this game, Grapes.
Yeah, they are looking very good to start things off. Gala, again, he's been somebody that has not necessarily performed to the same level that we were hoping, especially given his historical success, but more recently what he was able to do on LNG last year. But now has an opportunity to pop off. This is a champion that has that big clip farming potential if you can play it well. Really mechanically intensive AD carry that Gala now has to lead in.
We're going to get a plate for himself and then run for the hills against the Maiden. We'll say the Shy, maybe shouting out anyone's legend with this choice of Yorick skin, as the Pandas have hit the rift. Definitely a good one. I really liked how AL were using this Yorick skin for their 1v1s, repping the team mascot.
Yes.
I thought it was a good look.
You have to.
Yeah.
For a second I was like, wait, hold on, is Flandra's world skin Yorick somehow? But no, it's the Pandas that we're talking about.
Anything for pride. I feel like that'd be an appropriate Flandre skin, though, if he were to actually hoist a Worlds again. Just snagging
a lot of conditions that I just don't know if that's going to happen.
A little bit of an outlandish pick, feels like the best of Flandre in the end, as he always has thrown the nice curveballs here in LPL. Again, player that we've seen for a long time in this league, and rightfully so, is the Shy. Just be a pest against Scout. He dropped a few creeps to send a message. It's fine.
Yeah. Speaking of players that we've seen a lot in this league, I mean, just take a look all across the rift. That's kind of the historical part of this IG team, is just the pedigree that all 5 of these players have in the LPL specifically. 4 of the 5 world champions, 5 out of 5 international champions at some point in their careers. However, not all of it's looked good and golden through the entirety of 2025. There are moments where things do not necessarily add up and they start to underperform a little bit. However, we're seeing that change here in this game specifically.
Feet secured.
They're able to pick up all of the major objectives so far in this game. That is the feats of strength, as you did talk about it. They could look for the play on a missing. However, he's going forward with that Magnet Storm out of JJ, and a teleport has come in as well, as all is going to join the fight. But Gala just one-shots the Pantheon as soon as he enters the fray, and that means that it's another kill going over to IG. JJ going forward with another call to pack, looking at lockdown missing, and they do. The Rel is down. Ala trying to leap strike away, but Gala will find the kill. 3-0 in favor of Invictus Gaming, and they can look for another. Scout at the flash away as the Shy's chasing after him. The E is not yet off of cooldown, so the shifting sands from Scout will be able to get him out to safety, but IG dominating this game number 1.
Yeah, and Rookie, the flash out of the engage from missing means that he's able to function in the fight. This is why I don't love the Pantheon in the Taliyah, because your ultimate's telegraphed, and Rookie was able to prep the rocks and the CC connecting from both Mako and Rookie. Shun was stuck, couldn't do anything again. Take another look. Great react flash from Rookie. We know exactly where this Pantheon's going to go. The follow-up from Mako and IG is too clean. As he's stuck in the rocks, stuck down. Mako, great flash down. Saved his health bar and actually enabled another re-engage that he found back in here. As again, second round of Unraveled Earth comes out. It takes down Missing and Awa. Rookie, a fantastic Taliyah player off this first pick. Really made that Taliyah and his presence felt on the Rift in that first fight, as he played that one out really well. Now it's a big lead for IG.
Yeah, they're feeling very comfortable at this point. Almost a 2,000 goldie, but the kills most notably. 4-0-2 on Gala's Ezreal. He's going to get stronger and stronger as this game continues to progress. And again, we said that JDG generally want to maybe play this early to mid-game out with Pays on the Misfortune, with Sean on this Pantheon, and with Scout able to make plays with the Streamer Shuffles as well. But IG are the ones who really have put their foot on the gas, and again, they scale really well into this late game.
Yeah, I think that their space creation tools, again, thought it was really important in this game to play often around those Unraveled Earths, right? That's how you're going to be able to buy some space and try and dodge out on the DPS from Azir and MF. That can be significant if you overplay your hand into it. IG did a great job of using that space in that fight. Again, the 2 Unraveled Earths from Rookie led to such positivity for IG just been trading out throughout the fight. I really feel like that's going to be the game plan, and why we're seeing Taliyah just be first picked. Again, it doesn't... Rookie and a lot of teams just don't care about the counter matchups that you can play in the Taliyah because of the strength of the Unraveled Earth, the wave clear you get early, and then your ability to roam around the map with those semi-globals as well.
Yeah, this champion's been so strong in the meta, specifically here in the LPL. It's been B1 on multiple occasions. It's really risen in priority, especially because of the different synergies or the anti-synergies against it that you can play with this Pantheon in these game 1s of the Fearless drafts. And right now, Rookie's making the most out of it. As IG are starting up this Rift Herald, Sean could get in and steal this one away, but the Weaver's Wall is going to come out and it blocks JDG from trying to secure the objective. A beautifully issued ultimate here from Rookie. Make sure that the Herald goes into IG's hands.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down for that one too. IG, they didn't want to fight. They want the objective. They're able to rotate around and use the wall to secure that one for free. No contest coming in. Should have that cooldown back up too for the Dragon, as Rookie, I believe he had 11 when he cast that one. Not exactly sure. But will be a significant one to get back up. As
Pays,
that's a free cleanse.
Has to use that cleanse, and the Solar Flare comes out on top. And there is a huge ulti from Gala as well. Nearly taking down Pays. He had to flash away from that one.
Honestly,
that is a big win here.
Yeah, uncharacteristic mistake too. Because that was just the Zenith Blade in the Leona combo, right? It's not even like a Solar Flare. It was nice and connected with the cleanse. Pays tried to hold on to the flash, but couldn't. But losing that cleanse immediately, just the way that he did, a rare mispositioning there from Pays. If you're MF, you should never be getting Zenith Blade comboed.
Oh, JJ could be caught out. He missing, tried to go for the crash down as soon as that second proc of the Herald went down, but there's not enough damage. This Nefiri is very tanky at this point in the game, Cubby, and no damage is available on JDG's composition. So they will let the Nefiri escape. They will let a tier 1 tower go down in the bot lane for the Shy, and the gold lead continues to escalate here for Invictus Gaming.
I will say Rookie's going to try and scout out Awa. Awa's going to get away with this Gromp, and could look for a play actually onto Rookie. But yeah, it doesn't have the help of Shun. Again, a Rookie for me trying to fix this wave before the Dragon spawns. I'm going to do so on time. Actually, I'm going to agree to recall here. We'll be a little bit late to the Dragon, but again, that Weaver's Wall, I think IG really want to fight with this on available for Rookie. You see it coming off cooldown, so Rookie does have the chance to join the fight quickly, as he will TP mid to be in time for the Dragon. And IG, they get here in time for their setup with the Ezreal. really tough to walk into these Mystic shots, and Gala, who is ahead, is now missing. Going to be cut off.
The canceled Shun's back as well. That means he's going to be half HP by the time this Dragon is started up. Almost assuredly means it goes over to Invictus Gaming. 3-0. That is Infernal Soul Point. Just another victory here for Invictus Game. I mean, it looks very tough.
It looks
JDG
clean.
to come back.
Can I call IG clean from what we've seen so far? Do I actually get to call this team clean?
You just cursed it. We're in for
now
JDG are going to come back. You said that.
It's been great so far. Again, like every objective has been theirs. They've secured everything, and they've done it looking easy, right? They're just playing off of this Talia, the cooldown, and then again, I think the struggle of playing the Pantheon and Talia, with the B1 Talias, we've seen a lot more of that on this patch, and we have seen a lot of teams try and deny Pantheon just to get out of that cooldown. Again, I really don't like that deny. I think that playing something like Leona in a Pantheon gets a lot of value, and then Pantheon trying to play through Unraveled Earth. I mean, you're a melee champion, man. You were stuck. Your W, you get procced by Unraveled Earth in the first place. It's tough to play into those rock fields that are going to be under your feet when you go up against this champion. And I'm just kind of waiting for teams to actually start to be willing to take away Talia, because it feels like the answers that we have seen in the Talia haven't really hit. And this champion just continues to define and warp the meta that we have, not just in the LPL, but globally.
And I think combined with that, really been difficult for Shun to find plays anywhere. He's going to try to look for one onto the Shy, which is one proc of the E and the cage coming out. And
see a Pantheon.
A complete disengage here for Shun. And JDG, it's looking so tough for them right now. I mean, they have a timer. In 3 minutes and 30 seconds, they must go for a 5v5 team fight around that Soul Dragon. And if it doesn't happen, the game will probably end either way.
Again, like, Pantheon's a strong champ. I think that Fearless has actually really helped a lot of teams play more Pantheon. I realize some of the strength of this champion with the bruiser items being so strong right now. Pantheon can have used those too. We got a pause. Weaver's Wall coming in, missing, no flash. Yeah,
he already gets stunned up and flicked back. That's just an instantaneous kill from Gala. My goodness, the burst damage from IG is great. The play from IG is clean, like you were saying, Cubby. As they continue to grasp their holding of this game number 1. They still have the Shy pushing on this top lane tier 2. All is getting singled out here as JJ and Mako collapse upon him. And it could be more and more structures continuing to melt as we just cross the 20-minute mark of this game.
Oh. All right.
And Scout, well, I mean, talk about not
rough.
Clean. The JDG not playing clean right now. They're not finding the plays that they want. They're fumbling engages left and right. This is a tough look for them to start this series.
Yeah, again, I think that this comp in the Talia, the control that Rookie can put down, the fact that he got ahead, and the spot lane being set behind. This is 3 games in a row now where we have seen this JD Gaming bot lane be victim to early ganks, early pressure, and it feels like JD Gaming as a team just haven't been able to get into games where their bot lane has been taken out early on. So, again, inability to do a lot. And the Pantheon, I really want to stop seeing Pantheons taken this early. I think the Pantheon, just as a pick, needs more conditions to be drafted than where we're seeing it in the draft, and it's starting to get punished for me. By a lot of teams, so I think it's really tough to play Pantheon of the Talia Ezreal. Again, taking it R1, R2, you have a lot of factors you have to get through. Got to return to live though. On a kind of half.
And it's going to go down. It's another objective that just goes away for free.
Ult in.
Here comes that Grand Starfall. It could be enough, but no, it's taken by JJ first. They're instead looking for the kill on the Rookie, but Missing's already very low. Going forward in, tries to ult away to safety, but the Shy's there to cut him off, and Jun dies on the back end of things. 2 more kills in favor of Invictus Gaming as they are dominating game number 1 in a way that we have not seen from this team in a long, long time. Ala going for the counter-strike, but it's flashed away from the Shy. Weaver's Wall, it cuts off Scout, and Pays is isolated as well. Gala picks up kill number 6 on the day, and Invictus Gaming are up 11-1.
Always has to run for the hills against this IG team that is no slowing down, no signs of it in this one as Gala gets over the wall, hunts down the Jax. Going to be a clean reset for IG 1 minute before their soul spawns on the Rift, as this might be the best game I've seen from IG all split grapes.
I don't know if it's allowed anymore. If I'm JDG, I'm pressing FF. Don't let them get any more confidence. Don't let IG get any more confidence in seeing the Nexus go down. It's almost impossible to come back from a situation like this. We get to look at this replay.
I mean, who is this team, and what have they done with IG, quite frankly? Again,
exactly. It's
so tough to play into this Talia's Pantheon, like Flash Burn to try and get the stun off before the Unraveled Earth comes down. No chance for a follow-up, though, from the team as the Shy and Gala holding the line, making sure that no one could walk through. Ala was a bit out of position, too. Not able to really get involved in that one. Great Weaver's Wall, pressures pays, and again, Rookie able to posture so aggressively here, knowing that his team has his back. JDG felt like once their bot lane was taken out, they were never able to get into this game, Grapes, and it has been a very decisive game one. Not the bloody mess that a lot of people were expecting and maybe hoping for between these two teams and really any IG series, as it has been all IG early on. Again, every objective has gone their way. They've only given up one death, and now looking to make sure that they secure this soul. As JDG, the weaker team, relegated to trying to play through bot. They're going to try and cut off the Shy, but good luck getting through that York.
Oh, they got to try to steal this away. Otherwise, it's just going to be the soul going over. Shun going in with that Grand Starfall, but he's not even close to the pit just yet. All jumping over. They're going to try to target Gala, but he flashes over the wall and will survive. JJ still here. Still going to try to find this smite instead. It's going to be secured by the Pantheon as JDG denied the soul. They then pick up another kill on Mako. They're going to try to take down Gala as well as he goes over the wall. JDG looking for an answer. It's a jungle battle here in the Dragon Pit, but Rookie will join the fray and try to keep JJ alive, and he does so successfully. It's a double kill picked up for Rookie as 3 members of JDG fall, but they get what they want at the end of the day as Jindong Gaming deny the soul from IG.
It was a good angle into Gawa, who I think fell at the end. Maybe not necessary, but man, Scout whiffed another ultimate, and Scout's been kind of invisible in this game, Grapes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie. Kind of forgot what champion he was playing. I had to look. Was this a Talir talking about? No, this is Azir.
He is the Azir player, too. Like, just given LPL history and, like, Scout and his Azir in LPL, it really feels like he is one of the premier Azir players. Not to mention one of the premier mids. Scout's just having a flat game. And a season that really continues, I feel like every single time I cast Scout, he's just had toughies. Again, this angle into Gawa is a really good start to the fight. It is Ezreal, you can kind of be involved over the wall, but he's pretty much forced out. But it's Scout who was late because Rookie was zoning him. And then again, just this disconnect. He's not able to find Rookie, and of course, throwing himself in there, he's just going to die and get soloed out. Gawa falls, and it's really clutch that Shum is able to take away this dragon, but the Azir being irrelevant in this game is really hurt JDG. Again, as a team, they've struggled to get into this one. Bot lane was set behind early. Scout hasn't shown up, and let's be honest, Jackson and York, we have seen the raw strength of this York be really tough to overcome. As Mako, first player in LPL history to 10,000 assists. Congrats to him, man. One of the GOATs for sure. Looking at LPL Sports as Pays going to fall to the dog. And a shovel.
No assist there, but
goodbye.
Still another kill going forward for Invictus Gaming. Despite the fact that Dragon went over to JDG, they're still not feeling comfortable here in this game. There were questions about what JDG would look like against teams in the middle of the pack. They took care of business against Thunder Talk. They lost to Top Esports. Not many, reps against teams in between. But right now, we're starting to get a grim look of what JDG could look like in the back half of this second round robin if they don't clean some things up.
Yeah, and again, like, there are kind of two tails of the tape with JDG. Like, yes, they're 7-5, and yes, there's a gap for them and the rest of the teams that we have in the league, right, sitting at that 4 seed. But they've also yet to play a lot of series, and after that 3-0 start, Grapes, they're only 4-5 in series score. Had a couple of slip-ups. Again, got manhandled, I'd say, by Top Esports in 2 series in a row.
Yep.
Of course, lost to IG off a tragic one early on. And,
Ala tried to go for the teleport. He gets immediately matched with that seismic shove on Unravel. There's combo. Bullet time. Going to get flashed away from Gala. Scout dashing forward. Desperately looking for an ultimate to try to turn this game around. But hasn't found the angle just yet. And will go to the grave before he does. It's another 3 kills picked up for Invictus Gaming. Ala has the Zanya's popped, but he will not be able to survive for much longer. The Counter-Strike merely buying time, as it is Invictus Gaming up 19-3. They could go to the Baron, they could go to the base, they could maybe do a little bit of both, as they are going to walk away with a Game 1 victory for sure.
I don't know about that one from JDG. That was really weird, trying to all in on Ezreal, and Scout, I mean, sends everything in, doesn't even burn his flash or ult, and just dies. As I'm not used to seeing Scout perform like this, especially when he gets his hands on his Azir. And that's going to spell the doom of this Game 1 as IG, man, walk in and take care of business against JDG.
It just never looked close. They're going to try to pad the KDAs a little bit. Instead, the Nexus goes down 19-3, less than 30 minutes into this game. It's Invictus Gaming walking away with a Game 1 win.
And that was a great game from IG. I love the game plan to focus on bot. Rookie, standout performance from him. And then on the side of JDG, again, this is 3 games in a row. We have seen their bot lane get focused early on. They've been set behind. The rest of the team just kind of feels lost when their bot lane is is not ahead or they're able to play with missing. I think that that draft, again, I'm really out on playing Pantheon into Taliyah. I think it's really tough. Pantheon needs more conditions for me than what is warranted right now to be picked in R1, R2. And at the end of the day, man, it was just IG taking care of business really through bot. Shout out to Mako, who I thought had a great game on that Leona. Really controlled the pace of the game, punished missing from start to finish. And I think is the player of the game looking back, Grapes, is he really got things going for IG and made sure that that was, again, a clean win for IG. Something we do not say often when it comes to this team.
We say there've been a lot of wins, just not a lot of clean wins, right? For Invictus Gaming, where sometimes it looks like they definitely don't deserve it, and they do end up taking the victory. Most notably, you know, that last time that these two teams faced off in that game number 3, where they probably should have lost the series, and eventually able to run it down and end the game from there. But this was, again, maybe one of the cleaner games we've seen from IG all year long, as it has never really fully lined up for them in terms of what this super team roster could look like. You even look at some of their last couple of games, you know, they're dropping games to ThunderTalk, WE, teams that they should be expected to pass in the standings rather easily. But against JDG here in this game, they are looking hungry, they're looking strong, and they're looking poised to potentially contest for that top 4.
I just, like, again, what I'm seeing out of JDG and Scout, I'm not used to seeing this. I really hold Scout in high regard as a player throughout his career. And I don't think we've really seen the consistency of Scout of late on this team. Again, that wasn't all on him. I think that draft was a little bit hard to play. Again, I really don't like these paths in the Taliyah trades that we get. I just think that you're signing up to have a disadvantageous matchup into it. I'd rather just play, like, give Panth Taliyah or just start banning Taliyah, man. Put some respect on this champion. It feels like everyone tries to play into it, but the power she brings to the map and team fighting, it's too easy to find fights where you have numbers or someone has to fight through the unraveled earth, and it's so challenging to do. As this pick continues to be one of the dominant picks that we have in Fearless Draft in our meta. As, again, man, tail of the tape there. Look at that damage dealt to champs. Everyone from JDG just pretty much getting gapped.
Yep. Aside from one little moment, 7 minutes into the game, entirely dominated in terms of gold at the very least by Invictus Gaming. As we said, didn't really ever look close. It started off with that early invade gone right, or the early dive, I should say, that went right here for IG. And then from there, it never really looked back. And if they continue to look this clean, I think a lot of LPL teams are going to be worried. But the question is, can they stay this good? Because consistency has been always the name of the game for IG. If they can find that level of consistency, that is where they will succeed. And so if they come back firing in game 2, it'll look good, but we don't know exactly if that's going to happen yet.
Yeah, still, I love the plan from JJ and IG. The early invades, the time of the Pantheon, it did get a support level advantage. Missing was able to cash that in. And again, like, just an off game for JDG. The engages from Missing were either flashed out or didn't connect. JDG didn't have enough tools to really enable these rel power plays. We saw Scout have an invisible game. And Pays was set behind early on. It felt like his team was never really able to set up for him to be successful. We saw the Pantheon getting blown up early on. And Awa was in a tough matchup. I don't care if you get counterpicked into the York. You're playing to the York. That's usually a toughie in the top side. So, yeah, just a game where JDG, I mean, looked flat. They fell flat. And we'll see if they can bounce back for game 2.
Yeah, again, they have the most to gain, the most to lose, with the most remaining games left in their schedule out of any other team in Group Ascend. Again, that was kind of built into their schedule from the start, but
yeah,
now is their opportunity to bounce back and answer. Again, remember, they lost this matchup against IG as well, so if it comes down to a tiebreaker, I believe the head-to-head will just go over to Invictus Gaming if they win out on this game and, clinch the 2-0 sweep across both series. And that becomes important because, again, these teams are so closely contested. Even though JDG kind of have the game lead over them in terms of losses or matchups in the loss column that they have in their advantage, Invictus Gaming, if they win both of the games against JDG, that's going to be a huge victory.
Yeah, and again, JDG, they have a lot of games to play out, and so far these games do not look good. I mean, both Scout going in for nothing and Pays throwing out a bullet time that kind of caught air as JDG just came up with nothing in that game. And they're going to have to dig into find a reset in game 2 and just have a better game on the Rift, because this was a game where IG was firing at all cylinders and JDG couldn't really find a way to even put their gun together, as they were not able to fire at all. Yeah,
and we'll see what changes come forward here for JDG. Remember, they will be on the blue side for this time around because they did lose.
We don't know
so
side select yet, but they did lose, and we're just gonna straight up assume they're on blue side, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've kind of handshook that that's the that's.
You know what? This game always just went went downhill from the point where we equalizer to minion wave, right? It was just that's why we lost game 1 as JDG. We equalized to minion wave, we didn't get blue side, so just GG. FF the series with that logic too. It's gonna be a 2-1 IG at this rate, you know?
2-1. That means you think that JD is gonna win the game.
But yeah, because they get blue side next game. That's
true.
We need a 6-0 blue side day. That's what we're going towards.
Was the
It's
ulti
4-0 right now.
Ulti the minion wave, was that your Steve Bartman play right there?
Oh, well, that's getting personal.
I had to get one back. You had the Yankees joke.
Yeah,
earlier.
I mean, you know, that might have ruined a career like Mark Pryor's. If we're talking about greats, potential greats. That's just. I actually watched Mark Pryor highlights the other weekend, Grapes. I got really sad.
Going back for those deep cuts.
I get so sad as a Cubs fan. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, you know. But hey, at least he won a ring being the pitching coach for the Dodgers. And at least Mako got that deserved pog. Kind of like how Mark Pryor's the support of that pitching staff. Now Mako was the support for his team in this game. And fired on all cylinders on that Leona again, as he was really on point. So props to Mako. I think that was a well-deserved pog for him. Excited to see if he can continue that form in game 2.
If you're one of the 15 people that are watching this stream that understood that reference, congratulations. As we needed to start getting creative to come up with interesting things to talk about with that game.
He was definitely on steroids with the size of those calves, but I still miss him. He was a great pitcher for the couple years that he was hot.
Well, we'll see if JDG got the juice here in game 2. If they can bounce back, make this an interesting one here, as it definitely was not interesting as IG dominated that first game. We'll be back with the draft for game 2 after this short break. Welcome back, everybody, to English coverage of the LPL. JD Gaming falling to Invictus Gaming 1-0 here in this best of 3. Gonna need to bounce back in order to have any chance of keeping their spot in 4th position alive and in a safe position. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Cubby, but before we get into the draft for game number 2, have you ever heard of MOBA Trainer? It is a new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. You just boot up the program and work through puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You select a puzzle from a map, answer the questions, and unlock more features. And let's do one right now as we prepare for game number 2. If you've been watching the stream all day long, you know that Cubby and I had some trouble in this last one, so we need to make sure we get some redemption here.
That 1 for 4 is not what you want to see out of your mid laners here, as we're going to have to do a better job on a Katarina. Oh, God, now they're going to throw a cheese pick at us.
Hey, this is the same matchup, Silas and Cat, except we're on the other side of things now. So, let's see. I think we
got to wait. He's level 6. If we jump in, we're dead.
If we
this
jump
is a
in,
freebie.
we definitely die. Yeah.
It is not your turn or time to play aggressive.
I was wondering if it was a
MOBA
bait.
Trainer.
I wonder if it was like a bait question of like seeing like, oh, your Silas.
Oh, my top laner is just the GOAT.
He's roaming down here. I think we do have to follow him now because
yeah, we got to follow Silas because we have
the
Sion here. We have numbers too. John is here as well.
Yes.
Yes. Sion alt equals hot soup coming through. There it is. Hot soup coming through. Silas is stuck. Oh, it's good steal by the Silas.
But it's all good.
And close to be enough. This has to be a trick question. Aren't we going to continue fighting?
I think we try to get. I think me might try to get out because the Wukong cloned away. That tornado is not going to hit Wukong. I'm just jaded from last time where we tried to fight all the time. I think we might not have many cooldowns left.
I'll trust Grapes.
Let's go.
Use it to save yourself. Hooray!
If that knockup landed, maybe
he went in.
Yeah.
God.
Okay. Now I don't get it. Okay. You know what? We got the questions right. We were 1 for 4 last time. This time we're 3 for 3.
That's all that matters. No pictures on a scorecard. That's the best phrase from golf. All right, you can always take that one with you. No pictures on a scorecard.
We came out clutch. If you enjoyed that, you can subscribe for 20% off and unlimited puzzles by using our code LPL20. You can see that down on the bottom of your screen. Links will be in the chat as well for mobatrainer.gg. All of the proceeds will benefit the MOBA Trainer designers and the LPL English unofficial broadcast. Start leveling up your game today with a MOBA Trainer. And maybe JDG's got to take a look at some MOBA Trainer after that first game because it did not look good for them. A lot of macro mistakes or just micro mistakes, and IG played the game very, very well, all things considered.
I gotta say, it's the 3rd game in a row where I have seen a team really focus on setting JDG's bot lane behind. And it feels like JDG have just not been the same team when they are behind like that, to be very fair. So we're going to have to see this team either find a way to make sure their bot lane gets ahead or just put together something better on the Rift, because I have not seen Scout's Azir be that invisible in a long time. It felt like all of JDG were just off in that game, as that game was all IG. And again, I cannot emphasize enough, that was a clean IG win. They played a clean map, guys. We are not used to seeing the team be like this, but IG firing on all cylinders. Had a great map 1. We'll see if they can continue it for game 2. Or if they, find a way to for fun game 2 and push to a game 3, which surely would never happen, right? We would never expect IG, after such a dominant, easy game 1 victory, to do something silly in game 2, Grapes. That is not the team we know and love.
Never. No. I mean, it definitely didn't look like the team we knew and love in game number 1, but maybe that's just them using their deception to, double cross us one way or the other, where we think that they're playing really clean and now they get to show their inconsistency.
IG plays like that, man. You might be able to take yourself off a heart medication if you're an IG fan. Usually that's the heart attack team.
Clean gameplay from IG. Haven't seen that in quite a bit, but we definitely did. Led by that guy Mako, who again listing 10,000 assists in the LPL.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just a crazy number. There's so many games that you play in this league, obviously, but being able to rack up something like that is just insane.
I mean, by the way, not only was it 10,000 assists for Mako, second on the list, shout out to Crisp, who's sitting at 7,159. So that is like a 3,000 gap. In fact, Doinb is at 8th, and he's below 5,000 assists in the league. So
wow.
Shout out to Mako. I mean, he truly is one of the LPL greats, one of the GOATs. Also, shout out to Ming on that list, as I really hold those two as the 2 best supports that LPL has seen. in that regard. And Mako, hey, he was the best support on the Rift out of the two, as he won MVP from that Leona performance in Game 1. Was he going to continue it here in Game 2?
With JDG back on the blue side as we kick things off, the question now is going to really arise for this team, Covey. If you are JDG, can somebody else other than Pace carry if he gets put far behind? You know, you think about in traditional sports, you got like the double team on your best wide receiver, on your best player in basketball or something. It's up to the other players to really step up when that happens. And so far for JDG, that is not in the last 3 games.
Yeah, not just on Pace, too. We saw him missing, really get outplayed and ran around the map there by Mako once he was set behind. So definitely, you know, impacting Pace's ability to carry and Missing's ability to impact the map. Has been a winning formula for teams going up against JDG of late. As the gambit here for JDG, it was leave the Rumble and the Varus up. Rumble banned away from Alba and JDG. You gotta imagine it's gonna be a Varus first pick here for Pace.
Something that can do some damage from long range. Very flexible in terms of how it molds into a draft, which makes it very valuable here in this B1. We'll see what IG want to do here on the back end of things. Again, that Xin Zhao is really a high priority jungle, but was taken away by JDG. So the response is going to be a Jace as well as that Jhin. I remember we were highlighting maybe a Jace pick with the Scion ban on IG side in Game 1. We're going to get it instead in Game 2.
That's a lot of range already showing for IG, and potential specialty pick for the Shy. Hasn't played the Jace yet. This split might just get his hands on it here. Would be, you know, do have to add that Rookie can play this as well. So is some flexibility between the IG solo laners here who wants the Jace, as potentially also could open up for a Lilia jungle pick later on, which I'm curious, because with K'Sante taken, I will say you really want to find picks against Lilia. Lilia has snuck through the draft here and has really emerged as a power pick in the LPL. We've also seen Shun starting to play more of his, I'd say, pocket picks, which are the Nidalee, which he hasn't played as much, but has also been the Kindred.
Yeah.
So potential to see that one as well. But with Nautilus being taken here, I mean, you got to believe, you got to pick Alistar here or it's going to get banned away. I think that's really the choice that IG is looking at, with, of course, Rel and Leona, the other two big main engaged supports, being off the board. So I think it's going to be Alistar picked up, and then we'll see if there's any Silas bans aimed at Scout, as Alistar showing first 3. Definitely have to think about Silas with the mid laner not being selected for JDG.
I mean, it's a classic pick for Mako as well, so gonna be able to perform on it. Definitely knows all the ins and outs of this champion, as that's rounded out the first phase of our draft. JDG, with this very beefy front line that they locked in with their 2-3, means that Shun could potentially go for a more aggressive high damage pick, something like that Lilia or the Kindred that you were discussing. And same thing goes for Scout. However, that Silas, as you mentioned, has some high prio as well, with the Alistar being locked in. Very curious to see where IG direct their bans, because there's a lot of good options that this mid jungle could pick up.
If I'm JDG, I think I still ban Renekton, as I know the Shy and his Renekton, it's iconic. You know, some people love the Shy for his Nidalee. I love the Shy for his Renekton. I think he's unbelievable on that champion. And it is a match where you can play into K'Sante, so I think that's showing some respect that this could still be flexible for IG. That said, of course, Silas taken away. And I will say the one thing I also like for JDG, said a lot coming into this game, Grapes, right? The last few games, we have seen the JDG bot lane get focused and set behind Varus plus Nautilus. This should be a double winning bot lane early on for them, as Nautilus has real priority against that Alistar, and the Varus versus Jhin matchup should be good for Varus early on too. So see if JD Gaming can make some good use out of that.
I mean, getting some good prio in for Paze is something that has been desperately needed over the last couple of series, over the last couple of games. So would be very nice to see a pop-off performance from JDG Star Marksman. It feels like it's been a while, which is not something we've been able to say for the majority of the season. Again, Paze, one of the more consistent, high-performing players on this team in this league overall, and has not happened over the last couple of games. So if JDG want any chance at even up the series, he's going to have a good game. As you mentioned, Kindred banned away from Shun. We'll see what the final takeaway is here for JDG, as they are still looking for both a jungler and a potential soul laner. It's going to be the Poppy off the table that does a little bit of both.
Okay, so again, Poppy, that's something you can play into K'Sante. The Shy actually play that matchup, so again, maybe being wary of the fact that this could be a Lilia into flexing that Jace moving forward. I think Malachi, also a potential pick that could come in here for JJ, would really fit that control identity, and you'd have the saplings to then also set up for the Jhin, but it would lead to being a little bit low damage. Oh boy, Annie just going to be blinded here by Rookie and IG. Again, Annie, a pick that has really emerged as a premier mid laner after she's gotten pretty significant buffs in the last 2 patches. And we have seen when Annie is able to drop Tibbers, the boom boom damage is real. That said, with her being selected here and a tank already showing a Cassante, ability for JD Gaming to maybe get very tanky as a team and hovering the Galio. And it is going to be the Jarvan that comes in against Jhin plus Annie. I think that Jarvan is a pick that has seen some buffs. I'm really expecting to see more Jarvan as we enter best of 5s and jungle pools get narrowed there. We are going to see it from Shun here, and ability to attack 3 carries that are kind of squishy and have trouble dealing with Cataclysm. So I like the pick here.
Maybe it's too low damage, but the Galio would be very nice, as I feel like overall IG don't have a ton of damage in their composition right now in terms of things that can burst down tanks specifically. But instead it's going to be the Orianna that is locked in for Scout, providing a lot of good combinations specifically with that Jarvan ulti. You can put the Shockwave right on top of the Jarvan, allow for him to come in and do some work onto those backline carries. So JDG have themselves a very easy to execute composition, a lot of front-to-back team fighting at their disposal, whereas IG have a little bit of poke, and we'll see what they mix in here, as they're most likely looking for something on JJ's hands for this R5. The Wukong will come through, and that is a very interesting composition that IG have set up for themselves.
I really like JDG's draft. I think that their ability to, with the Jarvan-Orianna combo, force the flashes out of IG and especially punish them when they are down, it's real. It should be JD Gaming able to play faster with this composition that they have. For IG, though, we have seen the Annie at 6, how much damage she is able to put out. I think that when you have these Annie compositions selected, it's really important that you're able to really take advantage of the strength of Annie at the first item, before the first, at 6, and going into that second item, because once the luxury items come in for a team, you get the Banshees, you get the Zanyas, you get ways to actually play out of that big combo. A lot of the power of Annie does fall off throughout the game. And I do think that mid lane definitely a place to look out for early on. Jarvan's ability to interact to try and punish Annie is real, and also Annie, of course, can bring the damage in the CC to set up for a Wukong. So wouldn't be surprised if we have 3 camps in the drive-by mid lane ganks, or at least posturing to try and protect anything happening there.
Yeah, I agree with you in the sense that JDG's composition very easy to execute, and honestly, IG look a little disjointed in terms of how they exactly want to play the game. You have these poke champions on the Jace and the Jhin. You have all-in champions here in the mid-jungle, so we'll see how it all kind of adds up here as Invictus Gaming looking to close this series out against, again, a JDG team that may be stumbling a little bit over their last couple of series. Again, they dropped some big games to top esports specifically. We were wondering what they look like against the middle of the pack, and in that first game in a battle for that potential 4th seed, it did not go their way. So now, with fully new rosters lined up in terms of the champion pools, onto the Rift we go for game number 2 of JDG versus IG.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。
Only one round?
Was that it?
I guess that was it. All right. I
was waiting for the second one,
to
too.
hop back in.
Yeah.
I guess that was only one round. A bit of a bummer. We were hoping to have more Jaios. Always definitely a highlight participating in the LPL broadcast. A privilege to hear the fans and them make some noise in these home arenas for the teams.
Yeah.
Of course, being in JDG's home arena for this one, backs up against the wall. Need to find a win if they want to push this series to 3 and make things interesting.
Especially in the fact that there's multiple arenas around China that are able to still pack the place every single time. Very, very cool to see, different home crowds show up and having that regionality a little bit in the LPL, a really nice feature compared to some of the other places where we're starting to see across the globe, things in the LEC. We saw those road shows. Those
road shows are cool, yeah.
Were pretty successful, but JDG, the LPL, they've got it down.
I mean, it's kind of nice when you have teams that own arenas that also rent them out to other games like Valorant. Of course, that is the reason why we have 7 best of 3s in 10 days for JDG. They did rent out their home arena to write games in Valorant, what we heard earlier on. Shout out to Tuyuk on Twitter, who was helping us figure that one out. It's got to say, Scout has the conditioning and the unflinching of the Orianna. I actually quite like that. Conditioning going to help later on get extra mileage out of the Zanyas, the defensive boot, and help survive the upfront damage from the Annie. So nice to see Orianna playing around with her keystones a little bit. That rune page, I think it's actually going to be a nice advantage.
As we're finally starting to see some early aggression pay off here for the JDG bot lane. Missing hitting level 2 first and going forward with that dredge line and gonna force Gala and Mako away. Zero switch positions right now favoring IG, which is not maybe what people were expecting going into this series, but it is rather close all around, so best of luck to all y'all as you send your channel points in.
These are fan predictions, Grapes. And IG has a lot of fans just given the way they play.
True.
So, like to see the fans, of course, finding a reason to be fans of this team that is quite fun. And surely will not find a way to send us to a game 3, Grapes. This team would never do that to us.
Nope, never. No, even after that last game, you saw how clean they looked, right? Surely they don't look totally different in this one. Totally not jinxing anything. As, again, trying to lock in that top 4 means so much. Not having to risk playing a best-of-5 do-or-die matchup against even a team that is maybe you consider to be a little bit weaker, but just having to be in that one-off, not a happy state. Currently 2 of those 4 automatic spots locked in with AL and Top Esports already clinched. BLG looking close to clinching at this point, especially with their win earlier today against NiP. And so now it kind of goes down to that one final spot. You know, JDG and IG are the ones that are currently the closest towards fighting for it.
Of course, JDG in that 4th slot, IG only a few games back in the 5th slot. There is a bit of a gap between those two teams, but of course a win here for IG would help close that. As we haven't talked about the game too much because it has just been 2 full clears on the junglers, but of course did tease that potential action mid as Rookie.
Oh, wow. It's a dive onto Scout in the mid lane. JJ picking up that kill, but it's going to be matched by Shun, who actually is the one to pick up first blood at the end of the day. And now with that Conqueror proc, and with JJ without many cooldowns, the flag and drag is going to come through, but JJ flashed in a straight line. It's going to allow for Shun to take an extra tower shot, and somehow the Wukong will live. Both mid laners are teleporting right back, and it could be Rookie going straight for his doom.
Oh, no,
he doesn't have the ability to flash in onto Shun, and the Rookie will die again. Another kill going for JDG as a desperately needed fight goes their way.
Oh, surely, of course, this wouldn't get interesting in an IG series. As Rookie TPs to his death, that's going to kill mid. Again, Annie, you want to get ahead in this game. Utilize the power that she brings early. A TP into death like that doesn't feel good if you're Rookie. Gonna have to be swaps across the map as the Shy rotates mid to pick up as much of this wave as he can. No, it's actually going to be Rookie able to get majority of it. He's going to go back bot, though. And again, JDG, the comp that we said like early on with the poke Varus and their ability to one-shot people definitely has some strength. Of course, punish flashes being down, something we're going to be looking out for with this team. But 2 deaths early on onto Rookie. That's going to hurt a lot as, again, Annie, a big part of the strength and early strength that IG is looking to try and match this firepower from JDG.
Yeah, I mean, a very big mistake from somebody who's had such a storied history in the LPL in Rookie. And he had a great game on Thalia in game number 1 as well. That's not a champion mistake. That's not an excuse that you can make, oh, I'm playing Annie for the first time, right? He saw JJ was 1 HP under his tower and still decided to TP to that location, and it did not end up working out well for him. So overall, another death for him. He does have the lucidity boost to make sure that he's going to be able to have that flash up as much as possible, have that tippers up as much as possible, but still a bit of a rough start here for Invictus Gaming. They have been able to farm up nicely, specifically for the Shy up on the top side, but the rest of the map has been falling behind a little bit.
Looks like the Shy will be going for that early lethality too, already showing on the Jace. So going to be hunting for the backliners, not the frontliners. Will have to be other people that deal with the tanks in the front line for IG. Dragon will be the focus here, and really no surprise that JDG is going to take this one again. The Naught plus Varus, for me, that's double prio in the bot lane, as I think they both win the matchup out against their counterparts early on. And that has been played out decently well for JDG in this matchup. Maybe hunting for Mako, but Mako gets sidestep on the dredge line. Just going to be the dragon that does get secured for JDG as they pick up the mountain dragon for themselves.
So obviously things looking much better for JDG right now. They have a kill onto Shun, a kill onto Scout. However, you know, the gold's still in IG's favor. Again, a large part of that due to the farm differential in the top side. But that'll continue to even out a little bit as soon as we see more priority utilized here in that mid jungle. We see the grub spawning in about a minute. Level 6 hit for all junglers in all areas of the map except for the bot lane right now, which means that some of the spells are going to be really impactful here as now Pei is going to get targeted. Mako stuns him up already with that flash being burned. The cleanse doesn't do anything, and JJ picks up the kill with ease.
Yeah, bop bop, 2 empowered Qs thanks to the R, and that's going to be Pays falling. Both Summoner Spells down as well. Could mean something for a potential grub fight coming up here. Is Scout going to burn an ultimate and try and force Rookie on out? Does do so successfully.
So another instance of Pays dying early on in a game, Cubby, even when he was maybe put in a better position in the early laning phase with the help of Missing's Nautilus. Gets collapsed upon by JJ, allows for another kill to go his way. He's now 2-0-0. And IG making their way back in the side lanes.
Yeah, again, swaps coming out as both of our teams going to look towards the Herald. Jhin, Alistar going mid, mostly because, again, Rookie was forced out. So just getting that big wave that was crashing there as a plate does go to the wayside. Not going to be able to be picked up by IG on the top side, but still, as you highlighted earlier on, the Shy doing his best to, again, do decent work in that top lane. And Jace is a champ that's been banned out against IG about 25% of the time. Again, they actually have not locked in Jace once or Split 2 proper between both Rookie and the Shy, and mostly opting to play into it, which has been quite interesting. It's not like they've been banning it themselves, so the fact that it's the Shy's first Jace game, a champ that definitely has been associated with the Shy in the past, something to look out for.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't done much on the map right now yet, but...
This is his 5th Jace game of the Split Grapes. I fear that it's 6:30 in the morning, and I have not slept.
I was trusting you on that.
I was blind as hell.
I thought you had the numbers on that. I was
Yeah,
part of me
Rookie's
was
played
like,
1-2. Wow, that's brutally bad. All right, we're going to move on from this point.
Has the Shy played, like, was it Split 1?
I am beyond fraudulent. We're just going to leave it at that.
It's all good, as, you know, more experience for him to utilize here on this game. He's not here at this fight just yet, but he has potential to cut JDG off from that topside river as the Grubs have spawned. But Mako is chunked down to 40%, and JDG are looking to fight this one.
And that hurts with Mako being down like that. Shun, though.
Oh, he flashes away, but goes straight into Timber's arms. Rookie finds the engage. Shockwave not finding anything. And that's the Feats of Warfare picked up right now for IG. Teleport comes from Mala. He's very far away, but he's going to be able to use it all out on only Mako. He doesn't get able to go to the wall. And Gala gets himself a double kill at IG. Pick up another 2 kills.
I mean, the off series just continues here for Scout as the Shockwave finds nothing. And again, Shun taking that EQ in, very questionable. Rookie was showing on the Annie, had that flash available. Any mistakes you make into Annie are going to be punished like that. And that's something where, again, you can use that EQ to actually buffer out of a stun from Annie. The fact that it was down and Shun just eats it in mid. Mistakes from JDG. Like, this is a Wukong that has a clone. Like, this is just not worth it for Shun. Mako was able to at least get the flash out. It's a freebie for Rookie as the one-shot comes in. And why is the Shockwave even being casted by Scout? You can actually use it to, like, threaten here. Make sure that IG can't push through the choke. Instead, that doesn't connect. Awa shorts the ultimate too, not able to get Mako through the wall. And it's just JDG in their home arena flubbing a couple plays and giving IG a path back into this game.
Just a miscomm there between Shun and Scout. Scout obviously thought that Shun was going to just dive back in and try to sacrifice himself to get in a shockwave position, but...
It was the hammer swing from the Shy. He's just the GOAT. He read it in that far in advance, right? It definitely wasn't a misplay.
Totally, yes.
Not a misplay. Yes. That was the Shy being him, you know? Himothy.
That's my IG narrative that we needed. Thank you. Thank you for correcting me, as IG can do no wrong here in this series.
Never ever.
So far.
We're certainly not going to 3 because IG just decides to go to 3 later on in this game. That would never happen in an IG game ever.
Like, you're saying that, but like this right now is not looking good for JDG. Now we have to start questioning, like, how is this team gonna look going into the rest of the season, right? Like, they still have this massive gauntlet that they have to continue to face that include games against teams like Weibo, FPX, or not Weibo, but FPX, BLG, like teams that they definitely are gonna want to have to beat, but who knows if they're gonna be able to at this point.
Look, straight up, like, out of this team, I really need to see more out of Scout. I feel like Scout is one of the best mid laners in the LPL. If you look at him playing in this league throughout the last, 3, 4, 5 years. And I just haven't seen it from Scout this split. We've seen some really uncharacteristic mistakes where he's been greeting waves that he can't take or just having poor fights. I think that he really was enabled with the 2 kills onto Rookie early on to maybe take over this game. Did flub that first team fight after he flubbed a lot of last game on his Azir. So need to see more out of Scout moving forward. I think that with the Jarvan and the Nautilus, there is a real potential for Scout to have a big game. Like, Orianna has tools, has ball carriers to be set up for success in this one. Just needs Scout to be able to cash it in.
And we are talking Doomer right now, but there's still 100% an angle for JDG to get back into this game. If they play their cards right, if they're able to find their team fights in that 5v5. But it's looking a little tough right now, especially because they were able to, they haven't looked good in any of those team fights, at least yet. We have not seen that Jarvan Orianna combo work out so far. And just some misplays all around here. They're going to try to find some sort of trade here as Ala goes all out on a rookie with Shun on the way on the Jarvan. Tippers comes out and stuns out Ala, but this Cassante is very tanky. They're going to set things up for Shun. He's going to be able to claim the kill, and the Annie will go down. On the other side of the map, though, it is IG already picking up a kill onto the opposing mid laner as Scout has fallen again. JJ looking for the kill onto Pays. Pays doesn't have any sort of damage to fight back, and IG will strike with the better trade. 2 for 1, and maybe looking for 3, as Missing is completely isolated here underneath his tier 1 turret. The Shy goes to the skies and gets another kill.
Get trades across the map, but it's IG coming out on top. I do like the play coming out from Awa and JDG on the bot side. I feel like that's appropriate with Rookie being down flash, but IG trade up top side as they find more on the play, and the Shy picks up the first turret.
Very worth it for IG. You get a turret, you get 2 kills, 3 kills, I should say, for just the 1. And it was JJ getting caught up by Scout a little bit, but that Shockwave does no damage right now. And with the play happening on the bot side, part of you has to wonder, Cubby, is it worth it for Scout and Missing to try to save the play here?
I mean, great W from JJ and Pays. This flash over the wall, unwarranted, as the Sundered Sky kicks in before the E healing reduction and Pays melts. If Pays connects with that Q, I think that the flash is warranted. The fact that it missed, unwarranted from Pays as he kind of throws his life away there.
That was a MOBA trainer big no-no that we learned in the first series.
Your tools were down. That was actually, I missed that one on the first play. I was more focused on the dive from Scout, but definitely JDG kind of quickening their own demise. And of course, plates have just fallen grapes, and we have the Shy making quick work of this bot lane. Is Missing. Good dredge line that cancels the combo coming out from Mako, gives him time to flash away. But still, the Shy is the big benefactor out of the gold that was picked up for IG, and this is his Jace, man, and his ability to try and snowball this game through. Curious to see if the Shy can do it.
I mean, it's been a lot about JJ. It's been a lot about the mid laner so far, but the Shy right now, 2,000 gold ahead of Ala, just kind of for free. He's able to scoop up some kills here or there in some of these extended skirmishes. He is getting a little bit far forward here as Scout is going to shockwave him back in. Going to be followed up by the Pathmaker. A nice combo of damage here from Ala and Scout, and it is enough for that shutdown to go over to the Cassante.
All right, well, the Shy, look at his team. They were on reset. He decided to try and take one more wave. Unfortunately, the Shy could not take said wave. Scout, good rotation on him as he was able to help Ala secure that shutdown. Iceborne Gauntlet now secured in the inventory of Ala as the Shy unfortunately goes a little bit too far. Goes down, and IG have to clean up the rest of the map as they're sticking to their strong side, and we'll see what kind of work Rookie can get done on that top inner turret, but it should be JDG getting the bot outer for themselves as the Herald is being secured by IG. So, bit of a trade. The Shy goes down, and JDG picks up a turret, but hey, see what kind of Herald value IG can get as that was picked up by Ala.
Boldly, though, continuing to spiral here for IG. JDG gets something back here as Scout's able to claim that bot lane tier 1, but now it's 2,500 in favor of Invictus Gaming. They have the Dragon spawning in less than a minute. Things looking very good for them right now in this game number 2. But, again, we haven't seen it yet, but the inconsistencies from this team are definitely prevalent, and we're not saying this to hate on what IG are doing here in this series. It's just a symptom of the history of what we've been able to see from them this entire season.
Yeah, we're just hating on the inconsistency this season. And, I mean, again, IG and the tape, they've given us reason to be concerned about their consistency. But, hey, I will say, I think that JJ, for me, his form in Split 2 just hasn't been what it was for me in Split 1. He's been having a really nice series today, and he is the one that's fed on this Wukong. That is a very fast Black Cleaver to be completed in the inventories of the Wukong. And this is a pick where if you get ahead as Wukong, your ability to really stat check and push your weight around this game, it's big. We've seen JJ do a great job of that so far with his flash about to come off cooldown. before this dragon fight. We'll see if that's big as Pays.
Oh, they go right on to him. 100-0. That's Eddie, baby, on the new patch. 2 kills for nothing in the mid lane as IG are going to look for more structures here. They take down the tier 1, pop Shelly, and going to have him send down to the tier 2.
That's going to be an inner falling, and this Annie pick is so damn strong on this patch. Again, it was a beautiful cleanse from Pays, but he drops before that flash comes off cooldown, or he could get it off. As Pays one-shot doesn't have access to that Edge of Night yet to help protect him from the Annie. And there's no protecting JDG from IG's Dragon Take, as this is going to go over uncontested, and JDG continue to just be a team that, you know, despite being higher up in the standings and people having higher expectations for this super team being formed, where have they been today, Grapes? Like, they really haven't had control over either of these games against IG, who are putting up a really strong series in JDG's home arena.
The start of their gauntlet run, of their week of hell,
again, Pays
certainly
no flash.
feels like the week of from hell right now.
Mm-hmm.
As they're in danger of losing their 4th straight game to
check
open
bottom
up
left.
this stretch of matches. Scout going to be in trouble
dead.
as well. Mako knocks him up. It's all too easy for Invictus Gaming as Rookie picks it up. The deadly flourish from downtown will lock Missing down 2, and it's a touchdown in advantage for IG in kills.
I mean, Grapes, are we? Do we have to sound the alarm on JDG? Like, are we concerned about them? Keep in mind, this is a team that's playing 7 best-of-3s in 10 days. Like, your form needs to be on point to go through a stretch like that. If they drop this series, it will be 2 losses to kick off that devious stretch that they have in the back half of the second round robin. And again, where has JDG been today? I feel like Alva's had a couple of nice moments or attempts on plays, but besides that, it feels like the rest of the team, I mean, has been missing, quite frankly.
And Missing has been too. 0-0-1, 0-3-1 on the Nautilus here. And he's going to die maybe again as he is way too far forward trying to catch some vision and make that 0-4. And the kills continue to mount up and not in JDG's favor, Cubby.
That was a very poor flash from Missing as the support GOAT is going to continue. Scout is flashless and Scout is dead. Mako is running this series.
Shockwave finds 3.
Oh,
Chain of Corruption does land as well, so it looks like Scout will survive. Ala going in to try to go all out onto Mako, but he's just way too tanky on this cow. They're going to instead look for Gala. He has both of his summoner spells, not going to use it just yet, then going to flash away and use that 4th shot to get a little bit of poke onto Shun in the back end of that. So all things considered, no kills being thrown over, and it is the tier 2 going in favor of IG.
I mean, this is a 6K gold league, Graves. And again, the matter of what IG's been doing this against JDG, like a part of the IG conversation is we know that all 5 players on this team, there's a lot of pedigree over here. The question isn't, you know, were these guys great players? It is, are they still great players? And I think individually, IG, hella skilled. We just haven't seen them as a team play consistently enough across maps to really, you know, be confident they can be front runners in the LPL. This has been a damn good series from IG, man. Like, has this been the best series that we've seen from them so far this split, Grapes?
I mean, they beat who was it, Top Esports a little bit earlier on in the season, so maybe.
Yeah, but that was close, you know.
I gotta think about it. I mean, it might be. It's better than the first time they played JDG, that's for sure, because that series should have been a JDG win in more ways
They've only been
one.
0-2'd. Their only 2-0 was against Team WE. Every other one of their wins have been 2-1s. This would be their first 2-0. I think it might be.
That's crazy.
This is the. I mean, that's IG. You know, IG. They like look at the LPL old slogan of "Crazy is our game." They're like, "Hold my beer, man. Watch this."
Well, they're the embodiment of that
yes.
league throughout its history, right? Look at
they're hold my beer incarnate.
Hey, there's still time left in this game potentially. We don't want to jinx anything just yet, but it is looking like IG could pick up both their second best, or their second 2-0 sweep and their first the second round robin. And JDG is looking completely lost right now in this game number 2, in this series overall. In danger of falling to 4-6 in their last 10. You know, that's not top 4 material. I'll say it right now.
I mean, again, JDG just, this is not, I've seen days like this from them, like the Weibo series. I feel like Scout kind of solo through that one overall. I'm going to pause because Otacon's at half. JDG won a contest, but Rookie not spotted, has a good angle.
Yeah, finds the stun onto all. It's canceled by
slow.
the Pathmaker, but the crowd control chain is just immense. And now Gala coming out here with the curtain call. He's going 1, 2, 3, and 4. All of those shots connecting combined with the Tibbers on the missing is going to make sure that Nautilus goes down. It's JJ picking up the kill, and without even a chance to fight things out, it's JDG falling once more, and IG making their way back to the Otacon.
Rookie, after dropping 0-2-1, having that dud of a TP back in the mid lane where he died immediately after, has been so big this game, finding the angles on the Annie, and again, making this champ that has really recently risen into priority given the major changes that she got to her kit in the last 2 patches look strong. And this is a pick that I really believe is going to be warping the meta and will be very big to watch when we enter the best of 5s. I think that Annie is definitely something that teams have to figure out how to play and play into and be comfortable to have that in the games. I really feel like she's going to be making a lot of appearances in playoffs. Rookie's Annie been looking really good as Rookie has put together a great series into Scout, who, again, has had issues this split and continues to really lack that consistency we're used to seeing out of Scout.
Yeah, there were times in the second round robin as we started this one off that like Scout looked like he was maybe trying to come back from some of the problems that he was dealing with in the earlier parts of the season. This is not one of those times, as hasn't been getting caught out as much, but I just feel like has had very little impact on the series overall. Not really contributing positively or negatively in a lot of senses. I mean, in terms of dying at least. You know, there were opportunities for him to make plays in that first game on the Azir. Wasn't able to find them. Same here on the Orianna, where he's whiffed multiple shockwaves and maybe missed some opportunities to find some others.
I think about it. If you're going to talk about the 2 staple like mid lane picks throughout the history of League of Legends, Orianna and Azir, probably the 2 most popular. And Scout has had just a dud on both those champions 2 games in a row for someone that is, again, an elite mid laner in the history of League, right? A world champion. Someone's been...
Mako gliding on him here with that flash pulverized combo. Shockwave only finding the Shy. And now here comes that engage. It's a big cyclone from JJ as Pays goes down just like that. And so do the rest of his team. There's Scout flashing away from the curtain call, but it's just going to delay the inevitable here in this game. Number 2, Jean dashing forward. We'll get one back here onto the Alistar, but the deadly flourish is pure. And Golem with a forced shot will send Scout down to the grave. Jean will fall. It's a 5-for-1 in favor of IG as they march down the mid lane.
Man, IG, you look damn clean today, man. Nothing else to say about this squad as they are just beating the pulp out of JDG. Again, cannot emphasize just how against expectations this series has been. I didn't think JDG was playing that great of late, but to have IG put together a series like this, Graves, this has been really the type of win that IG has been missing in their season. A dominant 2-0 to do so against JDG, the other really proposed super team that LPL built this past offseason in the second round robin. This has been IG's best look yet.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, taking a look at the recent history and just the general the state of the fact that 2-0s are not something that IG has come by very often. Definitely in the running for best series of the year.
Mako's been so
squad.
Good. Mako has absolutely just been gapping missing in this series. I know that Pays flashed out of the initial engage, but hey, when Pays walks back in, it's set up for JJ to find the collapse. He hunts down the poke Varus as the Wukong that got ahead early absolutely just melts him. And IG, again, melting. Scout, the shockwave was decent, but again, JDG behind in this one. And Scout only able to do what he can. As the sins to JDG from earlier on in this game and in this series really come back to bite them. And again, JDG, I mean, it really is the tale of 2 teams on the tape here. JDG, a team that is currently in our top 4. Felt like there was a gap between the top 4 and the rest of our teams. IG, the team that is really biting at their heels, and now will be 2-0 against JDG in terms of series score. Right below them in 5th place, looking for, of course, that top 4 finish, which does grant you that ticket directly in the playoffs outside of that do-or-die play-in match.
And remember, the gauntlet that JDG still have to face, and if they're in that current state, not a good sign of how the rest of the season could go.
That was fun.
If you're going for a last-ditch effort, the Shockwave only finds JJ, and he's way too taken to do anything about it. They take down Rookie on the back end of things, but that's not going to matter at all. Curtain call opened up, and looks like Gala is going to try to seal the deal here. The 4th shot barely goes wide, but it's not going to matter. The Shy golfs Pays away. It's going to be 4 more kills in favor of Invictus Gaming as they're going to take down this bot lane inhibitor, try to end the game against Scout.
I mean, 2 28-minute wins against JDG. IG, hell of a series from you, and maybe a hell of a second round robin as IG continues to stay on a bit of a heater here in the LPL and have a punishing win against JDG. We're going to need to show more if they want to secure that top 4 standing.
Nexus taken down, pure and an unadulterated obliteration for Invictus Gaming over JDG in that series. And Invictus Gaming going above 500 here once again.
Oh, look at the
they
smiles.
take down JDG. Some smiles here from them. I'm sure that series win felt good. Their first 2-0 of the second round robin. It was against one of the teams that they had to beat to keep their hopes of top 4 alive.
Hey man, congrats to Mako. Hit his 10,000th assist in the LPL and absolutely just gapped the crap out of missing in those 2 games, quite frankly. It was a massive series from Mako. I hope it's a back-to-back pog for him. And then, of course, Rookie, our short king in the mid lane, making good work of Scout, too. Again, IG, that was the best look we've seen from them all split. As I don't know who this team is and what they did with the IG I'm used to seeing, but hey, a damn good look for whatever 5 players that took the Rift today, man, because that was a one-sided series in favor of IG. Again, just beat the pulp out of JDG.
And so BLG's wait continues to lock in that playoff spot. And, you know, the way IG is playing, could be a while until we get there. Take a look at their next 3 series. They have 3 series left for their LPL second round robin to conclude. It's NiP and FPX as their next 2 matchups. And those are very winnable games if you are IG. And then after that, it is a matchup against BLG, where you could potentially play your way into the playoffs spot just off of that alone. So you compare that compared to what JDG have to do to close their season out, going through that full gauntlet, playing 5 more series compared to just 3 more here for Invictus Gaming. And all of a sudden, I'm favoring IG to get that playoff spot and jump up into 4th position.
Don't let them bait you, Grapes. This has been the trap that IG sets for everyone in their history, all right? Don't be baited.
It would be the most IG thing ever to lose to, like, FPX next week.
Yeah, you can root for IG, you can. I'm a fan of this, but again, this is a team that has lacked consistency. Again, I think that's the best 2 games, the best series we've seen out of them. I think it's their only second 2-0 of the year. Not to mention just this split where, again, it has been all 2-1 victories. IG, convincing wins. And for me, like, we've had a lot of different ideas as to how we can see IG kind of, you know, be more consistent or come to that form that we think that this team can hit. I think a lot of it, like, we always joke about the Shy just being the Shy in the top lane. For me, it actually really has been JJ and Mako. I think Mako had an unbelievable series today. Again, congrats to him on getting 10,000 assists, almost 3,000 assists up on who was in second, which is just ballistic to think about. And I think deserving of a back-to-back MVP here, as Mako was fantastic today.
Yeah, just a good shout-out to his legacy as well. Kind of in the LPL.
Him and Ming, man.
Here.
Yeah, him and Ming are my goats. Shout out to Chris, too, who's really snuck in there in the back half. And, of course, he's second all-time in that LPL assist list. So definitely deserving. But, yeah, Mako, I don't think he's had his best year so far. That was a fantastic series from him. Big game on the Leona and the Alistar.
I mean, not much else to say about how the gameplay of this series went. I mean, for JDG, I don't know if we could pull up the Hell Week graphic again just to demonstrate the stuff that they still have to go through in this run.
I have faith.
And we were hoping,
she's got us.
We were hoping that this would be, you know, a good thing for JDG. You know, a chance for them to prove themselves. They went into this 7-3, right, in terms of where they were looking, and just hasn't been the case. It's been 0-2 to Top Esports, 0-2 to IG, and they play Weibo in like 19 hours from now. Well, so they got to lock back in and get ready for another series against a tough team. I mean, I know Weibo is a team that has had their inconsistencies, but JDG also, at this point, have had theirs as well.
Weibo has definitely been cold of late, so one of those 2 teams has to find a win in that series. But again, Scout somehow out-damaging Rookie. That number looks fake to me. And it really felt like Rookie was the more impactful mid laner in this one. And JJ versus Shun, we saw that Jarvan try to jump into that first fight, ate a face full of anti-damage, and really never recovered from there. As this top side for IG, the Shy and JJ, doing some good work. Of course, Jay's going to have a little bit higher damage number into K'Sante just being the tank. But yeah, this is where things started. Like, Shun taking that EQ in, just don't think that was the call. You got to at least helpfully, like, hope to find ways to buffer Annie stuns or the Tibbers with the combos coming in. I think that's the real power of Jace, able to absorb that and go from there. As then we saw Again, things started off bad for JDG and really got worse. I mean, we're even skipping over some of the ganks in the early plays where IG had an advantage just from the get-go.
And just like game number 1, seemingly no situation where it really looked like JDG had any sort of chance. There were a couple of plays where maybe IG were limit testing a bit, but
like, yeah, that play they were just getting gapped again. Like this timer, Pays was I think Flash was up in 5 seconds from where he hit the gray screen here. That's good textbook league from IG as rookie just trading off good Flash timers. Like that's what we wanted to see from IG. I mean, obviously this team is fun to watch because they do play chaotic. They do trust their hands, but we haven't seen that map play, that consistency out of them to really make sure that it's a clean win. This is the cleanest win we've seen from them all year. Probably the first win that we actually can even call clean for this team, as everyone really showed up on the day. And I really just want to credit Mako and JJ. Felt like they really ran the rift with Rookie in this series. And again, made it so that JDG, it never really felt like they even got into this series, which is tough to do against a team that has these 5 members in this pedigree on them. Of course, IG does bat some of the same, but yeah, they made JDG look silly in the series, quite frankly.
Yeah, a lot of questions here for what JDG can do, and all of a sudden, I mean, again, there's that question of inconsistency here, but if IG can look like this, all of a sudden we have like 4 very scary teams in the LPL.
You're getting beta grapes.
One of them is not, you know,
it's the can, you know, can. Yeah, you know, potential's always there. You sound like me talking about like the hottest NACL rookie that I can think of the year, you know.
Yeah.
Shout out Hoarder, who probably gets that.
That's my guy.
Yeah. Hoarder's been damn good in that ACL this year. Props to him. Excited for playoffs this upcoming week. But yeah, again, IG, the team, what can be, what could be. It was the team that was in that series against JDG, and for JDG, I mean, I think we got to start ringing some of those alarm bells, frankly, over there. Because this is a Hell Week that they don't look prepared for. It looks like a first-time Darkest Dungeon run-through or something like that, as they're just getting blasted on the Rift. I think they can bounce back against Weibo again. Weibo's been quite cold a little bit, as Xiaohu versus Scout could be the mid laner that hopefully shows up in that series. Maybe it determines the way of it, but again, a real bummer for JDG. If you're a JDG fan, I mean, they did not show up today in a way that was very surprising for me. I don't think I've seen JDG look that flat all year.
I mean, they've
not since Demacia Cup.
Yeah, I mean, that was rough too. Since the beginning of their run where they started 3-0, JDG have looked like a middle of the bottom of the pack team, 4-6 overall in their last 10. As JJ gets the MVP, I know you wanted to give it to Mako. I feel like this guy also performed on the Wukong.
He did.
Very much deserving of it as well.
That's fine. He had a solo kill on the Pays, had some big engages there. We can give it to JJ. I thought it was a big game from him, but yeah. Mako for me was the support goat that time around. Really good plays from Mako.
Yeah, I mean, again, not much else to say. A testament to Mako and his legacy here, more than actually a game of League of Legends that we watched here in this 2-0 that IG played against JD Gaming. As that to top 4 just gets a little bit easier here for your team of legends, for your super team in IG, as they win their 8th series of the group stage in Group Ascend. But that's going to do it for our coverage here on LPL English. Make sure you tune in tomorrow, same time, same place, 5 a.m. Eastern, 2 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. GMT, to watch Weibo against JDG to stick things off. And then we have Top Esports against WE as our second series of the day. Before we wrap things up officially, we want to give a very big thank you to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, and Forrest. Without their pledged financial contributions, help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL broadcast every single day. And we are here every single day. Once again, come right back here tomorrow. On behalf of our entire mod and production team, Kelsey Moser, our producer, and Cubby, my co-caster here for the entire day.
Butcher Grapes.
My name has been Graves. Thank you so much for tuning in. Once again, final score of this series, Invictus Gaming 2, JD Gaming 0. And we'll see you tomorrow for more LPL.